places that I've never seen. Take me where I've never been.
Thank you very much.
You know I like it. Keep doing it. I don't wanna interrupt. Tell me, can you keep it up?
Ecco.
Am I gonna bump you up to the top of my list?
That's why I'm the best, huh?
Every time we get I want you to stay low.
We will play until 2 a.m., guys.
Every time we get all my feelings get deeper. Every time we get sweeter.
Stavic takes the win here in Barcelona.
Jason Mercier, he went with his instinct, he made the call.
There's the professional level, and there's the Ivy League.
Sebastian Paoli coming to terms with what he has just achieved.
Nicky Corrin has done it! 2 main event titles!
Sebastian Mallets has gone from poker fanboy to poker champion.
This is why people love the EPT.
Hello once again, welcome to Paris and the PokerStars European Poker Tour, our first time ever in the French capital, in partnership with the Club Barrier, and this is live coverage of the 3rd day of the 5K main event. And that means we've got 3 more days of coverage after this, concluding with the final table on Sunday, and of course, over those days, we want to hear from you. Please do get in touch. Questions and comments are welcome, whether you're using the live chat on Twitch or YouTube, or using Twitter using the hashtag PokerStarsTV. And of course, great content around the event on Facebook and Instagram as well. I am James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And Griffin Bencher.
Hello, everyone.
So here we are for the 2nd day of streaming. Yesterday was day 2. That meant it was the day when we brought you world famous bubble coverage. If you missed it, shame on you. But fortunately, I can give you a brief overview of what happened yesterday on day 2 of the main events. Confirmation that this is the biggest EPT outside of Barcelona, the biggest debut main event in history. 1,606 entries and more than 550 hopefuls walking through the door for day 2. Sam Grafton, entertaining as ever at the feature table, but he was the only team pro to make it to the money. UK pro Harry Lodge burst the bubble, eliminating Pavel Placev. After that came the inevitable bust-out bonanza, and we ended the day with 174 players bagging and tagging. And these are the biggest stacks coming into day 3. It is Rostislav Sabyshenko from Ukraine who has the chip lead right now. 900k, that is a 180 big blind stack. Good old Harry Lodge sits in 2nd place. 3rd on the leaderboard is the Swedish pro Nicholas Astedt, who you may know better by his online handle, Lena900. Now, Astedt, who's 3rd in chips, and Alexandros Kolonius, who's 7th on the leaderboard, are at the same table today, and there's a very good chance that we will check in on that table later on today, but it won't be our first feature table. And a reminder, we're picking up the action where we left off last night. We are midway through level 16, so we kick off with the blind still at 2k, 5k, with a 5k big blind ante. Still got 45 minutes to play on that level before the blinds go up. Not that an increase in the blinds is of any concern to any of these 10 players, because they are the chip leaders right now. So who's going to be at our main feature table? Well, interestingly, even though there was a redraw overnight, Andrew Mateos and Masato Yokosawa have been drawn at the same table again. So we're going to start with this table today, probably for the first session, which is just over 2 hours, Joe.
Unlucky for them, lucky for us.
Mateos is the big stack, 75 big blinds. And we have also got Dominikos Kamazinas, a player who made the final table of the EPT Grand Final in Monte Carlo all the way back in 2010. Griffin, I know you're excited anytime we have Mateos on the main stage.
Yeah, I'd love to see him back here on the feature table. Nice stack with 75 big blinds. It'll be interesting to see how he kicks off this day. You know, day 3, once everyone's in the money, it's such an important day to really establish how things are going to go down to the wire here. 174 players remain.
Indeed, they do. So expect us to mix up the feature table across the day, just as we did yesterday, to try and showcase as many of the players in the field as possible. And this is the prize money. Right now we are paying around 10.5 grand as players are eliminated. Of course, most of the prize money, most of the 7.7 million euro prize pool reserved for the top finishers, more than 100K for making the final table, more than $500,000 for third, nearly 800K for the runner-up, 1.17 million for the winner. Just testifying how big the field was, Joe, and how popular this event was.
Absolutely massive field. It was hard to believe that with 400 players remaining, that was 75% of the field gone. Obviously, paying just the top couple hundred. And we've still got a very long way to go is the thing. We've shed almost 1,500 players from this thing, and we've still got 3 more days. I mean, that's pretty nuts.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how many players we lose over the 5.5 levels that we are due to play today. Of course, tomorrow we'll try and get down to the final 2 or 3 tables, play down to the final table on Saturday, play down to a winner on Sunday. And you always get that false sense of security, Griffin, when you see the field really decimated over the first 2 days, and you think, how is this going to go the distance? But of course it slows down. Sometimes you go an entire level without losing a single player.
Yeah, and you know, the decisions become bigger, right? You know, on day ones, you know, of course, everyone's valuing their tournament life, but there's a different kind of energy when it gets down to, you know, 150 players. Suddenly you're at 100 players, 50 players. So, you know, the action can get a little slowed down and sort of pace a little bit as well. And I think that's something to consider.
So players taking their seats, unbagging their chips. Hopefully we'll get the action started a bit quicker than we did yesterday. 174 players to get into the room rather than nearly 600. And Mateos sat next to Dominikos Karmazinas, who I referenced as a former EPT finalist who qualified online for this particular event.
I wonder what Adrian Mateos' cash rate is in EPT main events. It feels like 50+%.
I would have guessed much higher. I know
just
that's not
always in
really
there.
possible, but
No. Surely it must be like the realistic numbers. Like, you know, he's like a 350 hitter in baseball. It's like incredible, but it's like, you know, he's cashing 30, 35%,
it feels like
right?
more, right?
But it feels like he's just in there every time.
There is the Japanese vlogger Masato Yokosawa about to take his seat on the main stage.
You know, I know he's pointing at all of us, but it feels like he's just pointing at me.
Who else have we got in the main event? Who else has arrived in the room for the start of day 3? We have got Gail Bauman and Martin Tutor in the background there. Roberto Romanello, one of the former champs, still in the hunt for a second EPT title. Yo Viral, Johan Gilbert, he's at the table with Aztec and Colonius. We might see him a bit later on today.
Speaking of slow play.
Ari Lodge and Connor Beresford. And we are getting cards in the air. Time to shuffle up a deal at the start of day 3 of the first ever EPT Paris main event. 2K, 5K blinds, 5K big blind ante, 45 minutes till the blinds go up. We will roll straight into level 17 with no break.
How do you say that, Flapjack? Did you see Connor Richards from Poker News, his video of Yo Viral saying Yo Viral is buffering?
Yes.
And he takes 45 seconds to
Yes,
even look
and I
at his
saw
cards.
the Poker News update about it was, I think time was called on him and
Twice, I think, in the
no,
same
I think
hand.
it was 3 times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So action is going to start on Nicolae Paunescu from Romania.
You're Romania.
He folds.
Good luck.
This is too good of a lookalike to be a bad lookalike, but Mario Mospek is Ashton Kutcher.
Musbek has folded. So action round to Virgilio Fonseca from Portugal. Now on Karmazinas. And now on Mateos on the button. Jack 6 off.
Well, here you go. Oh. Having mercy on the blinds.
So it's Yokosawa in the small, saying hello to Diego Montoni in the big. Yokosawa completes.
17.
And there is a raise from the big blind with ace-10. And yes, good observation that at the start of day 3, we now have the shot clock in play. We're putting Bernie the Lizard to work, obviously following French working time regulations.
Yeah.
But yes, players will have 30 seconds per decision on every single street. They are given 6 time bank cards at the start of the day. Each time bank card can extend the clock by 30 seconds.
Valet on YouTube asks, what's the deal with the year of Romania? It's the year of Romania. It's Romania's year.
Yeah, the year's turned over. Now 2023 is known as the Year of Romania in the poker circles.
Once you have a open call situation, please let the floor know. Thank you.
Round to the button. And Yokosawa is folded, so second hand of the day, second hand in a row. It's blind v blind.
This guy's real monotone. This guy doesn't have a lot of tones, just the one.
Raises small to big, makes it 20K. Paunescu folds, and that is 2 in a row for the Italian.
This little 4X with the 9-3 off, getting the much stronger King-7 to fold. You know, it feels like a bit of a deviation there to be raising a hand like that out of position against a bigger stack, but
yeah.
I mean, if your opponent's if you're folding out hands as good as King-7, it can't be that bad.
So day 3
Maybe.
of the main event. Day 2 of our live coverage. Also day 2 of the mini EPT Paris online series that's running now. First event today, not for 2.5 hours. You got to wait till 3:15 Central European time for the first mini EPT tournament. It is a $3.30 deep stack that's kicking things off today. And as with every mini EPT Paris tournament, Monte Carlo satellite tickets added to the prize pool. The fresh mint, observing that Fonseca has 2 watches. I think the thing on his right wrist is a Whoop band, which I believe is a fitness tracker rather than a watch.
All these fitness trackers. Might as well be reading your horoscope every day.
I got Lamar guys now. Now you know. I was trying to hide, put nice hoodie.
What's your sign?
I'm an asparagus rising.
Ace of PokerStars.
Yes.
I think Maria was rocking a Whoop band during the PCA/PSPC.
Oh, yeah. Just one more thing for people to obsess over.
She would.
Do you want to see my sleep score?
You've already sent it to us many times, James.
No. 10 years already. All time. Yeah, I'm from Madrid.
Yeah, I know. But what is the tax in Spain?
It's really bad.
What?
This is coming dangerously close to a know-it-all you banned comment. Still a watch, just doesn't show time.
Hammer.
Depends on income.
You banned. Thank you for your
Same
comment.
with, stocks.
Yeah.
It's same with other type of income. Depends
Almost
on,
escaped the jaws of
It's like,
band death there, but
increasing.
Wristband.
Okay. Again, blind v blind. Muzbek flopping the flush draw and still has the best hand right now with Queen High. Straight draw for Jew.
Yes, but
Am I the only one that would
would
love to see a heads-up match between Samuel Jew and
Too much
Fabrice
tension.
Bigot?
I'm family man now. We have war next to us. We'll see what happens.
I'd take that as a yes.
Maybe it'll happen.
Doesn't look good for any time soon.
Okay.
Okay.
Muzbek now has
We have
his opponent
relatives
drawing
in
dead.
Marbella. And I spend more and more time there. And
It's a nice place to live. Chilling. Summer is too much people, but
Yeah, in summer it's too much.
I think you like to enjoy the people and
But it's good quality life.
Yeah, sure.
I spent this Christmas there. Weather was amazing. Everything. It's good quality life.
Yeah, quality life in Spain is really nice,
For me,
especially if you have some money. The problem with Spain is like not too much money for work and stuff, but if you already have a job and stuff, this is really good.
Stevie the Spring says, are you guys telecasting or in Paris?
Yes. Thank you for your question.
Now when I have child, it's so much better for the child to see sun a lot more often. For children, it's a big thing. You don't have children yet.
No. Still young. Yeah. Maybe a few years.
Afterwards.
It's good. I underestimated.
That's true, yeah. Ladies event.
Do you enjoy?
I was a party guy.
Main event after.
Wouldn't care much.
I wouldn't. I already have.
I still have friends like this, but it can bring lots of good to your life.
Yeah, for sure. How many kids?
Just one yet, but it's already big change. It's huge change in life, in perspective.
Ace deuce is raised. Round 2 Fonseca in the big blind. 8-7 off.
It's a diamond and a spade.
King 7-4. So Fonseca outflops Montoni.
Griffin, what sorts of boards would you not continuation bet?
Well, this one you kind of have to bet. I know we're seeing that Fonseca has 8-7.
Right.
The times that he has 9-8. Well, not now, but you know, the times that he has hands like 9-8.
Pick a different hand that didn't connect with the turn.
Yeah, it's just like you're betting
Yeah,
to
and it's very
protect
good
against
times
them.
in,
Not
whole
not
region
just
of
turning a
Moldova
pair,
for,
but turning a
for
draw
moving
that they
there.
could then
You can
bet.
get
That's
different
really hard
prices
to
because of
defend
lots
against
of
with ace
Russians
deuce.
used to have properties.
So you're just betting and hoping to take it down. I mean, I think you can barrel the 9
It's crazy.
at a pretty
Crazy,
good
you
frequency
can
and
buy
fold out
wheels
some 7s and 4s.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe Montone is just sort of like, I don't
If
really
you have
care.
big villa, you have many people working, and
You know?
cannot pay them, they run.
I know, it's I mean, it's just like, I don't know. It's
Yeah,
just
it's
I don't
like-
really care.
It's interesting times.
No, he does care.
Down to 171 players. That means 3 eliminations so far today. As we see a bet of 25,000.
Yeah, but
People speaking English.
I spent most of time around it. There are so many
So,
small, nice
It looks like
cities
Montone
where
does
you-
care, and the delayed, you know, river bet, especially on
have
this
better
jack,
quality.
very
To Marbella,
tough
you
to
go just
defend
to
against as
restaurants,
Fonseca
maybe
here,
some
whose range is quite capped, having checked the river. You know, if
More chilly.
10
Fonseca
minutes
had the
drive,
king, would probably be
small
betting
city.
the river there, so more likely to have a 7 or 4, which is really tough to call with facing a big bet. Nice hand there by Montone.
By the way,
Big winner so far.
the answer to Stevie's question was not deliberately obtuse. The question was, are you telecasting or are you in Paris? Telecasting is a literal euphemism for broadcasting. We are broadcasting in Paris, so yes. If the question was meant to be, are you in Paris or are you broadcasting remote, then we would have given a different answer.
It's a language problem. You need to clean up your language
Thank
when
you
you're
for your
asking
question.
questions. Okay.
It's one of the 4 agreements.
Yes.
Be impeccable with your word.
My mom's given me that book more than once.
It's only like 40 pages.
I know.
Griffin.
I'm
You
going to
should
get
be able
around
get
to it
through
eventually, yeah.
It's shorter than the latest think piece on Wakanda Forever's lush scenery.
Well, I know we only have a sample size of 6 hands, but Diego Montoni, definitely the most active player so far, opening in early position with deuces. Mario Musbek looking at king-queen on the button.
The irony of your joke there is that I actually did read an article today about how the VFX team for Ant-Man Quantumania like were really understaffed because people were sent over to help with Wakanda
Still finishing
Forever.
Wakanda.
Yeah. So I did read a Wakanda Forever article today when I could have been reading.
Long read.
Yeah. 3 ways here.
Wowee. How fun is it to flop a set, especially when
You're the guy that's been bluffing.
and then
Start
what
the
do they
table.
all, what do they do though?
Oh.
Turn us straight.
Ducks fly together.
Ducks fly together.
Oh, I think
Ducks fly together.
I thought you were
Everyone
saying-
in the studio.
Ducks
fly together.
I thought the question is, what do the opponents do? But actually, a straight now would not help because it is a full house for Montone and both the other players are drawing dead.
Funnily enough, Gordon Bombay is one of the fake names my brother gives when he cheats on his wife.
17,000. One of the king queens is folded, but Karmazinas is still in and does not improve on the river. Probably a good thing for him.
I wonder how good you must have run in your life to call there with king queen. Like, how many gut shots do you need to have made before you're like, yeah, I'll probably make one here and it'll be good?
I hate to call you out on stream, but he actually bets. He's bluffing. with
Oh,
the king
sorry.
queen.
You should
It's
call me out
okay.
if I make it. If I say something that egregious.
Yeah.
That makes a lot more sense.
Yeah.
So
True.
Diego Montone has chipped up to 335,000. He is playing a 67 big blind stack. Adrian Mateos still the table chip leader with 76 big blinds. Shortest stack is Dominicus Karmazinas with 109K. That's around 20 bigs. The blind's not going up for another 30 minutes. For the avoidance of doubt, for those of you who care so passionately about it, Joe, Griffin, Nick Walsh, and myself, we are all in Paris. We are all at the venue. Maria is in Los Angeles, so is joining us today via remote link from the transmitter at the top of the Eiffel Tower.
Just don't ask her to chop any pots.
Well, you think we've got the latency down today?
No, we don't. Come on, it was so not great yesterday.
That's because we were using the satellite. Today we're going to use the transmitter on the Eiffel Tower.
Okay. And Mateos gonna want to establish table captaincy here. Seen Montone run a little wild so far here. It's like, wait a minute, I'm the big dog. I'm the alpha.
Who let the dogs out? Woof, 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 woof. Another pot for Diego.
Totally different.
Yeah, Maria will join us later on. I'm not going to drag her out of bed at 3 in the morning.
Yeah. Yeah.
As we move on to the 8th hand of the day and see Virgilio Fonseca with Jack-10 suited in the cutoff. So raised to 10,000. Adrian Mateos in the small blind has King-Jack offsuit.
Good name, Fonseca. Sounds like a nice wine or cheese.
More than 6,000. We played 10,4 or 5 hours.
Adrian.
Buenos dias.
Buenos dias, Adrian. Pretty reasonable sizing to work in some peels, I think, here. 3.6x, you know, oftentimes out of position. You'll see 3-bets on the bigger size, but, you know, playing just 40 big blinds effective. Mateos has, I think, sized down a little bit here, but that's also opening up the door for Fonseca to call here. But luckily for Mateos, has his opponent crushed.
Does have the dominating hand and is still ahead with king high on a queen 4-3 flop.
Going to be a fair bit of queens in the pre-flop call range of Fonseca. You know, we see the Jack-10 suited here, but, you know, that means that the Queen-Jack suited is being called, the King-Jack suited, the Queen-10 suited. The thing is, though, and I know you're going to hate this, Joe, but when you block the King and the Jack, it makes it less likely that your opponent does have the Queen-Jacks and the King-Jacks. So I think that has convinced Mateos to continue the story, take down a nice pot here.
I'm going to start
number 8.
trying to absorb that a little bit more, especially the more poker I play, because as you can see, both players missed there, right? And that's frustrating. It's frustrating to miss. So sometimes I'm like, well, if I didn't hit this, my opponent probably did.
Right, but that's not necessarily how you should think, because yeah, absolutely. And
if I think to myself, well, I'm blocking king queen and I'm blocking queen jack, maybe they don't have a queen, and maybe
as often as they yeah, like when you have something like, you know, the ace 6 suited and completely brick there, and it comes queen high, it's a bit more likely he has the queen because of, you know, you don't have that king jack blocker. So that's how you can kind of utilize blockers, even though they're objectively they're not real.
What about
if you wanted to play along for a
what if you have ace king there? Can you and then comes queen high? Do you also say I'm blocking king queen and I'm blocking ace queen?
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah.
So
I'll let you know how it goes.
Nikolai Paunescu has opened under the gun with king queen, a fold from Kamazinas with ace-jack. Yokosawa has 3s in the small blind.
Too much time. And the result is...
Yeah, on less than 30 big blinds, I think this needs to be played as almost a pure fold. The big blind, happy to peel it, but, you know, set mining out of position is not how you want to be playing at this stage.
Griffin, thrucks fly together.
They do say that.
So 3s folded. Queens for Diego Montoni.
Wow.
Also, Montoni is clearly a very capable player, and you don't want to give such a capable player an opportunity to squeeze, because sometimes they'll also just have it. Look at that.
An additional 30K to call, and Paunescu folds the king-queen.
The big blind means business.
He's added more than 100K to his stack during the first 9 hands of the day. And it feels like he's played 8 of those 9 hands.
Seems like a couple of them are just raise and take it's. But it shows to go you.
Shows
how
to go
valuable
you, yeah.
Those blinds and antes are.
Well, has definitely selected the aggressive node on a few spots already today. We saw the 9-3 offsuit 4x from the small blind. You know, the 6-5 suited in early position open. So clearly ready to splash around here.
When you're playing poker, Griffin, do you ever think to yourself,
God, I'm good?
Well, actually, no, it's probably the exact opposite. God, what I'm doing right now is so obvious.
Interesting.
If I were 4xing with 9 deuce offsuit right there, I would feel like this is so obvious. I absolutely hate my hand.
Yeah, it's funny. I think the thing that you need to do is, or be able to do, is to kind of negotiate what you think your image is versus sort of what you kind of already are. Like you have a good idea of like the way you play, and that doesn't necessarily always line up with what people's perception of you is. Like I think that I have it a lot. I have value a lot more when I'm like, you know, all in on the river or something than I like way more than I bluff. I think most people are in general, but I think that, you know, over my career, I probably got paid off a lot more than I should have because I think that my image was someone that was capable and ready to,
Okay.
So I think being aware of your image to other people. But I know what you mean about you be in a spot and you're like, oh my God, like there's no way I'm gonna get. It's so obvious. They must see this. It's like no, you see the cards
here with
no one else
total
does
air,
see
right?
the cards,
And it's got to be so obvious to everyone else, but.
Fonseca has raised with sixes. Mateos has nines.
Nice spot to call here. You know, you can certainly justify getting in 32 big blinds with pocket nines in a lot of situations. You know, under the gun one versus hijack, I think it plays nicer as just a call. Now, where this cutoff small blind, we'd be singing a different tune.
Queen 8-5, 9 still ahead. Mateos actually a 9-1 favorite. Fonseca does not continue. Checks to Mateos. And a bet of 11,000 from Mateos. With the board pairing on the turn, Mateos now 95% favorite. Fonseca has checked a second time.
Yeah, this might seem like a sort of a loose check call from Fonseca here, but you know, it's not just the nines and the queen X that Mateos is going to be betting here. Might just, you know, bet something. Ooh. Like king jack of spades when check two here, which might be prepared to check down a certain run out. You can always hit your six, but your opponent can also just hit that nine.
Fonseca checks again, and Mateos will now have to size an appropriate value bet. 54,000 in the pot.
Yeah, when you have a boatload of cash like Adrian Mateos, it's nice to also have a boat to put it all in. Oh God, James has just stormed out.
He goes for the overbet, Griff, 75K.
It's kind of like what we were just talking about. The old river value that maybe you level yourself into thinking.
Yeah.
No.
No hero call from the sixes, and Adrian Mateos chips up to over 450,000, now playing more than 90 big blinds. And we're going to go from one Monte Carlo champ to another, because at the outer tables we have Manig Lerza in a hand against Shakhabidin Muradov. This hand has gone to the river, and I think we just saw Lerza check the action to Muradov. The board is double paired, 5-5-4-4-3. And Muradov has bet 30,000.
Ace high call incoming.
Lerza calls and shows eights. He's got the snowmans.
Num num.
It was an ace high bet from Muradov. So Manig Lerza wins the pot and will now have over 500,000 chips. He's got around 540, 550K.
Wow.
back to the feature table.
Do you think that Shakhabadin Muradov is the #1 all-time Kazakhstani winner or not?
I would say yes.
I would say yes, too, and I'm going to look it up right now.
Because we have the internet at our disposal.
We're not just telecasting. We have the real internet.
Okay. Are you part of the team or do you?
Yes, yes. I'm a player.
Player. Is that a stable?
Yes,
Brazilian or Portuguese?
Portuguese.
Wait a second. He's listed under Latvia
From Shao? Yeah.
on the Hendon mob.
I don't understand.
From
Oh, that's another Shakhabadin Muradov.
Shao. The player.
No.
I could have sworn he was from Kazakhstan.
Round, round, get around, he gets around.
Yeah. Ah.
Yeah, the Pats run super good. They won the PCA with the Pats, right?
Yeah.
So he knows the tricks and puts it because
Yeah.
running hot.
Kamazinas has opened under the gun with ace-jack. Fonseca has ace-queen in the bag. Hermison says feels weird to make the chips so similar. I think blue and yellow are pretty contrasting colors.
Wait, I just see them as gray.
I mean, it's clear to me
Am
which
I
are the
colorblind?
5Ks and which are the 1Ks.
Just a flat call from Fonseca here, and if you're sitting at home wondering, why didn't he just, what?
All right, someone from the Hendon mob is messing with me.
Oh, there is another Shag.
No, but
event? No, there's just two different profiles.
Someone wrote check again, and now it's changed to Kazakhstan, which, look, it could have been my mistake. I don't want you to change the official record because of me.
Wait, is someone in the chat?
Yeah, Roland is in the chat.
Mr. Mob himself? Is Hendon Mob in the chat and changing flags for you?
I'm so confused
The
now.
Wild West.
Am I changing the universe with my mind?
Do you want to renationalize anyone else while we're at it?
Yeah, well, hold on a second. Let's make Fonseca from Canada.
I have a confession to make, Joe. All this
Yeah.
time, I've been an NPC, and you do run this show. You are the main character.
While Kamazinas is now drawing dead, but has fired a second barrel on the turn, 30,000.
Which represents 40% of his stack. And this is the benefit of just calling with the ace-queen pre-flop. You know, 20 big blinds, sometimes you just think, okay, let's just get it in here. But against the under-the-gun range, if you shove here, you know, you're getting snapped by jacks, called by 10s, maybe called by 9s, and then all the better hands. Hands like ace-jack, even ace-jack suited, are going to get folded. And by just calling, you've allowed this ace-jack to, you know, fire quite a reasonable two-barrel on this texture, you know, trying to attack those 8, 5, and 3x hands, and has elected to check and save those 10 big blinds. But, you know, had Fonseca just shoved pre-flop, the ace-jack suited would have been folded, and he wouldn't have made that extra 45,000 chips.
And that will leave Kamazinas in the danger zone.
Danger zone.
With a 10 big blind stack, and 2 of those blinds will be posted on the next hand. The big blind and the big blind ante.
Got a real fishy question being asked here on YouTube, James.
Go for it.
JPS, hi, are they using 43 millimeter or 39 millimeter chips? Do you want us to send you the entire specs and what company we use to make them? We can just, you know, send the whole thing over to you if you want. You suspect.
He will do that as a bit if you give him your address.
That's a suspect question. I don't have access to that information. It's like so what exactly, what types of decks of cards are they using exactly, specifically?
More obsession over the double wristing of Fonseca, who's just shoved on Kamazina small to big here. He's not doing a Schwarzkopf. Do you remember General Schwarzkopf? He used to wear 2 watches, one for local time and one for the time back in the States.
Storm and Norman?
No, it's a fitness band. It's the Whoop band.
Whoop whoop. Whatever happened to Woot? Woot had its moment in the late 90s, early 2000s. Gamer speak, you know? You go Woot.
Sure.
You remember Woot?
Yeah, lead
What
speed.
happened? No one, it died.
Okay, no, actually 12 is...
It's not cool anymore. No one's wooting.
I didn't serve. Yeah.
Give me a woot in the chat if you remember wooting. If you remember how to do it. You got to say it twice. Woot, woot.
Woot, woot. Yeah, it's Benji from the Howard Stern Show.
Oh, someone used the zeros. That's an important distinction too. You got to use the zeros when you're wooting. See, people know. People remember. People were on MIRC.
A7 suited and a raise to 12,000.
I mean, Pwned is gone too, isn't it?
Ah, Pwned is gone.
Yeah.
Kamazinas all in with ace-king.
I can't keep up with the new ones. There's a new thing, Riz. You have some Riz. Been following Riz?
I'm more mid than Riz.
You can use calculator.
I think you have mid Riz is the real.
Can you use a choker?
What?
Can you use a choker?
And
Joker.
Karma Zenus all in here for just 8 big blinds. Jew isn't loving it here.
Calculator, maybe you can ask.
But, you know, you're too commit. Ooh, wow. Okay. Of course, we can see that, you know, Jew is dominated here, but just for 8 big blinds with the 2 you've put out there.
Yeah.
And the big blind and the ante, you know, you're really burning. You're torching money there if your opponent has the king, queen, and hands like that, or you know, even when your opponent has 2 9s or ace, king. Ace 7 suited, you can find ways to win.
I feel very unlucky to draw this table.
That was not very woot woot.
That was pretty mid.
Yeah. Lights.
165 players remaining, so 9 eliminations during the
I didn't
first
sign any contract.
35 minutes of
I'm
play.
not with them, don't worry. I cannot give you answers why the toilet is broken or...
What is broken?
Toilet is broken all the time.
Blinds will be going up in 10. Pocket sevens for
Elevator's not
Diego Montoni is open to 10K.
People even break women toilet here to go during breaks.
Of your room?
It's felony in some countries to go to women toilets.
All right, well, we need to,
I
we
don't
need
know
to
about
start that
France.
whole debate.
He's not wrong in the sense the women's toilets have been utterly destroyed by male poker players.
I feel like I could start a cottage industry in the on the breaks. Just take people in a couple at a time.
Looks like Mateos has called out the small blind and hasn't really connected with this flop.
I can feel you, Masato. We're playing at the same table 2 days ago.
Yeah? Is he actually that tight or it's just the cards?
It's a very tight play.
Yes, very, very tight. Just be careful.
When you fold the big blind, you're a tight player.
That's true. Especially with Adrian in the hand.
You're from Japan?
Yes.
Ah, cool. I'm friends with Yuki.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Everybody
I was
knows
in Japan,
Yuki.
met him, and his
In
friends with
Tokyo or Osaka?
Tokyo.
So you play Piero?
Yeah.
Okay.
Surely at this
I've
stage,
been flopping with him like 4 or 5 years.
Mateos knows that this
Actually, I
ace-6
met you
suited
before, I guess.
is
I
no
think
good,
so.
and that's
Like
why we see
Australia
this
or
bet coming.
Well, we probably, but
Yeah.
Because this particular board texture with the king and the queen out there, flatting from the small blind,
Yeah, somewhere. I don't
kind
know
of
where.
hits Mateos's range
What did you do in Austria?
a little better than it does Montone when Montone
Australia.
checks 2
Australia.
streets, right?
Ah.
So Mateos didn't
For
come
the
out
Aussie
bluffing on the
million.
turn here, even though, you know, he has so many of the king X and the queen X type hands that would flat from the small blind. Because, you know, Montone could have been checking back
maybe.
ace queen, or, and look at
Yeah, I've
that,
not
finds
seen,
the
like, last
call
1 year, but-
and is good with the sevens. Very
got the
impressive
belly.
work.
Yes.
I don't
From
think, I didn't think
Montone.
it's possible for Japanese people.
Only him. Yeah. He's doing a bit like poker business in Japan.
The club he's making pictures.
That's something that Adrian Mateos is so good at, is sniffing out weakness in these main events and pushing the envelope. But sometimes some of these
Yeah, I
players
wanna
are
go back to
quite prepared to
Japan.
bite back and make big calls
wanna
against
do
him.
the
And you saw the
snowboarding.
wry little smile from Adrian there, being like, okay, all right, all right.
Probably the best.
You've earned a co-captaincy of this table.
I think you
And here they are
can
with
still
both
do it
400,000
like in Japan right now.
significant
I mean,
chip leaders
February
here
is just,
on this feature table.
Yeah, but I have small
hope-
child now. It's complicated.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
politics, you know. Even now here is politics for me to come play with you. At least they show it on TV, so my lady knows that I am playing cards, you know. It's good.
It's a great alibi.
Tails back in action. Raises the button. And gets 2 folds.
Yeah, it's of course a pretty small sample
Yeah,
size,
when I was
but
in Japan, I ate some things.
Masato.
I tried many things in my life, but when Yuki brought me to his favorite restaurant, where they give all type of chicken,
Yeah?
like frozen heart and stuff like this. You never were
Chicken?
Yeah, it was special chicken restaurant.
I have no idea.
It was his favorite at that point. I don't know. I was in Tokyo. Yeah, like it was 5 years ago.
You mean like a skidoo or?
It was like all type of chicken, but frozen and made it in many ways. Like the parts of chicken normally people don't eat.
Ooh.
Ah.
Like the nugget.
Like low meat or something?
Yeah, like all parts. Chicken heart, chicken whatever. Whatever you can imagine.
Yeah.
I didn't know it
yeah.
was possible. But they
Yeah, I
made
love it. I love it as well. It's popular, yeah.
Oh, it's popular in
Yeah,
Japan?
yeah.
Ah, okay.
So what do you mean frozen? It's just
It's like every part of chicken they prepare.
okay.
We only eat meat, right?
Yeah.
But they prepare every part of chicken. You can order. The whole menu is parts of chicken.
Yeah. Like, you mean like a skidoo, right?
Yeah, like
Skidoo and low meat or like sashimi, like a chicken sashimi.
chicken sashimi.
Yeah.
Imagine eating chicken sashimi.
Sick?
No,
it's actually
I ate
very
lots
good,
of different things, but
You've tried it, right?
yeah, I
How
tried
was
in
it?
that restaurant. It was
I could
interesting.
taste the salmonella.
I want to try it, but I don't know.
no, they're talking about
I
chicken,
tried
not
many
salmon,
things, spiders,
James.
frogs, whatever, but I didn't think.
Trust me, if you've had a chicken
Hello.
nugget, you've
Hello,
had
hello,
every
hello.
part of the chicken before.
Yeah, like a chicken sashimi with soy sauce. I'm not joking.
That is
yeah.
the difference. That's
Yeah.
how I saw.
But it's good. I like it.
Where do you eat spider?
Cambodia,
Well, like small or like fried?
tarantula, grilled.
What?
Grilled.
What's
Oh,
grilled?
what's that?
Tarantula.
It was
Spider.
good.
Ah,
They explained me in an interesting way that we humans tend to compare every other type of meat to chicken because we think chicken is chicken taste. But If you ever try, you're not gonna try. If you ever try human, you would think it's chicken taste. Because that's how your brain performs.
How do you know?
I'm trying to tell you what they explained to me. So I eat spider. Spider has meat also. And it tastes like chicken. Like frog, it tastes like chicken, but just because we think chicken tastes like chicken.
So really, everything tastes like tarantula.
It was good. It was interesting. We had 4 people at the table before I tried. Nobody even tried. But
Which was better, like a chicken sashimi and the spider? Grilled spider.
no, spider you understand. Spider you can see on TV somewhere that someone eats, so you think that it's a food.
Okay.
It's food.
Yeah.
You don't think that chicken sashimi even exists before you go to Japan. Try to go to supermarket, cut it. Okay, you can write small
If you
text
think
that
about
it's
it in
chicken
terms of
sashimi and try to eat it.
chicken wings,
Not prepared,
spiders
not
are way
cooked,
more
not-
efficient.
not-
There's
don't-
8 legs.
You can try to Google how to make it. I wouldn't do it anyway.
Yeah, like used to be somebody said like the horse meat is very weird in Japan. Like we eat the horse meat, I mean sashimi, horse sashimi.
Yeah.
In Japan. It's quite popular in Japan as well.
What did you say? Horse?
Horse.
Horse? Oh,
Horse.
All players coming back from day 2 of the mystery round. You can start looking to see to the middle table.
Well,
Have you tried it? Horse sashimi.
I now
No,
don't
but
feel like eating lunch.
It's not necessarily I would.
Not unless
Not
it's horse.
because I don't think you make it good. I believe you make it good, but
Yeah, good.
I like horse too much.
I understand it, yeah.
Oh, you like
You
it
know
even
what,
better
like,
after you have some
still,
horse
For me,
sashimi.
I wouldn't ever eat dog. I don't care how many people eat dog. You can all eat dog here at the table. I'm not gonna eat dog. I like dogs too much.
Well, let's check on some other former EPT champions in the field. We've got Adrian Mateos on the main stage. We've seen Manny Glerza in the field. We've got Roberto Romanello, who took down Prague in 2010.
Is this people who would or would not eat dog? I'm sorry, what's the through line?
Yeah, I would say yes, and then Mike Watson, no.
Watson, the main event champion from PCA 2016. A couple of Barcelona champs also looking to win a second EPT title here in
Definitely.
Paris. Peter Nijinsky, who took down the Barcelona main event in 2018. And the guy who won the same tournament 12 months later, Simon Brandstrom.
Dowa?
Towa.
Towa.
Back to the feature table.
That was good.
That was tricky.
Oh, I get discount. Weird.
There was that Burger King horse meat scare when I lived in England. It's pretty funny.
This meat still got marks from where the jockey was whipping it.
You didn't know that Cheltenham Festival was a cooking show, did you?
Now, we've only seen one of Samuel Dew's cards. We know he has the ace of diamonds.
Minimum players in the SU blinds are level 17 with a small blind of 3,000, a big blind of 6,000, and a big blind and your 6,000. 366 likes and always in the main event.
Everyone's so excited. The blinds have gone up.
They have indeed, and of course, we have got the first mini EPT Paris tournament of the day starting in less than 2 hours now. A $3.30 deep stack that starts at 3:15 Central European time. Next event is 6:15. There's another at 8:15 this evening. Satellite tickets added to every prize pool. In the mini main event on Sunday, there'll be an EPT Monte Carlo package added, and that will go to the winner.
People still wearing the mask. Like 99% of the people wearing the mask.
In public spaces also?
Yeah.
I think it's Frankfurt.
Okay, we speak next year. Huh?
And then another
Enough for
shot.
me, masks.
Like if you are not wearing the mask outside, everybody said to you like, oh, you have to wear the mask.
Nobody cared who I was until I put on the mask.
So, new blind
You
level,
cannot laugh because
3K,
so many
6K.
Japanese people is watching this.
Year of Romania. And it's always coming 7. The memes are conjoining.
Paunescu is open to 12K. Raise and take it.
Okay.
So yeah, so we just kicked off level 17, 90 minutes on the clock, and then we'll take our first break of the day.
It is also if you just
For vacation.
yeah. I mean, it's just nice. I think it's.
You are welcome to take your seat. We start in 5 minutes, and we are drawing for the bottom table 32.
I fly to Shanghai in my family.
Oh, what are you doing there?
My boyfriend's
Chinese?
from Chinese. Her family is
How is Shanghai? Have you ever been?
no. Yeah.
Oh, the soda pops.
China, but
Taking a sip from the soda pops.
Interesting nickname.
it's a crazy city.
I don't know why we call them soda pops. Maybe it's kind of like, looks like a soda, maybe.
Maybe they're refreshing. You see me go,
How can I envision it?
Like Asians.
Oh, oh, yeah, no, I know, we see it. Yeah. Oh, that's adorable.
I've only been
Just want to put them in my pocket.
like Hanoi, Vietnam, and Ho Chi Minh, and Manila. Like Hanoi and Ho Chi Minh. It was too much for me. That was
in Korea also.
yeah.
What's all the rumpus out there? Are they restarting the mystery bounty?
Jumping around with my
sounds like it.
friend.
Yeah.
Can we get a look at that mystery bounty area? I feel like we haven't had a good look at it.
And then suddenly he was like shaking like his smartphone. It's like, what are you doing? It's like I ordered my favorite Starbucks coffee.
By shaking.
Hello.
Chicken sashimi
Really?
with the 10 deuce, the Doyle Brunson. Or is
How's
that the,
that work?
yeah, that's the 10 deuce.
It is.
You can make a
I feel like that's falling out of style, like woot woot.
extra caramel.
Nobody talks about the Brunson anymore, and he's still going.
That's funny.
Should bring it back.
It was back in the day where you thought that because a hand won the World Series of Poker main event that it could possibly be a good hand.
Well, everyone knows what the Joe McKeon is.
Do they?
No.
Okay.
That was the joke, but nobody remembers any hand that anyone won with.
I remember,
since.
no, Phil Hellmuth won with pocket nines. Joe Cata won with
I've never
pocket
been to Korea.
nines.
I want
Fair play.
to experience it.
You've always had an affinity for
Have you been to
like
Seoul?
the number 9, though.
9 is my favorite number.
Yeah, mine too.
I do remember those.
Yeah.
Like from the city or from the countryside?
Yeah, so
Ask and ye shall receive, Griffin Bencher. The green tables are getting back to action. The green tables being the mystery bounty. Day 2 of that event about to get underway.
Oh my God, the best shot. You know, when we were talking about putting this camera up, I was like, I don't know. But look at all those bounty boys and girls.
Yeah. After this one.
I'll allow it.
We got full value out of that shot just for Griffin wanting to see the start of day 2 of the mystery bounty.
It does kind of take the mystery out of the bounty for me, but it was nice to see.
Pocket queens for the cooch.
Ashton.
Mosbeck has made it 12,000 with queens. Round to Adrian Mateos on the button. And now Masato Yokosawa in the small blind. He's folded. And Diego's given up the big. Huh.
You know what really hasn't aged well? Some of those punked sketches. Go back and watch some of those.
What's your name again?
I feel like there's more hours in the day for you than there are for normal people.
Masato.
Like, I don't have time to watch good stuff, let alone go back and rewatch bad stuff.
Like Mescal.
Masato.
I'll remember you. Okay.
I mean, you were just talking about how the mummy hasn't aged well. Or do you not want people to know you felt that way?
No, that's okay. It's fine.
Yeah,
It
you
sounds like
you
Masato,
revisited.
so
You
maybe
both
nobody
revisited.
care.
You and James.
Masato.
And then it made me really not want to rewatch The Mummy Returns because I remember that
I know you.
Not being as
Girls
good
like me,
as.
huh?
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, Dominic, you know Masato?
Okay.
Does The Rock show up in that one?
Yes.
That was his
Okay.
first movie role, right?
I think so.
Yeah, he was the Scorpion Kid, right?
Scorpion King, you ding dong.
And he got his own spin-off.
Oh, that's true. They were like co-op something.
Ah, Carmezinas, get it through, baby.
It made me wonder what happened to Steve Summers, though, because I was like a big fan of his in that era.
But thank you.
Didn't he make one of the G.I. Joe movies?
Yeah.
Didn't he make
I actually
The
love-
I was
Rocketeer?
planning to travel all around Japan.
No,
The Rocketeer.
no, that was
Oh, that was Captain America, guy.
that's the ILM guy.
I like Tokyo so much.
Yeah.
But I
Those
loved
different places
that
every-
bad
every-
one he did
It was
on
not
the
so
cruise
bad
ship.
idea,
I
I mean.
really
Like,
liked that
Tokyo is
one.
like kind
Deep
of-
Rising.
Speed 2?
No, I think it was
Well,
called.
you could go
Control.
to maybe Kyoto and
I planned.
Yeah.
I just
Yeah, Deep Rising. I liked a
had so
lot.
much going on. There was this king celebration during my stay.
Apparently, there's a whole series of Scorpion King movies that he's been doing.
Come on.
like you do the
4 of them.
party every night or?
Presumably without The Rock?
Back in the day, I would
Producing them.
party.
Let's see
but
what he's been directing.
Now,
Oh, sorry.
now it's different parties. Now I go to children birthdays.
Yeah, he
best
hasn't done a
cakes are
movie
there,
since
guys.
Odd Thomas in
You don't even
2013.
imagine how good cakes they make for children.
I don't know what Odd Thomas is, but that's a Psy fold if I've ever heard it.
Okay, so Fonseca has opened with King Jack. Adrian Mateos has the dominating hand, Ace Jack.
You know, it's my first feature table. I think I'm gonna wear this sweater. The cherries match the little PokerStars logo.
And now we've got Paunescu coming in from the small blind with King Queen. Mateos just flattered with the Ace Jack. And Samuel Jew getting a good price in the big blind.
Yeah, we're finally going to see something multi-way, huh? All right.
Yeah.
7 offsuit. He calls as well. Yeah, 4 players going to the flop.
Double date.
So domination, situation.
Meanwhile, we get to hear the terms and conditions of the mystery bounty.
Oh my gosh, domination, contemplation.
Year of Romania. Maybe chuck an 8 out there too.
I will say Mateos is too good to get in 250K on this flop. Given the range of what, you know, Paunescu is going to have, and if he does play this as a check raise, it's not going to be a lot of bluffs four-handed. It's going to be a lot of king, queen, some pocket tens. But it looks like it's being played slow here, which is great for Mateos.
Yeah, Mateos' bet of 13K called by Paunescu. Jew's folded.
I know
On Fonseca, who was the original raiser pre.
I know I can see the cards, but I feel like folding bottom, even a jack here is something I'm capable of doing.
Well,
Yeah,
Fonseca has called, and that means we're going 3-way to the turn.
It's just tough when you're still drawing to what you perceive as 4 outs to the nuts, and you're getting such a good price, right? Like we see the king, queen, and the ace jack, and you think, why would you even consider being in there with king jack? Well, because sometimes Mateos has ace 8 of, you know, spades, and Fonseca has ace 5 off or something, you know, and your king and your jack are still alive. So it's important not to be sort of results-oriented of the exact situation. Now, Paunescu with the lead out, I really like this. You don't want to run the risk of both of your opponents checking back, and really all it requires is Mateos checking back. Would not have done it with the ace-jack, and you can see the alarm bells starting to go off for Adrian a little bit.
All right, Griffin. So similar spot, but let's say you think there's a very, very strong chance you're no good here. Do you?
The reason why you have to call, sorry
Yeah.
to cut you off, but I know where you're going with this. The reason you have to call is because your opponent could have ace-10 and 10-jack and decide to be leading as sort of like this protection.
Got it, but you're not calling thinking like maybe I'll hit a full house here.
No.
Okay. That was where my real question was going.
And Mateos does not river a full house, so he has top 2 pair, Paunescu with the nut straight.
Yeah, I think Mateos will quite comfortably and quite quickly call anything under 100K. Yeah, like a bet like that's just going to get snapped, and he's going to take his medicine. Had Paunescu shoved, I think Mateos would have been able to find a fold a decent amount of the time.
It's a bit of a dent into Mateos' stack. It's going to leave him with just over 300K, so he's now around average, 50 big blinds. And Nikolai Paunescu becomes the table chip leader with more than 400K, 68 big blinds.
Yeah, I really like the way Paunescu played that hand. Probably until the river, I would have liked to have seen a little bit of a bigger bet there. But, you know, if you think you're just targeting ace-x single pair hands, you don't want to scare off your opponent and betting close to 100K there. So in that way, I kind of like it. But maybe I'm being results-oriented now.
Well,
knowing that Mateos had ace-jack.
I know that we're not huge on live reads anymore these days also, but I do think there was something about the confidence with the amount didn't really matter. It didn't really seem that well thought out the way he chucked in. Same thing you're saying, right? He didn't take as much time to think of it. You're thinking it from a bet sizing perspective. I'm thinking of it from sort of just a body language perspective where the amount was luckily so small that your live read's never going to get you to fold that anyway. But it just seems so like it didn't matter what the amount was because I have the nuts.
Right.
Adrian with a big suited ace. And Paunescu with the same suit, King Jack.
Street flash.
And Paunescu once again out-flopping Mateos. Pair of jacks for the year of Romania. And a third jack for Paunescu after check on the flop.
Yeah, and quite a cheeky, sneaky, deaky check back with the king jack on the flop. Now, when a bet comes from Paunescu, I think Mateos' alarm bells might go off a little bit. Even if my ace-high is good some of the time here, I think I can just let Paunescu have this one because I don't really know if he's bluffing here.
And in just a couple of hands, Paunescu jumps up to the top of this table's leaderboard. 72 big blinds. That's 436,000. The average is 306,000. Only 2 players at this table have more than that. We're playing around a 50 big blind average. Samuel Jew, pocket fives. Cinco. Makes it 14K. Mosbeck.
You protect.
His turn with King Jack suited.
I would like, I could see. Can you protect?
Yeah, a bit of a tricky one with 35 big blinds. Yeah, and has elected to just go for what I believe is a shove. And I think that's fine, you know. You don't want to 3-bet fold a hand as good as King Jack suited, and it's not good enough to 3-bet call. So if you're going to play it aggressively pre-flop, this is the way to do it, and just play it as a shove. Now, I think June needs to fold these 5s because Mosbeck is going to be doing this exact thing with 6s, 7s, 8s, probably 9s, or maybe not even thinking of inducing here. So all those pairs are crushed against, and then what comprises the rest of Mosbeck's range are all those hands that you're flipping against. Maybe Mosbeck shoves the 4s or the 3s against this button open for 35 big blinds, but that's not even necessarily guaranteed. So when you really break down the range, even though you feel like you're kind of getting taken advantage of here and that you had a legitimate hand on the button, you kind of just have to fold.
And there go the 5s. Mosbeck up to 39 big blinds after picking up that pot.
And I think that hand is a perfect example of why you would choose to shove it instead of 3-bet folding, because those 5s very well might have shoved. And then you're just, you know, burning 45,000 chips.
So you've mentioned that you don't want a 3-bet call. You don't want a 3-bet fold. What if you just 3-bet and then the flop comes queen high? You don't really want that either, do you?
No, and the reason you don't 3-bet is because you don't want to fold, put in a quarter of your stack and then just fold a hand with so much equity, you know. So just flat there or shove, I think, are really your 2 best options. Now, I think your options open up a bit more with just King Jack off. You know, I don't think you're going to be thrilled about just shoving in 35 big blinds with King Jack off.
So you can 3-bet fold
I
King
think you
Jack
can
off.
more comfortably 3-bet fold something like King Jack off.
As long as I've been doing this for, that's still counterintuitive to me. And I think probably to a lot of people out there. Going heads up to this flop, Montone v. Karmazinas, and top pair for Karmazinas, 2 spades for Montone. Sorry, top pair and a gut shot draw.
Yeah, and this money's going to go in here. Karmazinas only starting the hand with about 8 big blinds. Has flopped the world. Is just going to play it as a call, which I think is kind of fun and tricky. May as well keep all of Montone's bluffs in. You know, Montone can have a hand like this and shove the turn and try to get you off a perceived 5 or a 3, you know. But really, you're sitting there with that ace ready to call it off for pot.
Of course, all of the sickos watching are begging for the 4 of spades.
Oh, yeah.
Everyone loves a car crash as Karmazinas moves all in, or rather calls all in after Montone's turn bet.
Just confident, not angry.
Okay.
And he is a 4-1 favorite to double up here, but does have to fade a spade on the river.
Fade a spade.
Medina saying, are they in the money already? Yes, they are. So worst case scenario, Dominicus Karmazinas cashes out for 10,650 euros if there is a spade on the river. But it is a diamond. His hand holds, and he is going to double up.
Yes!
He's fun.
So 157 players remaining in this EPT Paris main event. Oh, scratch that. Down to 154 players now. That means 20 eliminations since the start of the day. We've still got around 70 minutes left on the clock until we get to the first break. Next blind level, we'll see the blinds go to 4,000, 8,000. And the plan for today, to play the same as yesterday, 5.5 levels. So we'll finish around 11:30 Central European time. I guess I should consult the widget to see roughly how many players will be returning, or what the widget predicts the number of players returning for day 4 will be.
The widget knows the digit.
The widget does know the digit. Just give me a second. Activating the widget, firing up the widget. Okay, we'll be at the end of level 21, I believe. So it should be between 64 and 48 is the widget spread. 64 to 48 is what the widget predicts. Normally, we're kind of somewhere in the middle, so I'm going to say 55 is where I'm setting the line. Do you want to take the over or under on 55, Griffin?
I will take the under.
The under on 55.
Yeah.
That is bold. That is brave. Joe,
yeah.
Are you with Griffin or against Griffin?
I like to be against Griffin, just out of principle.
That's good. So I've set the line at 55. Well, I haven't. The widget did. Griffin's taking the under. Joe's taking the over. Stay with us for another 10 hours to find out who was right. As we see Mario Musbek open with 9s and Adrian Mateos defend with 10-7 and outflop Musbek top pair. And I guess from Musbek's perspective here, Griffin, just the one overcard means you're not going to be super cautious, but does decide to check it back.
Yeah, I mean, Mateos is just so tough that, you know, you would hate to give him license to check raise on this flop and then this be your defense. You know, a hand that blocks a lot of the draws, it'll be very difficult to continue with the 2 9s. And the benefit of checking this back for, you know, we can see Mateos has 10-7, but, you know, the times when Mateos has something like Jack-7 off.
Yeah.
Is going to be really radicalized on this turn here, seeing the Musbek check to bet as a bluff with a lot of those hands, like, you know, even Queen-7 of diamonds or something that would have called pre is probably going to attack this turn card. So even though Adrian actually has the 10-7, what this 9s check back does accomplish is keeping those, you know, those bluffs ready to go on the turn here.
So 27K is the bet called by Musbek, and that means we are going to go to the river. And again, all the sickos calling for the 7. It's a queen in your face.
Yeah, and even though there's one over now to the 10, I think Adrian's going to be very comfortable in betting. Queen isn't really hitting Musbek's range here based on this line. I think Musbek can have ace-queen sometimes, calling the turn here. But most of the time, it's hands like ace-8, pocket 9s, pocket 7s, even though you do block that. So I think Adrian wants to play this as a bet. You know, see if you can get anything up to 60K, maybe more in the 45K. I don't really know what kind of sizing Mateos is going to use here, but I think it feels very confident that he has the best hand and is definitely going to be finding a bet.
$89,000 in the middle. One-time bank card played by Mateos so far. Reminder that day 3 has seen the shot clock introduced, 30 seconds per decision, but you can extend
57,000 over under
your thinking time if you play a time bank card. Mateos elected to do that before betting 26K. And a quick call from Mario Musbek and paying off that value bet from Mateos, who's now back up over 350,000, playing around 60 big blinds. Average stack right now is 317K with 152 players remaining from the 1,606 total entries that we saw in this EPT Paris main event.
Do you think Mateos was just like, he has 2 9s, I bet 26K?
Kind of, yeah. I think that he expects the range to be in what we were talking about, and let's just put a bet out there that'll just be like a curious call.
From many years ago,
Doesn't need to be
I played only
polarized.
one tournament, five tournaments maybe.
That was the million?
But 10 years ago, maybe I have, yeah, from 10 years ago, the ring.
Oh,
they
yeah.
give a ring, golden ring.
Yeah. Do you have it?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's cool.
Nice.
Cool to get prizes like this. The value will go up if in an Aussie millions never go back.
Yeah.
I will sell to this guy.
Yeah.
In 10 years when he is
Premium.
rich, I will sell for 1 million.
1 million. It's too greedy.
When Mateos is
He will
rich in
have
10 years?
100 million maybe. For him, it will be nothing.
It will be nice.
He is cleaning everybody. Take a look. Collecting all the chips.
Montone bumping it up under the gun. Ace-6 suited. Pocket 10s for Jew. Makes it 42,000. The re-raise.
You can't call with ace-6 under the gun.
Nope, I guess not.
So, we haven't seen a single elimination from this feature table, right? These are the same 8 players that we started the day with.
Where do you live, Matteo?
Yeah, and I'm starting to get rather attached to them.
So what do you do when you are not playing the tournament? I mean...
Never happened.
Great answer.
Chill with friends, play some sport.
Okay.
Make some repairs on the Casa de Glory.
So, not playing poker match, like...
It is a holy place.
Okay.
Snowman's.
Nom nom.
Parnescu opening to 13,000. Round 2, Mateos on the button, who's got ace-king. And these are 2 of the biggest stacks of the table. They are 1 and 2 in chips right now, Griffin. Are we going to see an unnecessary huge collision?
42?
I don't think so. I think Parnescu, has license at this stack depth, certainly to call and set mine. But I don't think this will be a massive pre-flop clash, just your classic call of the 3-bet, see a flop. But a very interesting hand because a pretty fair fight. Mateos with the aggression and position and the reputation and the success.
Well, Parnescu with the slight mathematical advantage, calling that 3-bet, heads up to the flop.
And Adrian's going to have a pretty good read on Parnescu as he flops Jin here with the ace-king. I think Mateos is going to perceive Parnescu is pretty strong here, calling that 3-bet so quickly. I don't think he expects Parnescu to just quickly call ace-jack or, something like king-queen, which is a hand we saw Parnescu actually fold to a 3-bet when Montoni had those queens.
Bye.
Yeah, I think Parnescu needs to call here simply because Mateos can just have something like ace-5 of diamonds or, ace-queen, ace-jack. You need to protect against the times that he doesn't have the ace-king. And also you can, you have a nice little backdoor straight draw as well.
So when Mateos does have ace-5 suited, and assuming a 5 doesn't hit here, does he ever slow down? Do you ever just get to showdown with 2 8s here? So
yeah, sometimes for sure. Because you don't always just have the pocket eights. Sometimes you have, you know, the king queen suited that's not going to fold, the king jack suited, even ace king off. I don't know if Ponescu is necessarily always just going to get in.
Sure.
The 65, 70 bigs might just flat pre-flop.
Our total prize is 3,100 euro. And the winner of this Mr. Botti will go with 243,656 euro.
Wow, that's a pretty quick
wow,
call.
Very quick call with that turned straight jaw.
257K.
And Mateos is loving this.
The pot's going to be bigger after this call, by the way.
Yeah.
351K now.
At this point, I think Mateos really thinks that is a...
Oh, it's the 9 on the river. It's the straight for Paunescu.
Checks it. Mateos just checks it back. He's so good.
Mateos knew.
Oh, wow. Mateos down to 190K, now playing 30 bigs. Paunescu up over 100 big blinds after rivering that straight.
2 huge straights for Paunescu.
Yeah, just incredibly... I mean, you know, you sometimes wonder watching Adrian, like, how does he even lose? Well, sometimes someone at the table gets 2 massive coolers against you.
Well, let's check on one of our other former EPT champs, Roberto Romanello, in a hand at the outer tables against Alexis Enzo Lucarini. Roberto has raised the river. Lucarini has played a couple of time banks. The board is ace, queen, 9, 8 deuce. And the bet from Roberto is 113,000. Three spades out there as Lucarini makes the call, and that is a flush for Roberto Romanello, 8-7 of spades. Ace-9 the hand for Lucarini, so we had 2 pair. But the pot will get shipped to Roberto Romanello, who'll now have close to 600,000 chips.
Big time blind be blind cooler there. Can you imagine? I mean, it looks like it was just a heads up pot. Top 2 pair against a flush, not fair.
Roberto Romanello bought me a sandwich and a beer last night, so.
He's such a sweetheart.
Very nice fellow.
Teos opening from the cutoff with king 5. Paunescu folds the big blind.
Got a call there. I think maybe just feeling a little bad or something. But to the min raise, 8-7, you got to work that into your call range. Blood in the water.
Dude, if I've beaten Adrian Mateos in 2 separate hands, I'm not going to press my luck.
Blood in the water. You got to press your luck. Once you get all those chips, screw the call. 3-bet there, honestly. Like, it puts him in complete, you know.
You're a complete crazy person.
You think it would have gotten through the king 5 suited?
It's like getting let off from 2 speeding tickets and being like, yeah, I'm going to cruise through this yellow light and roll the dice.
Know your limitations.
I just take out the "your" from that sentence.
And the K and the W.
Yeah, like no limit. Yeah, well, you know, just
yeah,
you say it, it works. But.
It's always the people that have many limitations that.
Fonseca opening with 5s. Ace queen in the big blinds. And just a call. Go to the flop.
Do you have any of your and like this versus that? Because I feel like ace queen and 5s. Or do you only really do it when it's all in? I just want to know the rules. I like when you do it.
Obviously, it's an all-in situation in Dingus.
Okay, but like this is still a fair fight.
It's only a flip if you see all 5 cards.
Okay.
I don't know. He looks like he's famous.
Okay. Interesting.
So you
both say that you are famous, so I'm asking you.
No, like, I mean, I have like 750,000 subscribers on YouTube, and Yuki has like one, I don't know, 1,000 followers on Twitter, right?
So you are close.
Yeah, I can say yes.
So you make money from YouTube?
Not really.
So you do it for fun?
Yes. I mean, not for fun, like, I just want to make poker popular in Japan.
Okay.
Yeah. Because I'm very good poker player, so I just want to, you know, be more famous. So I have to make poker popular in Japan. Does it make sense?
No.
No?
Don't be a douche.
It does.
Yes?
What's the point of being famous?
Well, famous in Japan. It's different.
Oh! What's wrong with these people? By the way, Masato Yokosawa is the reigning poker personality winner at the Global Poker Awards. He was a guest on the Poker in the Years podcast last year and is very passionate about the game and is very passionate about that objective to get everyone in Japan interested in poker.
You want to let them know?
Yes. But you know, poker is not so popular in Japan, so first of all, I have to make poker popular in Japan. Makes sense.
So Fonseca rivering the set, facing a bet of 8,000.
And just such a bet that you're comfortable
I just
raising.
think there are so many
See this,
disadvantages of being
you know,
popular. That's
12% bet, and you just know that
a good quality
you can
life
raise
is
so
somewhere,
comfortably
but not
despite
there.
the 3 diamonds on board.
There are many ways to achieve lots of things in life.
Over under 48,000, Joe.
Under.
Letting everybody know.
Ooh.
Winner, winner. Chicken
that's
sashimi
your goal.
dinner. Oh, you didn't like that one, Joe. He's shaking his head. It was a callback. You know what those are.
Yes.
Tarantula dinner.
He does.
Yeah, that's the better joke, actually. You're right.
Okay, he's going to stick it in his
Played
eye.
with him this summer in this private game in Vegas?
Been raised to 65K. I mean, it'd be a bit of a hero here with just the aces, right? Straighty, flushy board.
It's a bit difficult to untangle, though. You know, why would you check back a flush on the turn when I'm going to have an ace so often? So you're saying you have, what, pocket fives? You have, what, 7-8 suited? And that's why we see the call, because the story, you know, it doesn't make a lot of sense.
And that will see Fonseca win a pot of 179,000. With 148 players now remaining and still half of level 17 to play before the blinds go up and we hit the first break of the day.
What a great feeling. Rivering a set, getting to raise with it, getting to fully pay it off.
Yeah. Fonseca now third in chips at this table. Still below average, by the way, with 270K. That's 45 big blinds. Average stack right now is 325,000. Obviously, Nikolai Paunescu in a very strong position right now with more than 100 bigs. Dominicas Kamazinas remains the shortest stack at the table with just shy of 20 bigs. And action is on Kamazinas, who has jacks.
The Joe and James. This is it, the literal suits.
Oh, you got it finally.
Raises to 12,000. Ace queen for Yokosawa. And with these stacks, Griffin, this is a situation where the chips could go all in pre, and that would be a classic race.
All right.
Yokosawa shoves, and we think that Yokosawa just has Kamazinas covered. So we think Kamazinas will be the at-risk player here.
Thanks.
Like the Marquis de Sade versus Amélie de Poulain.
Oh, good luck.
One of these two things
Whoever
has a
wins.
slight mathematical advantage.
He did it. You see that? Guys, you see that? He did it.
You're coming, right?
Just needed a flip.
It's very close.
Very close.
Very close, yeah.
Yokosawa, if he loses this race, will have a single 5K chip. Not even a big blind.
Wow, I'm covering you.
Just.
Come
Time to
on, give
run
it to
the
him.
board and decide Kamazinas' fate. He needs jacks to hold. There's a queen. And now Kamazinas is drawing to 2 outs. Needs a jack.
I will accept a 10 to get the blood pumping, but then a river brick.
Turn card is the 9 of clubs, pairing the board. Same outs for Kamazinas, just the 2 jacks, the jack of diamonds, the jack of clubs. Any other card, he is KO'd, and Yokosawa gets a double up.
I squeeze it.
The river is a 5. So Dominicus Kamazinas, a finalist from EPT Monte Carlo 2010, is eliminated in 148th place. He'll get 10,650 euros. Masato Yokosawa now playing more than 40 bigs.
Life is but a bowl of cherries, and Kamazinas is the pits.
Oh, sweating.
42 big blinds now for Yokosawa. You love to see it.
No river holding.
No river holding? What's that?
You can get a patent on it.
I want to play that.
Just 4 cards.
So that is the first elimination we've seen from the feature table today.
Yeah.
That means we have a seat open, and that means at some point in the next 45 minutes, I imagine we will see a new player join us on the main stage.
Put me in, coach.
No, a player who's already in the main
Oh,
event is
sorry.
balanced from
It
another
can't be.
table.
I forget
Griffin.
how it
That's
works.
just not,
Jesus.
we should keep statistics on how well the Jack of Spades, Jack of Hearts combo does. That's 1 in the win column for the Joe Stapes, James Hardigan.
How is Jack's winning?
The loss column.
Yes,
The loss
yes.
column, sorry. Loss. What a win in our hearts, really.
Yeah, I'm sure that's how Kamazinas is seeing it right now. So Mateos has opened with King 10. Gio has called on the button with King Queen, and now it's Marius Mosbeck with Ace 6 in the small.
Mosbeck thinking of doing something crazy here, but it's a bit awkward on 26 big blinds. You kind of have to shove or fold. I think fold's got to be the right move. On second now, with the best of it. But tough to play this one as a squeeze, because you're going to have to fold to the 33 big blind stack of Mateos. So we do just see the call, and we're going to go 3 ways to the flop. And remember, Mosbeck folded Ace 6 of hearts. Sometimes I just like remembering that.
Okay.
In case, you know, I mean, look at all these black cards, right?
Ooh. Yeah, I'm going to say that was a good fold. Fonseca with 97% equity, top pair, decent kicker, nut flush draw. checks the action to Mateos, who was the pre-flop aggressor, opened under the gun.
Yeah, good instincts here from Mateos. It's just...
The pre-flop grazer is Griffin at the craft service table.
Gets checked around.
Oh, baby.
The deuce of spades gives second nut flush.
Drawing to the dead.
The nut high flush, James.
All right. All right, come on. A flush is a different hand than a straight flush.
No, commentator pro Thursday. James is just not moving. He's
just consider yourself fortunate that you haven't been slapped.
I did it for you guys. You either die a hero.
In your case, it's only the second option.
$45.
That's 45 and 6.
Interesting way of putting out the 45. I like it.
Disciplined fold from Mateos. And a fold from Jew as well. Fonseca hovering around the 300K mark, still below average. 144 players remaining now, just under half the level left to play. That means there will be a break in just under 45 minutes time. And I tell you what, the last time we'll be able to say this, that Poker in the Ears is the reigning winner of the Best Podcast Award at the Global Poker Awards. There'll be a new winner in early March. We're not going to go back to back. Come on.
I don't know.
But obviously we do offer interviews, competitions and more. And I did reference earlier on that last year we did interview Masato Yokosawa. And during the break, which is now 41 minutes away, you will get to see that interview with Masato Yokosawa.
He drops a very interesting stat that I'm not going to blow on the stream right here. But Griffin, so only play money card rooms are
in Japan,
allowed in Japan. How many play money card rooms do you think there are in Japan?
3,000.
3,000. Okay, we'll have to watch the interview. You know, Japan is a country that's like the size of Maine.
Okay, 10,000.
We'll have to watch the interview to find out the answer.
Blind v blind, Fonseca completing in the small, Mateos with the option in the big. And he decides to raise.
Yeah, sometimes you get, when you get these sort of little to no equity hands, these blind on blind spots, you know, if you think your opponent is going to limp near 100% of range, gonna have a lot of hands that you're prepared to limp fold. We saw Masato earlier limp fold something like the Jack-7. So if you're getting all those kind of hands to fold, but you can see now that Fonseca was trapping and expecting Mateos to isolate and fold enough of the time that, you know, sometimes Mateos is just going to wake up with it there and you lose this 60 big blind pot with just ace-8 off, but also you're picking up a great deal. And it goes to show, too, like, the respect that he must have for how tough Mateos is going to the streets. You don't want to just limp call there with the ace-8 to be safe. You don't get coolered for these 30 big blinds. Like, let's just get it all in now so I don't have to, you know, maneuver and figure out what you have. Scooter7 remarks on Twitch, Japan is 4.7 times larger than Maine. It's nice that they did the research there.
It's really good that people are out there with one thing to do.
Yes.
Which is to Google.
Scooter says, for future reference, Japan is approximately the same size as California. I'm going to suggest, as we're doing this size comparison, that there are probably fewer real money card rooms in California than there are play money card rooms in Japan.
Well, you know the answer already. You heard the answer.
I can't remember. It was a long time ago.
That is a good fact to know. I did not know that Japan was the size of California.
Is California big? I feel like it's pretty big.
California is pretty big, yes.
Yeah. Mo's back with the goods. The pocket nines at the cutoff here. Was probably happy to just get it in against someone off these 25 big blinds. Instead, we got the Yokosawa call from the big blind and completely missing this flop. But I think some of the time Yokosawa might be inclined to peel one off against this really small sizing. You know, backdoor straight draw, you could be up against something like 2 9s that Queen Jack has great equity against. And you saw the percentages there, 76 to 24%. And the bet was 8,000 to like 40. Getting the right price, but you know, your opponent could also just have a king. I have a confession to make.
Yes,
I'll make it to you, Joe. As we take a look at Mosbeck, who's, as you remarked, looks a lot like Ashton Kutcher. There was a period of many, many years where if something happened to me and I was kind of just like, what? This can't be real, blah, blah, blah. I would always say, what am I? Am I on punked? Where's Ashton? Where's Ashton? I would do that joke. It was like a go-to of mine. Where's Ashton, I would say.
I'm glad you dropped it.
Yeah.
I feel like the confession is more embarrassing.
Yeah, I would have kept that to myself.
The original bit.
I just feel
I mean,
like
obviously,
this is like therapy for me coming on here with you guys.
I'm grateful that you feel confident and comfortable sharing that, but did you really think you were going to get a sympathetic ear from either of us? New player coming in, by the way. We do have an empty seat on the main stage following the elimination of Kamazinas. And it is Tuan Mulder, Spirit of the Horse.
Hello.
Oh, he's going to love this conversation.
I was going to say, yeah.
Anyone hungry? The Spirit of the Horse is here.
Yeah.
Not that much. Not that much.
And he's got chips, nearly $500,000. More than 80 big blinds.
Have to put this
Oh.
Mulder and Mateos, side by side. Two absolute beasts, both very accomplished online players.
Tino E. Mulder.
Yokosawa does have a dominating hand, though. Ace-Queen.
Bit of a tricky one playing 40 bigs. Feels like it's too strong to just flat. It's not necessarily one you're thrilled about 3-bet calling off for 40 big blinds.
220? 230?
I know some players might play this spot as a shove, and it just becomes easier to play, and you don't get 4-bet shoved on by hand like 6s or 7s.
think there's also a chance Yokosawa might be playing this as a 3-bet fold, but because of Mulder's holding, I think it's way more likely that the horse spirit just lets this one go. But what do I know? Mulder, a tough out, as we call it in the biz. He's like, all right. And those hands I'll fold, but this is the one hand. It's probably right on the line for Mulder.
Top pair, top kicker for Yokosawa, 95% favorite. Continues for 17,000.
Mulder. Come on. The fold is out there, man.
Oh, God.
Too much?
Seems like he believes, Griffin. He believes in the street flash draw. And when you talk about lots of good turns.
Yeah, that's the one. I don't think Yokosawa is over the moon with the turn being an 8, but the fact it's a diamond, certainly nice. You know, it has now filled up all those 10 jacks that Mulder's going to have, and there's a fair bit of them. I don't think Mulder calls pre-flop with the 10 jack off, but certainly all the suited combos.
No sick river card. Board bricks out for Mulder.
And Mulder is almost certainly now going to be bluffing this river. This has been a great hand for Yokosawa. And Mulder might need to go quite big. You know, you kind of have the bottom of your range here with ace 10, 10 of diamonds, given the action. Also, actually can have the king jacks and king 10s, and maybe because of so many of those.
Time bank checks.
Very disciplined give up here from Tien Mulder. It's a pretty nice give up, honestly.
Yokosawa.
Check.
Oh. Mulder got the free showdown.
So nitty check.
Yeah.
A nitty check, but another 69,000 chips to add to his stack. Masato Yokosawa playing 50 bigs, 304,000.
A little wry smile from Mulder, I think, realizing that was probably pretty close to bluffing that ace 10 and found the check node.
Wow, you are ready to check raise all in.
Funny remark there from Yokosawa, suggesting that maybe the next move Mulder had was to actually check shove the river.
Lars, watching on YouTube, says, how can Mateos and Mulder always make it deep? Because they're really good at poker.
They're really good at poker, and I think, not to take anything away from those guys, but I think we see them on feature tables because they're big superstars we want to watch, and they're not as deep as often as it seems like they are because they're on a feature table.
I do think, to go back to a conversation point from earlier, Mateos's cash rate, his ability to make deep runs, is way above average. He always seems to be in contention at this point on a day 3 or a day 4 where we're looking at like former champions, people who could potentially win a second EPT. He seems to always be on the list. 3 ways of this flop, which is queen, 9, 6. So 8's still good. Mateos with a gut shot.
Yeah, good opportunity here for Adrienne to win this pot with a bet.
Mateos continuing for 15,000, gets a fold from 7s. Wow, conversation on Twitch has taken an ugly turn. Turned my attention to YouTube, but most of the conversation is in Japanese right now. So, C-bet gets through. Next hand. Action folded to Masato Yokosawa in the hijack. Gives up the 9-6 of diamonds. Diego Montoni's folded. That's interesting, right? Because the first 10 hands, we thought this was going to be the Montoni show. And I kind of forgot he was at the table until I just mentioned his name just now.
Yeah, it was Panescu for a while.
Yeah, card distribution's a funny thing, you know? Doesn't matter how good you are. Sometimes if you're just not getting anything to work with,
Grafton versus pocket 6s, and 6 is still good on ace-ace-4 flop.
what time do you reckon it is in Japan right now?
Well, I don't want to get any more Japan facts wrong, but if I remember correctly...
How many hours ahead of Europe is...
I think it is... I think it was 17 ahead from LA. So 8 ahead from here?
Yeah, it's 10:30 at night.
All right, I'm 1 for 2 with my Japan facts.
Now, that sounds like a reasonable hour, you know, stay up a little late, watch some poker, but as the day progresses, it's going to get quite late out in Japan.
But we're probably moving futures actually after this, so they get the last 25 minutes of their men.
Yeah, I think we said earlier on that at this event and during these first couple of days, definitely want to showcase a wide variety of players. And yeah, I think when we get to the break in 24 minutes, we probably will change table, and we'll bring you more details on that towards the tail end of this level. Ricardo asks, was Hartigan the weird yellow dude with the weird sex fetish in Sin City? No, that was the yellow bastard. Hartigan was the cop, played by Bruce Willis, who stopped him, who ripped off his genitalia and then smashed his head in.
Let that be a warning to Yi.
I wonder how Sin City's aged. I haven't seen it in 15 years, it feels like. You watched it in the last few
Probably
years?
fine, I guess. I watched the sequel not that long ago and really loved it.
I never watched the sequel.
I like the sequel.
Yeah, the
wow,
sequel's
I gotta
really
watch
solid.
it. I've never watched it. That's such a weird gap for me. I feel like I would have given that one a shot. Okay, putting it on the list.
That's right, Peasy. Hartigan also had Jessica Alba all hot and bothered.
Maybe that relationship wouldn't have aged as well.
Yeah.
He's dead on Master. Look weird.
Nancy Callahan.
Nancy.
You got the info you wanted and you folded.
Yeah, I don't know. Thought I was really blind.
That's right. Haven't even had the first break of the day, and we've discussed horse meat, cannibalism, poop talk, and the destruction of someone's genitalia. That is an astute,
gamut right there.
objective analysis of the first session of today's play.
What am I, unpunked? What am I, being punked right now?
Ashton, come out.
Where's Ashton Kutcher? Am I being punked?
Ace, ace, king. Advantage Fonseca.
We also learned some things. We learned about the size of Japan relative to other countries and or states.
Did a few time differences.
Yeah.
Mulder just is wants to fight for every single pot.
Discuss the diameter of poker chips.
Like, not even a backdoor straight draw.
I was going to say, it's
Just
bad
the
news.
six high, the one
that
club.
six might play now. Wow, still not giving up.
Yeah, that's a big boy bet.
27,000 into 30,000.
And 90% pot. Trying to represent that checked back ace-3 off type hand. Certainly can be worked into Mulder's range. But Fonseca is not going anywhere with the king.
taking us to the river, which is a deuce.
Oh, Mulder, what are we gonna do with you, buddy? It's got to be real big if he's going to go for it, and that is reaching for a lot of blues.
The blues are the 5K chips. So that's 75 and a bit. Has he gone near enough full pot here?
Looks to be in the neighborhood of 84K, and a quick call.
82K, 6 high, no good.
You see Fonseca's face? He's like, what is that? 6, 4, 4,
4, 5. What?
Is that straight? No, okay.
Is that straight? Is that 4-3?
Is that flush?
And Mulder drops down to 330,000, has 55 bigs. Fonseca, 440K, 73 bigs. Right now, Nikolai Paunescu is the chip leader at this table. He's got just shy of 100 big blinds.
Your mania.
But he's not the overall chip leader. Ooh. So who is the biggest stack in the main event right now with 138 players remaining?
Best in the business.
I can tell you, it's a player who came close to making the final in Prague last year, qualified for this event for 250 euros. Fabrice Bigot has more than $1 million right now and is chip leader with 138 remaining.
The big OT.
Kind of looks like DB Weiss, and he has GOT in his name. That's what I was taking from that. Just letting you know where my brain went.
Yeah. When does he go on break?
17 minutes, I guess.
Come on, you didn't see it? What is it? The
Griffin,
GOT guys.
How many people know what DB Weiss looks like? He's a writer.
First, I had to think, who is that? Then...
The Game of Thrones guys,
yeah,
the two main guys. He looked like one of them, and he had GOT. This is relevant stuff.
I have no idea what those people look like, nor do I care.
Very relevant.
I've met the other guy, and I don't even remember what he looks like. I don't even remember his name. 25th hour guy. What is it?
You know, you guys may not like that joke, but your kids are going to love it.
Okay, no.
There's Mosbeck and Jew
Yeah,
chatting it up.
Jew looks a lot like Vince Gilligan, doesn't he, James?
He does. Showrunner Thursday here. PokerStars. Twitch.tv/PokerStars.
It is Thursday today, right?
I think so, yeah.
I don't know whether you were just saying it was or whether... I have no idea.
Showrunner Thursday. This is why we don't do levels longer than 90 minutes. Things can get off the rails.
Benioff. Thank you, Cameron. David Benioff, the other guy.
Mulder with ace-4 on the button.
Delano asking, did Griffin eat some bad fromage? Yeah, I had a rough Fonseca at breakfast. That's a callback to my cheese bit about his name. 8-6 suited for Mateos here in the small blind.
This should be a fun matchup.
Quite a loose call, playing 30 big blinds.
Yeah.
But not wanting to fold and maybe being afraid of what Mulder is capable of. We've already seen he won't fold 6 high on the flop, so an ace on the button. And 3 ways.
Queen 5-3, so Yokosawa flopping best here. Stompy asks on YouTube, how much does the winner get? 1.17 million. Long way to go. Not going to pay out that first place prize money until Sunday. But yeah, 1,170,000 is the first place prize here in this huge EPT Paris main event.
Man, how do all these hands hit this ball, this board so hard?
Wow.
Street flash.
One outer for the street flash.
And double gutter now for Mulder too, right? Yeah.
That's what I mean. It's pretty wild.
It's a pretty wild turn card. And I think one that Mateos is going to attack with a big sizing, and that is pretty chunky, about 75%.
Current payout, by the way, is 12,250 euros. We're at 137 players right now. This bet from Mateos, 32,000. Yokosawa folds his pair, and that means Mulder now is currently ahead with ace high.
Yeah, and won't be folding this hand here because although Mateos does have a good deal of queens, is also going to have, you know, a lot of heart draws. Not just the 8-6 of hearts, but the Jack-10 of hearts or the King-10 of hearts.
And ace high still good.
Yeah, but that king is going to bring in those King-X of heart hands as well. I think Mulder's going to be very, very hard pressed to find a hero call with ace high here. And Mateos just needs to pull the trigger. And if we've learned anything about Adrian, it's that when you're not sure whether or not he's going to pull the trigger, he does.
Mateos has burnt a time bank card, thinking about what to do here. He is going to bet 80 into 106. And can Mulder find an ace-high hero call?
Surely not. Right?
I don't know. Don't call me Shirley.
I'd be more likely to misclick call here than ace high hero call.
So there are some things to consider here. We've kind of broken down, you know, the kind of range Mateos has, and Mulder is going through all those combinations in his head right now. And it looks like an action has been taken. It is a fold, but you could see it did pain him a little bit because he hates to get bluffed from hands like the 9-10 of hearts. Apparently even the 8-6 of hearts. Nice bluff there from Adrian, and he really needed it. I mean, his run particularly bad on this feature table. Some really, really unlucky coolers against Nikolai Ponescu, so it's nice to see Mateos get a little something back.
Ten minutes left on the level, 10 minutes until the break, and confirmation that we are going to be changing feature table during that break. We are going to check in on a couple of the chip leaders, including Nicholas Aztet. So we've got Tuan Mulder, Tino E. Mulder on the main stage right now. Obviously, we see him crush online, but no one crushes more than Nicholas Aztet, aka Lena 900. Raise here with ace king under the gun +1. Snowman's num num for Adrian Mateos.
Num num.
So among the other players
How much did I raise? 15?
at our new feature table, Johan Gilbert, aka Yo Viral, or Yo Viral, however you want to say it. Alexander Iverson, Alex Colonius. A lot of chips on that table. New FT after the break. But let's see how this hand plays out between Ju and Mateos.
Not 20. You? 25K?
Good flop rates.
You
give him 1 or 3 more. No, 4. Give him 4.
Pretty good flop for 2 8s here. Rare to get all 3 cards be under the board. But the range advantage is still going to be in Ju's favor. And, you know, with that club as well, might get some opportunities to barrel and put a lot of pressure on these 2 8s. But so far, so good for Adrian. He's going to be very comfortable with this texture.
Deuce on the turn. Oh man.
32.
Ju walking right into it. This is just not gonna work.
But it is setting up a sizing of just under pot on the river. You know, Mateos shouldn't really have any 4s in his range. Pocket 5s, probably getting folded a good percentage of the time pre-flop. So Mateos's range is going to be a lot of hands like this, which could certainly find folds on the river, depending on what it is.
That's a double board pair. And you with 128,000 behind, as Griffin mentioned. Less than the size of the pot. Ju does not go for it.
And you'd think, based on the circumstance, oh yeah, I mean, Adrian just checks back here and takes it down. Well, I think the reason why Mateos is thinking about betting is because if I don't think my opponent is going to check aces through 10s here, that means it's more likely, and you can see great little bet here for about 25–30%.
Yeah, the moment that Ju checked that river, he handed Mateos the keys to the Lambo. Now he's facing a bet of 45,000.
Griffin, you know why we're going to call this hand the French dip?
Why?
Because it makes you say, "Aw, Ju." I did that one in the style of Griffin Bender.
I was going to say that was a very Griffin line.
But it wasn't very fun.
The penny drops.
Tell you what needs to be dropped is this ace-king right now. Calling here would leave Ju with just 15 big blinds, but the blind's going up in 5 minutes. Oh, no, you got milked by Mateus.
Chip hero call gone wrong. And a decent pot for Mateos is going to add 123K to his stack. And Samuel Ju will be left with fewer than 15 big blinds now. Ooh.
If it looks like he's trying to get you to call, don't do it.
Attention players in the mystery bounty, we have finalized what the mystery bounty payouts are going to be.
Ooh, cool.
So we have 356 prizes of 1,000.
I love the fact that players at the feature table who aren't even competing in the mystery bounty are interested to know what the prizes are. Paunescu remains the biggest stack at the feature table, but we have a new chip leader in the tournament. It is no longer Fabrice Bigot, There is a monster stack out there, and it belongs to this fella, Ari Lodge, who's now got 1.8 million.
Wow. Wasn't the last chip leader like half of that?
About a milli.
Man on a mission. Ari Lodge.
If you do not have your tournament ticket, you can ask for a reprint in the area there before staff will tell you where to go. Right, wish you the very best of success. All event prizes are on screen.
On screen. Mulder has raised with artisanal sourdough, ace-5 suited, king-queen, and a 3-bet from Diego Montoni, who I guess wants to reclaim momentum as we come towards the end of this session.
Momentum.
But this almost seems a little on the nose, you know? This online horse getting dealt the ace-5 suited and being 3-bet. It's just like, no way this hand is being folded. The question is all of it going in, or is it just going to be a call for Mulder? Those look like calling chips.
And that means we go heads up to the flop, which is ace, king, deuce. It's top pair versus second pair. Continuation bet for 10K.
Yeah, and I think always just calling here, but wanting to balance the timing.
Well, more keys to the Lambo. Checks it on over to Mulder. Mulder seems not at all scared by the
Exactly.
pre-flop 3-bet.
50% on the turn here. And Montoni has to make a pretty big decision here. This is going to be representing almost 30% of his stack. But you feel like you're pretty high up in your range, given the scenario. Just the call. Such a small bet on the flop, and that's why we see the call pretty much drawing dead. 5% to just hit the king.
Right.
So we're going to the river, and this is certain to be the last hand of the session.
The end of the break, you are coming table 10 over there.
6 of clubs on the river does bring in the flush draw. If either of these players had it. I do wonder if Mulder's going to be able to find a bet here, whether it's a, you know, shove for 65% pot or just a check back. I think we can probably expect a check back a lot of the time, and that's exactly what happens, expecting to be chopping some of the time, beating a king that would probably fold to a shove. Nice pot for T and Mulder to go to the break with.
Yeah, and these guys just informed that they will be going back out into the field during this break. New feature table on the other side of the break, headlined by Lena 900, Nicholas Aztet, plus Alex Colonius. Both those guys were among the chip leaders at the start of day 3. 134 players remaining. That means 40 eliminations during the first session of play. Another 90-minute level coming up on the other side of the break. Then the blind's going to 4-8 with an 8K ante. Mateos hovering around average right now. Tuan Mulder an above average stack. Samuel Dew in the danger zone. And more action from the EPT Paris main event on the other side of the break with that new feature table lineup. Lena 900 at the table. Plus, we're going to have the Squid in the booth back in 18.
Now I'm living for big mission of making poker popular and entertaining people.
We are thrilled to have him on Poker in the Ear today. Masato Yokosawa, welcome to the podcast.
Hello, everybody. I'm Masato Yokosawa. I'm really glad to be here.
We're really glad for you to be here. I don't think that James and I both, we did not realize you're a very famous poker blogger.
Thank you very much.
We would like to know, I specifically, because I would like to be a famous poker vlogger. How did you do this?
Actually, I'm not a poker YouTuber, I guess. Like, I make video not only for poker, like my video is kind of like entertaining a video. So it's not only for gambling and poker. So I think majority of my subscriber doesn't know how to play poker, I guess. So yeah, I think, yeah, if you want to be a famous YouTuber, so maybe you have to try, everything.
He's basically saying, Joe, it's time to move on from poker, dude.
Yeah, what he's saying is try being talented.
Yeah, that too.
We don't see a lot of Japanese poker players, not in America and not on the European poker tour.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's probably more in Asia. How is poker portrayed in Japan?
Let me question. You think how many poker rooms in Japan? I mean, it's not illegal poker room. Legal poker room in Japan.
0.
How many? 0. Okay.
I was gonna say one or two.
Okay. We have amusement poker room. It is kind of a play money poker room. So they play not for money. Just like you go to like a pool bar or that bar or something like that. And now you think how many amusement poker room we have in Japan?
Is it a lot or a little?
500.
Okay. How about you, Joe?
50.
Okay. So we have more than 450 poker rooms in Japan.
I was closer. I win.
Nice
yes,
job.
yeah. You won. For sure, yeah. So, yeah. Actually, the poker is not so small in Japan, in my opinion. I think like United States have about 500 poker rooms in States, I guess. I'm not sure, but anyway, 450 is, bigger number than everybody thought, I guess. So like 3 or 4 years ago, they only had like 70 poker rooms in Japan. So now we are making big and, poker industry in Japan. So I think you will see a lot of Japanese poker player in WSOP. I mean, next WSOP, I guess.
That's cool. I always appreciate, we've had Japanese players show up from time to time in Monte Carlo. Occasionally we'll get 1 or 2 Japanese players. Then we had you at EPT Prague. What did you think of EPT Prague?
Yeah, it was exciting. I mean, it was excellent, perfect. Like, I think EPT is best poker streaming tournament in the world, I guess. So yeah, everything was perfect, and I really want to play it again.
What was your life? I mean, you seem like a very young man. What was your life before all of this? Were you a student? Did you have a job somewhere?
I was playing poker in amusement poker room in Tokyo, and I don't know why, but I had a lot of confidence that I would be a professional poker player somehow. And my first poker trip was for WPT Jeju, and somehow I won it. I mean, it was smallest WPT main event, but I still made like $100,000 for the prize, and it also made me a little bit famous in Japanese poker community, I guess.
Of course.
And yeah, so I'm only the WPT winner in Japan right now. And
oh, cool.
I've started to make videos on YouTube 4 years ago, and it was a really big turning point in my life. Like I was living for making money and success, but now I'm living for big mission of making poker popular and entertaining people.
Well, we're heading over to the secondary table where we are on cooler alert.
Oh boy.
Ivanov opened with 5s. Pastor 3-bet with aces. Decision now on Mateos, who's got queens.
That's not going to be good for business.
He 4-bets. And Lasmar, our qualifier, has jacks.
Wow.
He folds. Christopher Frank.
All in.
Shoves with kings.
Oh, come on. Is this a standard deck or just one with all the letters of the alphabet?
I didn't look before.
Seriously? Boy, are you going to be happy and then immediately disappointed.
Ivanov has folded. It's back on Pastor.
Yeah, check this out, Johnny Lawden.
He reshoves. What does Mateos do now?
That. Feels bad, man, but I don't think he can fold.
What a ridiculous hand.
Having aces here and having them hold, that's how you become a grand final champion.
And is that? 500,000.
So sick.
Sicker than Lucille Auster on a Gravitron.
I don't know.
He knows he's losing in at least one spot, but his odds are also pretty sick.
I think I have to call. Yeah.
Mateos calls!
Got aces? No.
I swear I fold jacks. I swear.
Cool story, bro.
Aces versus kings versus queens.
Well, none of the 3 ones, eh?
6 sweat for everyone so deep in the tournament. Even aces aren't totally safe.
Juan Martin Pastor set to triple up. Christopher Frank likely to be eliminated. The flop. 10-4 deuce. The turn card. It's a queen!
I am so sorry. Buenos dias, Adrian.
And now there's a 90% chance we lose 2 players. Mateos goes from worst to first, and it's a double KO! Frank out!
Yes.
Pastor out!
That really sucks.
It's never happened. I swear I fold the jacks.
Not now, Hattie.
Mateos is the new chip leader, and what a horrible beat for the PCA finalist.
Antonius. Calling Gus Hansen raise with 7-6 suited.
Hansen Antonius, welcome to Rail Heaven.
By the way, I'm pretty sure of all the players we've seen so far, Patrick Antonius is the only one who is still making EPT final tables in the modern era.
Yeah. So far.
One of the all-time greats, that is for sure.
So Antonius does flop a pair.
Action
And
checks around.
A rare slowdown from Gus Hansen, but he is multi-way with no connection to the board.
Patrick bets 60,000.
Bergstrom with the double gut shot straight draw. A 4 or an 8 will make him a straight. He calls and Gus Hansen's out. You'd imagine. Yep.
Wait, how do you even see that double gutter there? Now I know why you do this for a living.
Well, double gutter does brick. Bergstrom at the river with just 9 high. Antonius checks his hand. Can't bet if you check. That is the 2005, and I think reasonable decision to bluff here as well. It will be one of the worst hands he gets to the river with. I'm sure in 2005 he's not thinking about not blocking any diamonds and just getting Antonius to fold some ace-high diamonds or something like that, but just because he isn't thinking about it doesn't mean it doesn't work to his advantage. He is betting 84k with the 7-9.
Betting 84,000.
Can he do it? Can he do it? There it is.
And that's why he's the best. Patrick Antonius picks off the bluff.
Anton votes immediately, which means the vote goes to...
Oh, man. What a guy.
Antonius. So King Deuce against Ace Trey. Spades would make things spicy. And there are two of them on the flop.
I like it spicy.
So Patrick with the pre-flop betting lead. Looks to continue when he flops pretty well himself. Makes the flush draw, bet 60,000. And Bublé, most players in 2020 with the nut flush draw, I think most likely to call, but definitely good to play aggressively as well. I think that was one of the first real poker lessons. That's Super System 101 for you. You got a draw, you play it quickly.
Also, you want to put your opponent to a decision for all his chips. I have to say, Patrick's finger has been in his ear a lot.
I call.
He's going to call with the king high flush draw. Bublé way ahead with the ace high flush draw.
Well, we know he wasn't getting information in his ear, that's for sure.
You're a huge underdog. Call it off.
And there is the flush on the turn. So Jan Bublé is going to win that pot, do a little dance, and make love tonight. Blinds 20,000, 40,000.
Blind versus blind. Patrick Antonius in the small. Big boobly.
King 3 against 4-3. And an ace, ace 4, 2 spade flop.
This seems like a 2005 confrontation.
Yeah, I think if Antonius is checking, a lot of the time it's going to be to check raise, and we see Boobly betting his hand for protection. Very similar to the big pot we saw before at the end of season 1, right? Where you have one player with the trips, but the bottom pair tends to play very quickly in 2005. Yeah, check shove.
All in, I call.
Snap call.
Wow, snap calls with a 4 and has marginally more equity. It's 55-45. Patrick can't believe he got called by a weak 4.
Oh boy.
And now
Boobly has a flush draw now as well.
Is a 70% favorite. And it is a heart on the river, the flush for Boobly. Patrick Antonius eliminated in 3rd place.
And he was never heard from again.
117,000 euros. His 3rd place cash out in EPT2 Barcelona.
$20K, $40K of the blinds. King, queen. Looks like a hand that could generate some action. Not sure yet how much.
It's typically however much these guys can move out in one motion.
Yeah, that's the sizing choice. It's on weight.
It's a raise to 110 according to Thomas Kremser. Can't raise to 70,000 if the blinds are well, the blind with 40-80, right?
2040, I think.
Okay, 2040. Well, he definitely can't raise to 70,000.
Yeah.
I'll let him do it. They have the small chips.
It should be like a pick and mix at this point. Just put him on a scale. 3 pounds of blues.
Christy Johansson pairs his deuce.
Oh boy.
Wow.
Excuse me.
Just shoving
I don't imagine a better hand's ever shoving here on this spot.
Sorry, he just shoved 2.2 million into 200,000.
Well, James, you said it yourself. Sometimes you just got to put a man to the test for all of his chips.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's the right look right there.
I mean,
Johansson rightfully baffled.
As baffled as everyone else is by this play. I mean, he's got nearly 80% equity here. If he makes a call, it'll be a huge call. And he does, and it's the right call. So Johansson at risk, but way ahead.
I mean, obviously it wasn't for the full 2 million, but it was still 1.1 million effective into a 200,000 chip pot. It's like a 5x overshove.
And Johansson set for a double up, just has to fade a king or a queen on the river. It's a queen, and it's over. Christy Johansson, the runner-up for 228,000 euros. Jan Boobly, the EPT Season 2 Barcelona champion, taking down this event in September 2005 for 426,000 euros.
Hello, my babies, and welcome back to the European Poker Tour from Paris 2023 in conjunction with Le Club Barrier. Live coverage of day 3 of the main event continues. New feature table coming at you headlined by Nicholas Astet, aka Lena 900. Also, Alexandros Colonius is a name we know and love, and you may not recognize number 5, Johan Gilbert, better known as Yo Viral, a fella who has done quite well over the last couple of years, both on YouTube and the high-stakes cash game streets. Sorry I'm all over the shop, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sitting in a different chair than usual. It's really got me thrown off. Luckily, we've got some professionals with me in the booth. First of all, we've got Nicholas Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you for having me.
And Samuel Grafton.
What's up, guys?
Squid Poker. Reminder of what they're playing for. We won't be seeing these numbers for a couple of days still. Current payout still in the 12,000 range, I believe. But if you make it to 9th, you're guaranteed a 6-figure score. If you make it to 6th, you get nearly $250,000. More than $500,000 for 3rd, 3/4 for 2nd, and $1.1 million for the eventual winner. First ever EPT Paris, and it is a record-breaking 1,606 player field, the biggest ever for a first-time event. Sam, we were just talking about this outside. It just seems so effortless.
Insane numbers each and every stop right now. Of course, we know the strength of the French poker community. We see lots of French players, pros and amateurs alike at each and every stop. So no surprise that we're getting big numbers, but record-breaking, quite the achievement.
Action about to get underway here.
Which one is his? He has this one?
Second full level of the day.
Okay.
No box 2, no box 9, okay?
Yeah, and for online poker fans, the main man,
Il faut les mettre là-dessus, c'est ça?
Les cartes, les mettre là-dessus, ouais.
Lena 900, no bigger name in the online realm.
Normalement, une fois que tu les as mis genre 3 secondes, après tu peux
Not
prendre en main.
quite as recognizable on the live scene.
3-4 secondes.
Ok, merci.
Blinds 4,000, 8,000 with an 8,000 big blind ante.
Ouais, pas de souci.
I recognize Paul Perez with the wild facial hair. That's the table short stack with 16 big blinds.
Single big blind only.
And of course, a mandatory Brazilian. Now, every feature table will have one for the next 3 seasons. It's official regulations come down from the top.
I mean, one, I would take the over on it.
Alex, of course, you'll remember from the PCA final table, locking up a big score there. Also known for his online skills, long-time cash game end boss.
Famous online, right, too. Also, is it the Mexican 222?
Wow, the knowledge you've got these days, Steps, is incredible.
It's an easy one to remember
Sure.
because it's so disparate from the person.
Yes, yes.
It's like when you call a big fat guy tiny.
Il a tout pair, il a 2 paires et lui il a brelan.
Oh, you have
Wow, out to an outer table to catch a glimpse of the main. Oh.
Chip in a Chairsville, the Berenstein chip in a chairs.
Wow. Conor Beresford fans getting a little glimpse of the main man. Gonna face an uphill challenge in this tournament. And speaking of our Brazilian players, Gorky Oliveira.
I know there's a lot of Brazilian players, Sam, but are there ones that you don't know at this point?
Yes, and unfortunately, Gorky, loving this name. I've never come into contact with. but pretty legit open pocket sevens. A little bit awkward off the shorter stack.
Is this pocket sevens a raise, call it off?
Yes, exactly. It's just kind of what's going on. Like, do we? I mean, I think you just call versus the big blind shove and fold to the others. It's not exactly clear.
Well, this here is Kareem Abdel-Moumene, who is called in the small blind with ace-8 off.
Is he counting out a squeeze here?
Is he counting out the Mexican 2-2-2? 64,000. There go the sevens.
Yeah, and so, yeah, exactly. And here you just see the problem of opening the hand, how difficult it is to negotiate. And a little touch of class from Alex. It's so easy on day 3 in a main event just to be passive there, flick it in, opts for the aggressive action, forcing out 2 much stronger holdings. And you just immediately see Alex going to work on this main event field. You or I would have slammed over the deuce, right?
No, I
Gorky.
can't afford to show anything. Although, maybe I'm terrible, but I might have not folded the sevens, given the dynamic that I saw there.
I think a shove. Obviously, again, it's just when we see the cards.
Obviously, yes.
It's so easy for us to say. I think it's. I mean, definitely the big blind is the person that you might want to attack there with the sevens. I think that would have been. I wouldn't have faulted.
When you piece it together, you go, okay, well, this fella made it a great squeeze spot in the small blind, and then a guy is like pretty good at squeezing, squeezes in the big blind. I have 2 sevens, I got 18 big blinds.
And he just immediately released. And a loose open here from Nicholas on the cutoff, and may not work out for him because Alex, having squeezed with the ace deuce off, now with the very legitimate pocket queens. These two very deep against each other.
No big shit, yeah.
Nicholas just with a hand that he can't do anything with. True pro, just into the muck, doesn't need to do any Hollywood. And a good start to the feature table for Alexandros, up to 62 big blinds. And the deeper the stack, just the more it's going to suit Alex's style. As I said, just one of the world's most experienced cash game players. Shame Nicholas didn't have anything to continue with there. Would have been nice to see an
actual matchup there,
a clash between 2 of the bigger names.
J'avais 200 en 25 et je les ai pas utilisés ici. Quelqu'un qui peut contrôler?
I'm not sure what's going on here. It's a little discrepancy of some kind.
Yeah, so I guess Kareem here thinks he had more chips before the move.
Yeah.
Il m'en manquerait 2. Pire que je pensais.
Floor, please, on the main event.
Wants to have the floor. Now, to my knowledge, the chips aren't touched other than by the players, so it's not like...
Well, they're carried across by the tournament staff.
Okay.
Yes, and set up on the feature table. You know, it's
So the players right here believe that there were 2 missing 25 chips.
Who's the gentleman who believes he's missing?
This is Kareem Abdel-Moumene.
And he had 4 25Ks, and then he changed and gave him 4, so now he has 2.
Yeah, and of course it's important for me not to speak over Kareem and how he feels about the situation.
Sure.
It's of course legitimate to make this inquiry. On the other hand, I do know that security here and the moving of chips is taken very, very seriously by the floor staff. And you can sometimes, you know, we've all been there where there's a chip chip race and then you feel like you lost something, or even sometimes you make change for someone and then you're like, did I give a, you know, it's, you know, I've seen this take place where it's, of course, it could be a misunderstanding from Kareem.
My question also is, was Kareem part of this feature table as it moved, or did he just join the feature table himself?
I believe he was set up like on arrival.
Je peux pas mettre mes deux mains coupées. Il n'y a pas moyen de voir la caméra si quelqu'un a touché à quelque chose. Ah, moi, j'étais pas présent quand vous avez déplacé.
Yeah.
Ok, vous me dites.
No.
J'ai des gros doutes quand même.
Now,
j'ai des gros doutes.
tournament errors do happen, but I would say of all the times I've ever seen this happen, it's very rare that it's proven that chips have gone missing.
Yes, of course. It's just something, you know, our team is absolutely dedicated to the security and integrity of, you know, of the EPT, and, you know, particularly careful when they're moving people to a feature table. So I feel confident that it's Kareem misjudging the situation, but of course, you know, I have my own like perspective and biases.
Sure.
So,
and it's good to have you here, Sam,
yeah,
as someone that has had that move happen many times.
Yes, yes.
That you were able to explain that, no, you don't take your own chips to the feature table, actually.
Ouais.
We have Perez here with
Persuadé parce que
aces
les
under the
4
gun.
premiers, ils étaient au-dessus, comme ça. Et après, il est venu me faire le change avec les... Et il n'y a qu'après que je les ai mis en dessous.
Yeah, it's going to be English only at the table, and we're
Okay,
going to
okay.
the hand, and if ever we need to call the floor afterwards, we will.
Yeah, I think he's still convinced that he's
I mean,
missing
there's one thing
chips.
poker players are good at, it's letting things go.
No, I mean, it's obviously discombobulating. If you feel like something's happened to your chips, or that you've, you know, because either you've miscounted and sort of kidded yourself, or some chips have been dropped somewhere, and Alex here, has he, did he, oh, he just folded, Oh, he three-bet.
No, he is not folded. Ace-8 suited.
Yeah, maybe just sort of playing a little bit of momentum. This is definitely a hand you could three-bet or flat. Definitely one you want to VPIP. And Perez with aces particularly versus a small three-bet. Think we want to probably slow play. But being so short, this is an interesting spot. 133K. I mean, Alex has got himself in a bit of a pickle here because he's getting an insane price to call here. He's taken a very medium strength hand and three-bet it. And this is actually potentially a bit of a misstep from Colonius. You normally, when you three-bet, you really know what you're going to do to a four-bet, but you could see he's actually found himself in a situation where he's getting a very, very good price. Could there ever be a king-queen for Perez? Could there be an ace-deuce or a similar hand? Has he just got the price against kings to make this call? Very weird scenario. There's just going to be a lot of ace-king and ace-queen, and for that reason, let's go. And you can see Alex a little bit frustrated. He wishes he could take it back and just flat the button. Yeah.
Perez going to pick that one up.
Incredible look from Perez. Just
Do you think some players do that just so they have to call it off in that spot? Get them, like, subconsciously get themselves into that pickle?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, the sort of aggressive increase. And
The chip in the chair did not work out this time for Connor Beresford. Oh, the Berenstein Beresford. I just got it. Although I don't think that was a real title of theirs, unless the Mandela effect is really strong. I don't think Up was an actual Berenstein Bears offering.
Wasn't
but who
an
knows?
official. It wasn't an
Right.
official episode. No, I don't think so. Is this something that you tend to do, Sam? Do you when you leave the table, do you make a mental note of what you had before you left and that kind of thing, or is it? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I
not necessarily for that reason, but just
Yeah, I
is
think
it just
it's-
good policy?
yeah, you just take a little snap of your photos. I mean, I just, as I say, I believe very much, particularly at the EPT. I feel very, that's, you know, and that's not just me saying as a Stars guy, like these are really the best in the business, and they take this sort of, the security of the player stacks incredibly seriously. Cameras, floor staff, dealers at every table throughout every break, etc., etc.
Right.
And by the way, like, I mean, here, flopping, overcard, and gut shot, but Kareem needs to also kind of put this to the back of his mind.
Right.
Whatever's happened, he's in a good spot with a lot of chips and needs to not let it affect his play. Perez is a bit of a stronger holding than it first seems. This is actually a double gut shot. The jack or 7 giving Perez a straight. Rather have a heart in hand. There's 69K out there with 160K back. The 10, of course, so the jack, they need each other's cards, basically, right? And that's a very interesting card, because that's a complete brick.
Say, when you see yourself with a double gutter here with the 10-8, are you worried that if you hit the jack, that a bigger straight is out there too sometimes?
Yeah, of course, but I think it matters a lot less at this stack depth. Like a straight, when you start the hand with 18 bigs, is always the nuts. When you're 120 big blinds deep, you can't get all your money in good with the second nuts.
Got it.
So it matters a lot less. And Kareem going to far again, would pressurize a 6, a 9, and folding out some draws, perhaps.
Do you think if he bricks and it comes a heart on the river, he might consider continue repping the hearts with the jack of hearts blocker?
Yeah, that's definitely possible. That's definitely possible. And Perez, calling not really an option here. Would want to think about shoving some small percentage of time, just folds. And Kareem picking up a nice pot. Still a little bit disgruntled, understandably.
I don't know what his regular face looks like, so this,
sure.
He may not be disgruntled anymore.
Yeah, if you was trying to say he's French, and
faut pas la mettre là? D'accord, je peux la mettre là?
It's just a certain...
On n'a pas l'habitude de taper.
Nice little smile and a little bit of chat with Johan. It's good to see.
A lot of people in chat wondering if this is someone named Robert Perez here at the table. It is Paul.
It's
Perez.
his less successful younger brother. Yeah. You don't know who Bobby Perez is, right?
I do not. I mean, I can...
A Premiership footballer.
Contextually, I'm picking it up, yeah.
Premiership footballer.
Up until about 45 seconds ago, no, I would not have known that. You were talking to the old football fan yesterday at the table who had been...
Yes, incred.
All over the world watching soccer. Larry White, yeah.
It was also super funny because he was, playing kind of snug on the feature table and what have you, and he got the chip lead on our table on the bubble and just crushed us. He's just bashing up Duthie and me, and he knocked out Naza, and he was just like owning us basically. It was like really funny to see. Yeah, he was. It's not who I expected to be dominating the table, but Larry did a great job. Be interested to see if he's still in.
Do you think Larry was well versed in bubble bossing, or he just had a hot run of cards during the bubble?
Yes, could have been card distribution, but he seemed to like get into the role, grew into the role. Of course, one person we haven't spoken about, you touched on it in the intro, but Johan actually maybe the biggest name in French poker over the last few years. One of the biggest names in world poker, really.
Totally.
Yo viral. Such a strong personal brand and a lot of swagger.
And was involved in a couple of hands recently that I don't think they end up making the finals in the hand of the year for Global Poker Awards, but it got my vote.
Oh, yeah?
The folding, what was it? He folded the kings against aces, right?
Yes.
Yeah, me too.
Or maybe, was it even aces against kings? No, it was kings, yeah, it's just sick.
Little blind v blind action here. We only see the 5 of spades for Lena. Fuller with the ace-6 off. Does come ace high. Might be a straightforward one here.
And pretty straightforward indeed. Went from Mulder to Muller. Samuel Muller picks up that pot against Lena 900.
Speaking of seeing action on the table, Sam, you probably have the most experience of nearly anyone on the team. There's a lot of discussion. A lot of people ask me, you know, if you're on the TV table, you're giving away information, right? You're giving away information. At the sort of frequency of hands that you see or other people might observe of you on a feature table, how much do you really think you're giving away over the course of, you know, a relatively short stretch at the feature table?
Yeah, not too much. I mean, there's a lot of strategy available. Of course, yeah, I mean, I'm sure that the guys in the super high rollers, we like watch a bit of tape of each other and try and identify some tendencies. So you are giving away something. I think in the course of like a main event run, almost nothing. Yeah. You know, like if you're playing, if you suddenly find you're at Lena's table tomorrow, you're not going to review 2 hours of footage, and it's only going to be 5 hands. I mean, over the course of the year, it ends up being quite a lot on me specifically. But if, you know, I wouldn't worry about it. If you're in a main event, you get randomly drawn for one afternoon to the feature table. No one's going to be able to make, you know, too big an adjustment based on a couple of hands, you know.
And would you say, because the game now has such a strong theoretical basis and players are playing sort of closer and closer to what we would consider GTO or whatever that is at the moment, that there's kind of less to give away because there's less really glaring tendencies?
Yes and no. Firstly, yeah, I just don't think like that many people are playing so close to GTO. Certainly not in this field.
Sure.
On the other hand, there is so much strategy advice. If you want to improve at poker, there's more resources available in this stream or in a few YouTube clips. You know, that there's ideas and concepts available of such sophistication that would have made you like a world-class poker player just a few years ago.
Yeah, exactly.
And now it's readily available in a Yo Viral blog or a Pad's Instagram story or a, you know, or a broadcast.
Yeah, I mean, if you were gonna watch, let's say 3 hours, if you had 3 hours to prepare for a final table, would it be better to spend those 3 hours watching final tables of your opponents or 3 hours watching Pads put random spots up there?
I mean, I think if you're, it's the best 3 hours you could do is just be relaxed and be
Okay.
No, I honestly think like execution and just making sure your temperament's right. This would be like the most important thing. So Perez here shoving quite a lot of chips from the hijack. Seems a little pip too loose just for a man of my taste. It's going to work. Of course, two nice blockers.
So Larry White is still in.
Well, yeah,
we're getting word.
Well, yeah, when I buzzed yesterday, he had a big stack, so not surprised. He doesn't seem someone to give away his chips lightly either. So that's nice to see. I'll be rooting for him for sure.
I'm just now realizing that you're sitting here means you're not in the main event anymore. What went on with you?
No, it was fine. I mean, I
cashed.
Yeah, exactly. I was kind of a medium stack on the bubble and had to bide my time, had to play tight. Made the money with 16 big blinds or so, and then just lost King 6 to ace high.
There's
there we
boy,
go,
Larry.
Love to see it. No, it's not so much of an action shot that we're getting here. More of a
just a proof of life.
Still life, yes. Yeah. But it's good to get a little clip of the great man in action. Speaking of great men, here we go.
Okay.
There we go.
Nicholas Astet gonna put on a
9-8
show
off.
for us.
9-4
suited.
Yes, and this is, you know, just an adjustment that, you know, Nicholas can just picture, okay, if people aren't going to call me enough, if people aren't going to 3-bet me enough. Not discouraged by getting 3-bet the last open he made. And it's exciting for us as viewers.
120.
If Nicholas is going to step out a little bit.
Yeah, don't give that guy 135 big blinds, because he will run with it.
And we've got a new player taking the table here, Sachin Joshi.
Out of the UK. Love to see it. Look at this posture as well.
Yeah, his posture reminds me of a young Adam Levy. And the mustache as well. No thank you for the 8-3. And here comes Kareem. Ace-8. Small blind folds. Gilbert, King-6.
When you buy them.
And Johan Yoviral says, yo-ho, I'm in.
You can go for
Flop is Queen, 9-5, 2 spades.
Yeah, and Kareem with the ace of spades, which is a nice card to have. We'll just check back. And not the card Gilbert wanted to see. Of course, a lot of the checking back range is going to contain an ace, as we see.
Yeah, I would like that, but I'm going to win it.
Gilbert, a very considered player, checks over to Kareem. Wow.
7 on the river.
Yeah, I really like Swedish stuff.
And, you know, as it actually happens, Gilbert was drawing dead on the turn. And this is the only line Kareem could have taken to get action. But Johan doesn't fall for it. He just goes check, check. There we go. Kareem maybe intimidated by the fame and presence of France's most famous poker player.
Hard not to be.
Really kind of expected a bet at some point, right, Sam? It was
Yes.
fairly snug on the river, especially given the action.
Yes, absolutely. Feels like he's capped and can only get check raised on the river. And just happy with the money in the middle. But, yeah, definitely slightly unorthodox line.
Gilbert sits around 29 big blinds. Average stack is 388,000.
Yeah, so Nicholas with 2.5x average. Big old stack for this stage in the tournament as we close in on the final 100.
Pocket 4s for Muller.
Yeah, and this is a kind of, some players think will fold this, some will open it. Very kind of cuspy spot. Depends a bit on your stack and on the average stack.
Sort of like 6.
Pocket 10s for Joshi.
That was polite of him. He even converted it into big blinds for him, Sam. Yep, goes for the more passive option here. Joshi decides to just call with the 10s. Obviously facing that UTG open, feeling a little bit like might get wild. That UTG raise obviously going to be considerably tighter than if it was from later positions, so playing it chill.
Ace-3 of diamonds, closing the action for Perez.
Yeah, lovely hand to get to take a flop with off the short stack.
Jack 7 for Rainbow. Set of 4s for Muller. 10s in big, big trouble.
This is why you open them. This is because you're tilted. If you fold that under the gun in the 4 flops, you are fuming.
Oh man, flopping sets. And he goes for the check. Very trappy indeed. Very trappy indeed. Joshi about 66 bigs. Muller about the same, just a little bit shy.
Yeah, and obviously Sachin got a very strong range here with the flat. 10's a hand that wants protection.
Oh dear, oh dear.
And goes for third. And now Samuel got a decision whether to put this into the check call range or go for the check raise now. They are very deep, or not very deep, but they are significantly deep. Might be that you want to bump it up here. On the other hand,
72,000.
yes.
Right.
And this is a kind of nightmare scenario with the pocket tens. Just such a medium strength hand, one that doesn't improve, can't back into anything much. So very hard. You feel like it's a bit weak if you just let it go now. On the other hand, yeah, and just does release. Just does release, and we'll see this footage at some point and realize it's a very, very good fold.
Sam, does Muller ever just have like 8-9 of spades there, and he's just, I mean, it's so hard for him to have a bluff in that spot, right?
Well, I think
Or can you think of some? From
yeah,
that
of course. Like
spot?
the king queen backdoor is like a real nice check raise there,
Okay.
right? Like the queen 10 backdoor is a real nice check raise
okay.
there. So yeah, but I mean, whether people execute that in reality,
that's the
I don't
question.
know.
Yeah.
And also, your range is like jacks, sevens, ace jack, you know. 10, as you said, if you're going to pick a hand to check raise, okay, 10-9 maybe or something like this.
Right,
It's like,
sure.
I think it's definitely reasonable to release there.
What about this comment from Ferry who says, lol, he had safety flop. What a stupid re-raise.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you just, when Sochi's got King Jack with a backdoor flush, you just win more and more money, etc. Also, of course, it's just going to go check on the turn a lot. And then, you know, maybe you don't get money. You also free roll him 2 outs to stack you, basically, you know, with those pocket tens.
So you disagree with how don't play a set at these flops.
I do kind of disagree with that, yeah.
People love playing results.
Yeah, it also just shows the standard at these, once we get deep in the EPT. Not that I know either of those players, don't recognize them or whatever, but people, you know, used to get so caught up. Now just puts in quarter pot and gets away from his hand. Really hard to, like, value town people.
It's a lot to ask to have a no-brainer sort of hand and then your opponent to have a no-brainer sort of hand that doesn't beat yours.
Sure, exactly, of course.
Colonius takes this one down with a bet on the flop. Angelo says, poker can no be taught.
John Delano says, checks calendar. Nope, not Saturday.
True. Chat Pro Saturday, just a few days away. Hang in there, Chat Pros. Hang in there. Why don't you let the real pro handle it for now? The pros, plural, I should say. Not me.
Let's go, Kareem.
Hey, Kareem, with an homage to one of the pros in the booth. 10-9 suited to Grafton.
Beautiful. And clubs as well. Wish I was out there playing cards myself. And look at Alex just noticing some frequency of opens. Notice that perhaps this is not the strongest player with the way, or, you know, isn't playing the kind of poker Alex thinks is good with the way he played that ace-8. And going for a very out-of-line 3-bet here with the king 3 of diamonds.
This is outrageous, Sam. I love to see this.
I mean, this is why I like raising the Grafton, because you don't get that attached to it pre-flop. Now I know that
Unless you're Sam Grafton.
There's some cases for getting a good price, and
we will see. I mean, you would imagine that some of the bluffs just dominate you too much, and that's the reason to fold. But you know, we shall see. Kareem with a very beautiful hand. No, let's it go. And nice pickup from Alex. Not many people would take that spot. And goes after his man with a hand that you would, really only ever sort of 3-bet the button in general. And gets it won.
All right, well, since we've got a couple of UK boys in the booth, let's take a look at the UK pros in the field.
Let's go, Harry.
Harry Lodge still chip leading with around 1.9 million in chips. Absolute behemoth Benny Glauser still alive in this event, has won tons and tons of tournaments over the last couple of years, live and online.
Looking serious. Oh, Robbie Romanello as well.
Roberto Romanello, former EPT champion. Bought me a sandwich and a beer last night at a convenience store. It made me feel like a homeless guy. Thank you. And of course, Ben Heath, the high roller reg. Still alive and kicking. Got to have dinner with Mrs. Ben Heath and one of our good friends on Monday night. Tuesday night, that is.
What a social butterfly you are, Joe Stapleton.
Well, Sam,
he's had dinner with 5% of the remaining field.
Well, Ben wasn't there.
If you cash for over 100K and would like to take Joe Stapleton for dinner.
You're as much to blame for that relationship as I am. Sure. Sam Grafton and I are what brought the two of those folks together. But we got a big hand developing here. No time to tell tales of matchmaking. Action kicked off here from Abdul Memene with pocket jacks. Colonius 3-betting with 10s. Astet with king, queen offsuit.
No, ace king.
Excuse me, ace king.
Yeah. And goes for the small 4-bet sizing. And jacks do shrivel with this action. And just a quick release, very nice from Kareem. Obviously, we can see that in this exact situation, he had a big chunk of the equity. But this 4-bet should be taken very seriously. And Alex with a hand that he's not going to... It's just a little bit of an odd hand to have here. Probably feels with 10s that he might want to take a flop. Is getting a very good price, but up against someone that will have weaker holdings mixed in here. Or, some inverted commas bluffs. Not that anything's exact bluff in this spot. Even the weaker hands are still strong.
Could this be the notorious ace-5 suited sourdough
and
4-bet situation?
This is like 300K in the middle, going to a flop with two very strong players and two very strong holdings.
How much are you breathing a sigh of relief when it comes 8 high here? Are you still worried about the jacks and the queens?
Yeah, not much has changed.
Not a lot, okay.
Not much has changed. It's Nicholas. I guess they both have aces. They both have kings and queens. Maybe something different happens with kings sometimes when you're Alex. And Nicholas going to start off with a very small flop bet, around 15%. Of course, no one really with a 6, no one with an 8, no one really with 9, 10 suited. So if you have aces, you can just bet very, very small and allow them to improve. If you have ace-king, you just see a turn for cheap. And Alex now with the decision. Yeah.
Makes it 150. I was going to ask, do you ever raise?
Yeah. I wonder if, and so this is quite sick now. We can just, is he just inducing to call off? Like, this is quite sick, by the way.
Yes, then the question becomes, when you get shoved on, are you just committed at this point with one raise to 150, 230 left behind?
Yeah, and all options are open here. I would imagine that Nicholas isn't ever going to fold. He could shove. He could fold. He could call. This is just, let's just observe here, because this is a great, great online poker player making a tricky decision. Of course, we can see he does just have 25% equity. And he's working through everything he knows about Alex. Everything he knows. I mean, even when you play a lot of online hands, this is a very unusual spot. UTG1 3-bet, small blind cold 4-bet, incredibly strong holdings. Is this just kings always, right? And you want to make a great fold, or is this Alex goofing around a little bit, stepping out of line, and a shove just gets it one now?
Tens would be considered goofing around.
Tens is just a weird hand to have. I think it's
in between.
Yeah, it's not 3-bet in that spot every time, right? It's not raised on the flop every time. You know, I don't think Alex would be sort of randomizing his 3-bet versus a recreational player, but maybe on the flop he's doing it. And I genuinely think Nicholas is unsure what to do here. I would be unsure myself. Wow.
Estet lets it go. And Colonius is going to pick up a nice, juicy pot.
Yes, and very strong poker from Alex.
That was big blind lesson.
Very strong poker. And let's give Alex some credit here, because somehow tens against jacks and ace king has come out the victor. That very small flop raise, forcing, you know, poker is in lots of ways a battle for equity, and they're knocking your opponent off 25. They're entitled to 25% of that 450K, and by making the small raise, you blow them off it. Really, really nice play from Colonius. Really, really strong poker, and getting the best of Lena 900 in their first big clash.
Colonius up to 89 big blinds, second only to Estet with 111.
Yeah, almost a double up, I guess, across the course of these first 20 hands or whatever it's been.
All right, NCSU Rig says, why throw out 40K into 300K? It's not a blocker, just a bad bet, I feel. Not a chat pro. I'm curious, announcers.
You want me to respond?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, Nicholas's range is just ace, king, aces, kings, and queens, right? None of those hands need to bet very big or want to bet very big. If you want to be all in on the river, you could do it very easily by betting 15%, 30%, 50%. Big bets are to ensure that you can get like protection and get all in by the river with your value hands. And a lot of his range doesn't need protection there, and he can always be all in. So that's why you just start with a small bet.
How do you feel about when people call ace-king a drawing hand?
No, I mean, again, it's just always got really, really strong equity. I mean, a lot of the time it's the best hand post-flop as well. Yeah, I mean, it's just a very powerful draw.
Would you put a particular player into a box who you heard saying something like that? If you were at a table and you heard them say ace-king is a drawing hand, would you start to make assumptions about...
Sure, about their strength as a poker player?
Yes.
Yeah, for sure. And this is interesting to see. So
another drawing hand here.
Yeah, these two have tussled a lot already. See, Karim's already made that big, big fold.
And Colonius, no surprise, not folding the big blind. Don't even need to know what the cards are. King 4 suited, sure.
Look at that stare.
And Colonius has missed.
Yeah, and I don't know whether this is sometimes a tendency you might have against strong players to just always be checking everything strong. Of course, we can see that it is the only way he's going to get any money from Colonius. Colonius actually finding one of the few cards where he turns them out against Abdul. Against Karim. Yeah, and this is pretty close with a gut. I mean, I wonder if Alex ever raises. You just definitely got to be suspicious when someone raises pre-flop and then checks an ace-high board. It's not very natural. And Alex deciding whether he needs to continue with this gut shot. Could he have a gut shot and an overcard to queens? And we'll just
This time
let
says
it go.
no.
Yeah, understandable.
Colonius seemingly doing a pretty good job adjusting to the various opponents he's playing against.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Maybe a small misstep with that ace-8, but other than that, playing exceptionally well. Really, really nice to see the man at work. And this is, you know, this is what EPT poker is like. You get, you know, you start off playing this pretty soft tournament, tables, like a lot of fun. And then when you're deep, it's serious poker and finding yourself on the feature table under the lights with, you know, someone that's crushed high stakes cash for a decade on your left. It's not easy spot for Kareem to find himself in.
Has Colonius been putting in a lot of work to adjust from cash to tournaments, or is he just naturally?
Yeah, I mean, for sure, if you can beat high stakes cash, you could be very profitable in a EPT. That's a certainty. How much he studies and how much he specializes right now in tournaments, I don't know. I think it's just, oh, you're giving out $1 million or €1 million to play cards. Okay, I'll come and do that. You know,
Cool.
sounds good to me.
Yeah, I'll show up. I'll show up for a few days.
Look at this. He's just feeling it. He's just thinking, maybe I'm just going to win every hand at this table.
So Cheen opening, King 7 suited.
Wow.
Colonius
taking every spot.
Do they still do the aggression rating thing? I mean, his has got to be through the roof right now, right?
Yeah, and yeah, really strong poker.
How many 3-bets is this in like 8 hands? 3 3-bets in 9 or 10 hands?
Yeah.
This time with the off-brand sourdough.
And Joshi in a bit of a pickle. Pretty cuspy hands. I think we want to. He's using a time back, and he might be thinking again. All options in play: fold, 4-bet, and call. Really interesting.
If you were going to 4-bet here, Sam, would it just be like a 2.5 situation, just really small?
Yeah, you know, Colonialist. If Colonialist has hands like this, they just fold to any sizing, and your 4-bets are kind of aces and kings. And
it's like 150K, that kind of thing.
Let's go. Look at this.
Yeah, love to see it. Love to see it. Oh, we got it.
Wow. Wow.
It's almost as if he's been watching the stream.
Look at this Colonius. Having a little tank.
This is wild.
Look at his face. Oh, come on, let's see it one time. Let's see the 5-bet jam with the ace-5 off one time. Do it for the stream, Colonius.
So we have OOL and OOOL.
Yeah.
Are we going to see OOOL?
Colonius knows his image here. He knows something might be up. I don't know whether you can do it with an offsuit hand. Using a time bank.
Come on, chat. Let's see the 5-bet for the stream.
Wow.
How OOOL are we going to get?
This is old school poker. This is a dynamic at work. Off a very small distribution, Yoshi seems to have picked up that Alex is got his foot on the gas. And Alex is aware of how he's being perceived and considering making a big adjustment to counter that. It's very hard to pull the trigger here. No, can't do it.
Cannot do it. And a rail is starting to develop for Sachin Joshi, standing up to Alexandros Colonius.
What an exciting dynamic we have at work at this final. At this feature table.
Apologies.
If you want to play alongside these fellas here at regular-sized EPT Paris. There's the mini EPT Paris. Low buy-ins all week, 15 tournaments in total. Today's events, starting just a few minutes ago, the 3:15 event was the $3.30 deep stack. At 6:15 today, there's a $25 unlimited re-entry. That's one of the biggest ones for the entire EPT Paris. And at 8:15 tonight, there is a $5.50 PKO Hyper Turbo. Those are today's events. Still plenty of time to get involved with the latter two.
Exciting stuff.
Yeah, really, really cool to see the adjustments being made. It's always fun when you're in here like, this guy's 3-betting every hand, and then we see the adjustment live in the same hand, Sam. Love to see it.
Yeah, amazing. Really nice play.
Yeah, I mean, the 4-bet size as well, just so minuscule. It just goes to show you how beautiful a play it was. So perfectly sized and rewarded. And Colonius with the ace-king suited the very next hand. He's straight back in there. He's straight back in the 3-betting seat. Joshy, again, the same encounter once more. Ace-5 off being opened here from the hijack, of course. Colonius with a 3-betting hand. Here we go again. Does Joshy find the 4-bet this time, Sam?
Yeah, and Gorky, a mere spectator, must wonder what on earth is going on here. Johan as well. Just look at this, Johan even with a little wry smile at all the action taking place.
Like you ski there, right? Yeah. Yeah, then
Yeah.
Not this time.
She just lets it go.
all right.
Hello, Samuel. Hello, Nicholas.
Hello. Welcome back. James Hardigan to the booth.
So yeah, roughly halfway through level 18 of the EPT Paris main event. 40 minutes on the clock at the 4-8 blind level, and 119 players remaining from that ridiculously massive starting field of 1,606.
And, you know, again, we always draw attention to it, but it's so deluxe to have the 90-minute levels. So smooth, so much play, even with this, you know, we've got Gorky and Paul Perez on 11 and 14 big blinds, but so much time to sort of wait for the spot, make, you know, have some defense, see some flops. Really unbelievable structure. That makes for a lot of play. Rightly so when they're playing for such big money.
Yeah, enjoy it while you can, Sam. When we get to the final day, might have to speed it up a bit because, you know, we've got to be out of here by the end of Sunday. So how egregious has the tanking of Yoveral been?
Oh, no, not at all. He's been,
Good.
Been absolutely fine.
Good. He does have a bit of a rep for, shall we say, taking his time.
Yeah, but there's shot clock here.
The shot clock, yeah,
So.
probably helps.
So responding to the under-the-gun +1 raise from Lean at 900. Johan Gilbert calls in the small blind with 5s, and looks like these guys are going to go heads up to the flop, which is King, King, Jack. 5's still good, but we do have a post-flop flip.
What do you reckon, Sam? Tiniest C-bet of all time?
Yeah.
10K? There you go. That's how you do it, boys.
Yeah, and you can see 5s, even versus the small sizing, not excited to continue. So little visibility down the streets, and any hand, because of the counterfeit, etc., going to have a lot of equity. Does continue though.
Well, there's the queen on the turn, meaning that Nicholas Ashstedt is now a 95% favorite.
Yeah, Nicholas needs to decide whether to go for a bit of value now against Queen 10, Jack 10, etc. Will continue to bet So not necessarily wanting to free roll a hand like fives for a further street. Just in case the very small amount of time disaster strikes and a pocket pair gets there versus him.
So Hajtek continuing to be one of the biggest stacks in the tournament, is the biggest stack at this feature table, 117 big blinds, close to 1 million chips. It is Gorky Oliveira who is the short stack at the table with just 11 big blinds.
Hasn't really had a chance, has he, though, Sam? So much action coming from the other players, in particular, of course, Colonius with his 3-betting aggression every time. Gorky not really having a shot to even get his short stack in just yet.
Yeah, and Nicholas, you know, among his many talents, just one of the best at changing his strategy according to, you know, where he's seated at the table, how other people approaching things, can move up and down through the gears. Just, you know, and it goes without, it's almost redundant to say, but one of the greatest of all time.
Yeah. Well, it is Sachin Joshi who's opened here, raising to 18,000 with 9-8 of spades. Samuel Muller, Jack 5 of clubs. Tantung asking on YouTube, Neymar attended? I think I'm right in saying that Neymar played one of the FPS events, right, at the start of the festival?
Yeah, at the very least.
He played the Mystery Bounty, 10K Mystery Bounty at the beginning with some of his mates. And I imagine there was some chance he would have played, but he obviously got a quite severe injury in the game against Lille. So we're wishing him, of course, a speedy recovery. Yeah, very unfortunate in that amazing, amazing win they had.
That 10K event was at the start, right? Was the first few days?
He played literally, I guess, the first event.
Right.
Yeah, Joshi just putting in a pretty reasonable c-bet. Ace, King, Deuce, obviously a beautiful board to have it continue versus the big blind defend.
Yeah, I saw the great man in action, actually. He went to the PSG game, Champions League game against Bayern Munich. Big second leg incoming for them.
I'm Soul in the chat says, what are the blind levels in our antes in play 2? The current blinds are 4K, 8K with an 8K big blind ante. As we enter into hand number 71 of day 3 EPT Paris.
With 35 minutes on the clock at this blind level, and then obviously they will increase on the other side of a 20-minute break.
Yeah, and it'd be nice if Nicholas has something to defend here. See another matchup between these two heavyweights. Colonius with a jack of diamonds and an unknown card.
Little mini sweat with here as we see Ashtek call in the big blind with 5-3 of hearts. I think we can say with some degree of certainty that Alex Colonius has the best hand.
Who set up this sweat with? It's not working out, is it, guys? I jest. Trip jacks for Colonius now.
Maybe even quad jacks.
Yeah.
There's for sure some chance.
I mean, I would like to look at the positive here, which is that Ashtek does have a backdoor flush draw, but does not elect to continue in the hand.
Our Sweatwith got stamped on pretty quickly there. Not much excitement about
You
the
are
kick line.
highlighting something really important there, Sam. A lot of people say, can we do sweat with hands like you do on TV? You have to understand that sweat with hands, when they're done in post-production, work because you pick a hand that works in that format. Live, it's very hard to know if it's going to work or not. Hey, let's sweat with, oh, he's folded. Let's sweat with this guy. Oh, it's a raise and take it.
We should just randomize. All right, guys, this is going to be a sweat with hand. Could be rubbish. Oh, it is. Okay, cool.
Yeah,
Next one.
exactly.
Yeah. We just flip for it every time.
The great thing about TV is it's done with the benefit of hindsight.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, someone, don't know whether it's the deck or maybe Alex is just not putting his, seems like maybe he's just not putting his cards on the box quite often enough, but his VPIP has, it's, you know, it's a bit of jargon for you, but the amount of hands Colonius is playing at this feature table, you know, it's partly because he's been dealt some legitimate holdings, but been exceedingly high. Pira has been a bit unfortunate. He's got a lot of these, some suited wheel aces, which would just be a bit better if he had more. King Jack off again, not quite good enough versus the early position open to flat or stick it in.
Yeah, not the strongest hands, but definitely the strongest look at this feature table.
Yeah, we're loving it. We're absolutely loving it.
Another hand for Colonius, hovering around the 90 big blind mark.
Do you know if we get more of these at some point today? Or?
Not today, tomorrow.
Dealer, do you know if we get more of these today?
6 at the start of each day, and any you don't use, you get to put in the bag with your chips overnight.
Zooming in on the severe, I mean, it's just look at this demeanor and mentality. It's all business for Alexandros.
I am concerned that we need to get Kareem some caffeine.
Do you feel cold?
I mean, we're not even halfway through the day, and the guy's yawning every 30 seconds.
I like it, yeah.
I know that poker is exhausting, but it's a long way to go. This is day 3 of 6.
I need a new seat.
Oliviera asking for a table change.
Very good.
Wow, and Perez again. Wow, this is a little on the looser side. Again, a nice blocker with the king. We'll get through Nicholas. And also through Yoshi. Nice pickup there for, oh, sorry, of course, still Kareem to act, but nice pickup there for Mr. Perez.
See, I think give it another 5 years. That's going to be you.
If only I could produce a mustache like this, or look at the sweep of the hair.
Lustrous, absolutely lustrous.
Looking great, the geezer. Little pout.
Apologies if Joe already asked you this, but what is left for you to play? What's next on your kind of agenda?
Tomorrow is the 10K, right?
10K high roller,
yeah,
right?
Big 10K tomorrow. It's obviously, you know, an event that bookends every EPT, and it's just a great tournament. You know, second really only to the main, in my mind. In terms of prestige and structure, really nice one.
So you would put the high roller second to the main, not the super high roller?
No, you got me there. Obviously, I'd like to win the 50K or 100K super high roller, but it's certainly got a lot of heritage and prestige.
Well, heading to the outer tables, one of our former champs, Manig Lerza, in action against Jonathan Pastori.
Come on, Manig.
And that is a bet of 100K from Jonathan. We are on the turn here. The board is the Jack of Diamonds, 3 of clubs, 4 of diamonds, 10 of clubs. So 2 flush draws out there, a couple of straight draws out there. Red triangle time, Manig Lerza announcing all in, and I think he's got his opponent covered. This is going to be all in to call. Does call. Lerza shows king, queen of diamonds, open-ended straight draw, and a flush draw. 3 of diamonds on the river, ace is cracked, and Jonathan will be KO'd as Manig Lerza will chip up. He's going to have more than $1 million.
Yeah, huge confrontation. Looks like big blind 3-bet versus button open. Manig with the big draw gets there on the river. A fist pump for his opponent and a very, very formidable poker player in the form of Manig Losa with a big stack.
1.1 million I'm hearing he now has. And we are down to 114 players.
Such a beast, always crushing in these tournaments. Actually lived in Brighton for a short spell.
Yes,
yeah.
Yes, indeed.
The old hometown.
So back to the feature table. Muller was the pre-flop aggressor, open to 18K with ace-5. Colonius defended his big blind with queen-deuce. Colonius has checked the flop, and we've seen a 25K continuation bet from Muller, who still has the best hand, and a fold from Colonius. Starkey Cat on YouTube asks, how many make the money? We are in the money. 239 got paid, including Sam Grafton.
Yes, indeed.
And now we're down to 114. Obviously, we've seen numerous jumps in the prize money. The current payout is around 14K. Next pay jump when we are down to 95 players, when everyone will have locked up 16K. And up top, 1.17 million. And interestingly, and it's something I didn't know before I arrived, no deals allowed under French gaming law.
Wow.
Wow.
That's interesting.
That's a dope law.
Not the best, but convenient.
So, as we discovered yesterday, the exact same people who complain about how deals ruin poker are now complaining about the fact that no one should have the right to veto a deal.
And Kareem, who was forced off his jacks a few orbits ago, now with the pre-flop nuts, pocket aces. And Colonius with sevens in small blind. Everyone folds.
Yep, Kareem is going to pick up that pot.
Good call.
Playing an above average stack. He's got 80 big blinds. Average right now, by the way, is around 426K.
Yeah, nice to see a smile from Kareem acknowledging the good cards he was just dealt.
Now, even though I may personally feel that deals should be allowed, I don't think you can say that that single rule should stop an event taking place in France. We shouldn't come here. There shouldn't be an EPT Paris. Look at the turnout. And I know it has caused a few logistical problems, but massive turnout in every FPS event. Massive turnout, as we keep highlighting. This is the biggest EPT main event played outside of Barcelona. And to say that none of the good players came here because of that is just, I'm going to use the word, crap.
Yeah, nonsense. We need to support our French brothers and sisters and their love of poker.
And Yoshi picking the ace-5 suited to 3-bet on the hijack. And ace-jack off. Strong pre-flop holding, love to open it, but not so much fun when you face a 3-bet stack depth. And just a quick release for Muller, not getting overly attached to his holding.
We were looking at the pie chart yesterday, Sam, and 30% of the entries in the EPT main are French players. But what I was impressed by was the just looking at the super high roller field, for example, where it was like 68 entries, I'm looking down the list of players, it's like, wow, everyone came to this.
Yeah, it was unbelievable field. Nearly $1 million up top as well in that 960 or something. I mean, to be having multiple $1 million first prizes and multi-million-dollar prize pools here in France.
Yeah.
Huge success.
And again, it's something we've seen in the past. You take the tour to a new place, especially somewhere like Paris, and people are going to want to travel for that.
Yeah, absolutely. So many people excited to come here.
The legend that is Lena 900
And
opening
he's
here
in.
with King 10, and that is an all-in from the short stack. Gorky Oliveira shoving for his last 71,000.
80?
89.
Yeah, and Nicholas assessing the price here. See, there's a lot of money out there with the big blind ante.
Makes the call and is not that far behind with King 10.
My first ace. Even this day.
Oliveira been a bit frustrated at the lack of cards he's been dealt.
Good luck.
Fine. Finds the best hand. And, you know, as much as I like Nicholas personally, I think we got a route here for Gorky.
Wow. Okay, so the straight draw has been flopped by Ashtet. 9s, 10s, kings and aces all working for him. 11 cards that Oliveira has to fade to survive.
Feel it?
He has the ace of spades. That's a little bit of insurance.
Spades is good.
Spades is good. Jack on the river, ace high holds. Oliveira doubles up.
Nice hand for Gorky.
With the slow motion.
Yeah.
The maximum sweat.
Yeah, and on that run out, not many hands you can actually beat by the river. No pocket pair, no queen jack or king jack or jack 10. Very fortunate to hold with just ace high for the full double up.
Now I'm a giant again. Giant.
I'm really loving
Can
this.
wait more about 1 hour and a half.
There you go.
Fold, fold.
I am giant.
Now I am giant.
That's nice.
Let's go.
One of the nice things about tournament poker is this sort of like, you know, cash games, everything.
Where are you
know,
from?
Sweden.
Sweden.
You?
Beautiful country. I'm from Brazil.
Brazil?
Yes.
All right, nice.
It's the sort of camaraderie that develops. You know, you get these moments where you get to sweat it together.
Yeah.
Like a big
Brazil?
swing and
Rio
run.
de Janeiro.
Carioca.
Carioca, yes. Do you know my city?
Yes.
Beautiful, beautiful city.
Beautiful city.
Well, how can we not stay with this table for another level?
LAPT
in radio.
Rio
No.
coming up
You'll
just
get a
in a
voice.
few weeks.
No.
Well, like a
Think
few
the weather
days. It's
heat
next
might
week, right?
dry, maybe. Change a little.
It works for you.
No.
Wow, tight. Fold on the button from Guibert.
Perez with the
Where are you
spraggy.
from? Where are you from?
I was born in New York.
Yes.
I live in London now. I'm half Indian as well, so a bit from everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think this is sort of maybe
You
even
been?
a
London, New York.
little
Yes,
bit of
I've
a
been
adjustment
both.
from Mola. I think that is a
London?
No, poker? No.
No, but to
No,
visit.
visit.
Yeah.
This year I visit New York 2 times and London before the pandemic.
Yeah.
But I will go to London next month.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Holiday?
No, actually London Book Fair. The London Book Fair is April, actually.
Oh, okay. I didn't know about that.
Yeah. In Olympia Conference Center.
Ah, in the Olympia?
Yeah,
I live very, very close to there. Yeah, I know where it is.
Nice neighborhood.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, so that Rio event you just mentioned, Sam, is the only LAPT that's been confirmed so far. But obviously, with the Latin American Poker Tour back, there'll be further events, further dates announced shortly at PokerStarsLive.com.
Yeah, another event you don't need to hype. Playing poker in Rio.
Diamond.
Absolute dream.
Oh, yeah, I forgot you were Brazilian for a few months.
Yeah.
WK Boyd in the chat asking what is the average stack?
If
446,000,
you have
senor.
poker jacks now, what to do?
What to do?
Fold.
And real change in mood for Gorky. A little bit giddy off that double up. Love to see it.
Colonius back in the mix, Sam. Ace-9 off, coming in for an open. UTG +2.
Yeah, Colonia's not indulging in any chit-chat. Hard at work.
Miguel, this is not the final table. It's a feature table on day 3 of a 6-day MTT. We've got 108 players remaining right now, so you're just watching 8 of those players.
Yeah, and when you phrase it like that, of course I knew it already, but really emphasizes, you know, what a marathon an EPT main is. You know, it feels so deep in some ways. 100, just a smidge over 100 left, but 3 more days of work to get to a champion. Great for us as viewers to see so much exciting action, so many top players at work, and you know, it'll be a very, very worthy champion to get through this record-breaking field.
100%.
Come on, Gorky. No, it's still a little too loose there, the 4-deuce off. Playing the rush.
It's Yo Viral. He has a suited ace. He's in the hijack. Do you think he's ever missed this spot in the history of his career, Sam?
Don't even though he's a little on the snugger side, even Johan is going to open a suited ace for sure. And it's a bad time to do it, as it turns out.
There's a run into the ace-king of Samuel Muller.
No worries.
All the players in the single re-entry.
Yo Viral here with 19 bigs behind after he puts in his just over min raise. I think Muller just always wants to make a 3-bet here.
Re-raises the button, 40,000 even. Nicholas Ashtet looks interested in the small blind because he's got queens.
Oh my lord.
Never mind the ace-3. We are set for the sickest and classicest of all races.
Yeah, Nicholas just deciding what sizing he wants to go for.
That one. Code 4 from the small blind. 109,000. And action back on Muller.
Yeah, and it feels like offsuit jam is probably the play. You know, it's not inconceivable that you might want to flat, but I think they're just 70 bigs. There's so much money out there if you ever just pick it up, even against the hands you're dominating, so you never get bluffed, etc. Just take the equity, take the blocking power. Yeah, and Nicholas gonna be forced to call off here, not gonna be as exciting. You know, gonna know just this is just gonna be the situation a lot of the time.
Did you see
the reaction?
Joshy's reaction? This is a huge flip for a 1,000,000 chip pot and Muller's tournament life on the line.
The classicest of all flips, James. The classicest.
And the sickest as well.
Oh, this is huge, you guys.
Well, due to folded cards, Ashtet's a 6-4 favorite. And queens are holding on a 10-6-6 flop. 5 outs for Muller, 2 aces, 3 kings.
Yeah, slow motion mode on.
3 of spades on the turn. Same outs needed for Muller. Needs to hit on the river.
Both players await their fate.
River card is a 5, queens hold, and Samuel Muller is eliminated as Lena 900 moves up over 1.3 million chips. Muller cashing out for 14K. Nicholas Aztet now wielding a monster stack, Sam.
Yeah, absolutely. That is a big moment in this tournament. Perhaps the most accomplished online player of all time with a ginormous stack.
Imagine winning a flip. Unbelievable.
I'll see in
1.3
minutes, you can tell me.
milli.
Dead button.
Arguably one of the most dangerous players in the current field.
Was that big blind? Maybe you're right. Sorry.
Yeah, he was bottom, yeah?
I think you're right.
He was bottom.
Yeah.
Apologies.
Yeah, and sick hand. Got a feel for Muller. Obviously got it in a pretty standard spot. Can't feel too disappointed. Walks away with some money.
Yeah, cashing out for just over 14,000 euros. That's the current payout with 107 players remaining.
Yeah, and a few online guys, I think, would make a little joke about Nicholas there. I mean, he never... he seems to win more than his fair share of those confrontations, in my experience.
Certainly does.
But, yeah, very exciting to see.
Definitely going to stick with this table for the next level. We've got about 10 minutes to go until the break. Thank you for dealing me a crap hand that I'm now folding.
Gorky is giant now. Doesn't need... He can wait. He can wait, guys.
Perez, again, with the offsuit king.
Is an all-in for Perez with Kojak, and Aztet's got the same hand. Folds it. Sash and Joshi in the small blind passes. And Kareem with ace-8 suited in the big.
Yeah, and Kareem a little unsure what to make of this. Wow. And yeah, I mean, I think if he had the knowledge that we have of the kind of holdings that Perez is shoving, he would be snapping it off. So obviously just when you're a long-time tournament player, these spots become quite automated and quite standard. And I think like if that's Nicholas in the big blind, he just calls that. If you're a little bit less experienced, the all-in, so many chips deep in a tournament, you can get it. It can seem like you need a stronger hand there than you actually do to call. Shows the power of Perez's play though when he's getting through. Obviously, he got through the same hand and then a much stronger hand to fold.
Gart asks, is it impolite to say sorry about knocking someone out? I don't think it's impolite. I mean, look, you want the chips. You're very happy to have won the hand, but you can also feel bad for the person you've eliminated, right?
Of course.
You got the same guys, you go, sorry, and they go, don't say you're sorry. You're not sorry. You're not sorry. You're not sorry. We've heard it all live before. Sometimes you just can't win with certain individuals, but I think it's reasonable.
Yeah, when you say good luck, and then they're like, you don't mean that. No, he's just jamming again, Perez. And I mean, to be honest though, this is a somewhat reasonable strategy. If you feel like, okay, like I'm deep in this tournament, and Alex is gonna have to call here with the ace-jack in the big blind, because of the way Perez has approached things, and maybe he is just not raising ace-king, or, you know, it's not as exciting as it might be against other players, but feel like Alex will make the call here against the hijack shove with ace-jack off. Just taking his time.
But this would absolutely be my strategy, Sam, as we see Colonius fold. But that's the thing, right? It's like...
okay, so sorry. Yeah, so it's nearly 20 big blinds at this spot.
Yeah, it's a decent-sized stack, but I still don't dislike the strategy, because if I'm in that spot and I'm like, I don't want to play post-flop against Aztet and Colonius.
Yeah, I mean, you just raise that king-queen, get shoved on by ace-jack a lot of the time and have to fold. He's just saying, okay, if you guys want to knock me out, you're going to have to call all in, have the best hand, and hold with the best hand. So good luck with that.
Embrace the variance.
Yes, I don't think it's unreasonable. Yeah, and let's be honest, you know, as much as, see, we can see the matchup and that ace-jack's significantly ahead, you know, it's not like he shoved a nonsense hand and probably never will for that many big blinds. So I understand why Alex folded. Think, you know, maybe a small mistake, but but who knows?
Well, ace-jack now for Yo Viral. Raises to 17,000.
19 bigs UTG.
Oh, ace-queen for Aztet.
Yeah, and this is tough for Guibert. He's not played many hands at all on this feature table. And Aztet sort of aware of Johan's approach, his temptation, his reputation as being on the tighter side. And Nicholas feeling that this plays best as a flat, that maybe Guibert never puts in worse.
Maybe I can play my big blind. First time. Wow.
Obviously, great shape against the two actual hands.
17, right?
17 is the bet. 9 to call.
Call.
Gorky's in.
Let's go. It's all coming Gorky. See the flop.
Follow the Moskva down to Gorky Park.
Check.
Checks in the dark as well. He's kicking it old school. That 4 on the flop does give him the best hand.
Yeah, and Guibert, no spade, no diamond, and recognizing the strength of Aztet's flatting range here. Hijack versus the under the gun. And Nicholas going to use that sort of range advantage to put out a little bet. Can improve to, yeah, gets better hands to fold as we see.
Yeah, best hand has been folded, so now action back on the razor.
I mean, if you're Yo here, you just got to check, give up, don't you, Sam? It's such a rough spot when he's flatting from that position.
I mean, I think it's quite close. It's a small bet. It's quite close between, again, he may, yeah, I think all options are here. He could fold, he could call, he could check raise. I think that's, yeah. It feels like it's, I mean, we can see it's ace-queen, right? It feels like could be 9s and 8s, and you're just getting the right price.
Right.
Yeah, and Aztet picks up a gut shot, as does Guibert. Ace-king going to be a hand that plays this way somewhat often from Guibert.
I think there's plenty of King X in Nicholas range here as well, so the continue for me makes a lot of sense. Don't have to go big. Yep, 35K, nice and small on the turn, applying a lot of pressure to those smaller pairs under a 10, and obviously exact hands like ace jack off that would continue for the smaller continue on the flop, or the smaller bet on the flop, I should say.
Yeah, and that's going to get it done.
It will, and that's going to put Nicholas Aztet over the 1.4 million mark, closing in on 180 big blinds.
Yeah, and, you know, just shows there's more than one way to skin a cat. A lot of us would just automatically 3-bet the ace-queen there. In fact, plays it in a much more subtler way and gets the same result. Even makes probably a little bit more money than had he just 3-bet, presuming Johan folds.
So,
new player coming in. Timo Campus taking a seat at the feature table. Qualified for this event via a €530 satellite on Stars.
Yeah, of course, experienced online and live pro.
Bringing a 46 big blind stack to the table.
Yeah, and you would imagine this is not the seat draw that you're really looking for. Getting moved to the feature table and seeing Lena with a mountain of chips. Proper old school stack like with the towers.
That is an all-in from Gorky Oliveira.
Yeah.
With pocket threes.
Wow.
Small stack. No.
Yeah, and Oliveira really looked kind of strong there. I mean, it's
Yeah.
it's never aces or kings or whatever, but it felt like it was a little bit stronger than threes.
You never think you're flipping there with ace-6, that's for sure.
Yeah. And again, just upping the variance a little bit, not going to the streets. I mean, I guess it's somewhat standard with threes, but nice play from Gorky.
So one of the biggest stacks in the tournament is at the feature table right now. That player is the legendary Alina 900, Nicholas Azstedt, who's playing 1.4 million, close to 180 big blinds. Who are the biggest stacks at this stage on day 3, I hear you ask? Let's head out into the field and check in on Ari Lodge, because he's got 1.9 million.
Go on, Harry.
You're a wizard, Harry.
Just checking his phone.
The other chip leaders, Alex Kulev, who's got 1.6 million.
Of course he has. Has he ever not got a big stack, this kid?
And former overall chip leader, Fabrice Bigot, who's got 1.45 million.
Oh, nice.
You got those chips.
$102 players remaining and just a minute and a half left on the clock before the end of this level, which will see an increase in the blinds and will see us go on a short break. There'll be the dinner break at the end of the next level, level 19. Jack 4-3 on this flop. Lena raised it with the 7-6 suited. Perez called out of the big blind.
Yeah, kind of unpromising flop for the 10-8 off. And Nicholas with the gut shot, with the stronger range. Well, far out the bet.
Cracked OD asks, is the Portuguese guy who won in the Bahamas still in? That would be PCA champion Michel Detani.
He was eliminated kings against aces just after the money bubble. Guys, I witnessed it. There you go.
A first-hand account of his fate.
Yeah, exactly.
Going to squeeze in one more hand before the break.
Guys, break time. You can go if you want.
Just have a look first.
Yeah.
Classic. From our friend Gorky.
He's not even in the blinds.
Really asking for it to be easy there.
Under the gun raise from Azstedt with Queen Jack of clubs.
And will we see one last confrontation between the big names at this table? Wow. This is interesting that Alex is taking a second with the 5-3 of clubs.
Is he going to get frisky?
No.
Oliveira is out.
Gorky's going for a break.
Oh, domination situation. Ace-queen for Guibert.
He's only got about 13 bigs behind, guys. I think there's only one way this can go.
Yeah, very strong holding of this stack.
What do you think, Sam? Just the pure jam?
I think that's probably what he'll opt for, yeah.
Triangle time? Yep, he said the words. Blinds folding, action back on Azstedt, who wants a count.
Yeah, and this is very sensitive.
What do you have? What do you have?
Asking about the 10s versus ace-king hand. It's a very
106.
sensitive decision point. Yeah, really cuspy. Just because of where you've opened from, you're just going to have a much stronger range in this spot. You're not.
I feel lucky.
He feels lucky. Let's go.
I'm not surprised. Does he ever lose?
calling off 167 big blind stack. He feels lucky. Easy game. We're going to the flop, you guys. Domination situation, though, James.
Yeah. And it would be a shame to lose Johan. Obviously, be really nice to have him for the next 90 minutes. Being such a famous name.
What's it going to be? A jack or a bunch of clubs? It's the jack. It's domination rotation in Lena 900's favor.
Yeah, and no overreaction from Nicholas. He knows this is going to be a meaningful... Oh, there it comes.
The ace on the turn.
Yeah, very
domination restoration.
Very meaningful for Johan to stay alive and fighting in the French EPT.
No jack on the river. It is always coming 7. And that means Yoveral doubles up on the last hand of the level. And we are going to be going on break with 100 players remaining in the EPT Paris main event.
Nice hand.
And confirming that we are going to stick with this table at this point. Nick, we'll catch you later on. Sam, thank you very much for coming by at the booth today. Always great to get your insight and analysis. And these are the players we have been watching for the last 90 minutes and will be watching for the next 90 minutes. We've got one of the chip leaders. We've got an absolute beast, Nicholas Aztet, with 133 bigs, because when we come back, the blinds will be going to 510 with a 10K big blind ante. More action from the first ever EPT Paris main event on the other side of this 18-minute break.
Jennifer Call. Justin raises 4,000.
Dirksen just raising, so I guess Jen limped the aces. Everybody did it back then. Everybody was doing it. Now, does she call or does she re-raise? That is a re-raise, a small re-raise.
How much more? 7,004. Justin calls.
Dirksen, no way is he folding the 5-7 suited. Oh my
what
God.
a flop.
Ew.
Couldn't really have connected any harder than that. Yeah, he's got a call, paired, flush draw. He's actually a statistical favorite on the flop despite technically being behind.
I'm a little ahead, I think I'm 52%. 52%. Slightly ahead.
Wow,
Idiot. 53.
Nailed it. What a, yeah, what a dummy.
This guy's so dumb.
Turn is a 4.
4, 5, 6, 7 now. Jeepers. Oh, God.
That will indeed do it.
You're getting powerful.
More like Jen, elimination, Mason. Oh, goodness.
Yeah. Best flop ever, you know?
I was having a perfect day until that, too.
She did well, she pulled you in. She got a lot of money in power aces.
We got Arshad in the small blind now, Thierry in the big blind. See anything I don't want to know about the tournament.
Jeff Williams, once again, flexing those muscles.
Jeff makes it 17,000.
That seems like a big raise to me. There was 12,000 out there, and he made it 17,000 with ace jack. That just happened, right?
Yep.
Oh boy. Gonzalez is going to step right into it.
Now let's see the flop. Flop comes down 7, 4, 9.
Ace jack still out in front.
Check. Check. Jack checks. And the turn card comes.
Check, check, and a jack now on the turn. Gonzalez has a straight draw. In jams. I don't think we're gonna see top pair, top kicker get folded here.
How much?
It ain't much at all. It's like 3 pre-flop raises for you.
Why? Why are you going all in into a 40,000 pot?
So French. I'm surprised he didn't go.
Jeff calls.
Williams calls.
We got another all-in situation.
Casals in big trouble.
Yeah, this time there is a 91% chance that he'll be eliminated.
Jeff shows ace jack.
He is in deep merde.
Thierry shows ace 10.
No, 8.
Now, let's see.
The river card is an 8. That's the straight for Casals.
Oh. I knew that couldn't have been Jeff Williams' girlfriend.
Thierry hits a straight and stays in the turning. Doubles up again.
Gross. Pretty gross. Marcel Lust told me he was named after a boxer. That is a hashtag. Real fact.
Fun fact.
Fun fact, yes.
So, time to sweat with Marcel Joe and play this hand from his perspective.
Tell Shaq how much you tell.
Oh, 24.
Yes.
Sorry.
I was gonna say, James, if I were playing this hand, I would ask the guy to my right how much I should raise.
I thought you were offering me out for dinner.
We raised to 65,000.
Then register 6 Thomas balls on the big blind.
So, re-raise from Ben Grundy.
How much did we? Okay, well, we're calling. It doesn't seem completely unreasonable to only call 40 more. Is that all it was? With 9, 10 of spades, but this is not a dream flop for us.
No.
And I'm probably just gonna check back and hope to pick up some equity on the turn.
Yeah, pick up a straight card or a spade. Instead, it's the 4 of diamonds.
Man, it's checked twice, so, I mean, he's completely missed and playing like a goober, or he's got something huge, and I'm weighted towards him having something huge here, slow playing aces, kings, queens, a set of jacks.
Well, Marcel's going to try and buy it.
I don't know what you 3-bet with that you check twice, other than like crazy value hands.
Players, you do not have to be here for the race off. Go ahead and take a break.
Wow, okay.
Ace Queen was the hand for Grundy. He was ahead.
Okay. So, I guess...
I was super connected.
You're lucky spades didn't come.
I don't want spade. I just want the low flop.
Nice play, Marcel.
That's how I was wrong about the strength of this hand, but also he probably should have bet at some point.
If I put my chips in there, unless you go all in, I will not lay down my hand. You raise me 40, 50, 60, 80.
I had a good hand.
Foolish to be in 3 years, I'm going to be like good. 3 years.
You're lucky I had the hand that didn't hit, the only hand that I raised there with that doesn't hit the flop.
I know it yet. That's why I took the extra card first. Because sometimes you are rude enough to play like you have 3 jacks now.
Yeah, but I would check 2 with any pair of the jacks and wait.
I know your game. But you take me, I know what you take me for. Pair of 9s, or 10s, or 8s.
What do you mean, no?
Blinds are now 5,000, 10,000, 100 ante.
I had him the other day about 5 times in 20 hands.
Queen 8 again for Marcel. This time it's going to be the winner.
Marcel registered 25,000.
25, isn't it?
25.
25,000 total. And ace jack for Fraser Dunphy.
280, 1,000, 2,000. You listen players for €1,000 buy-in. Andy 200, clients 1,000, 2,000.
I'm going to call my
He's in no re-raise. Queen tray for Karam. Does Grundy come after it just because it's loose? Oh yeah. King deuce suited. Trying to run down his nemesis.
Open-ended straight draw for Marcel.
Checks around.
There we go. So Marcel has the straight. Grundy has now got the flush draw.
This is gonna get weird. Oh, this is great. Oh, this is great. 3x raise from Marcel. Grundy obviously taking it personally. After the last time they exchanged words.
1,000 euros in the go. And again, E. Stefan C.
Marcel very comfortable.
And again, Dennis, J. Abel, Alex Kravchenko, Rafael, Christian, Geo, Sergei, Peter P, Slava, Pasi, Renaud.
Grundy just calls.
Oh, the all-important river card.
Man, and that club.
No club on the river, but it is a pair for Grundy.
Oh, is he looking to snap it off here? That's what I'm wondering. Just 60 into 200.
Yeah.
I mean, this might be genius. Can he induce Grundy? I mean, either way.
The Milky Bar Kid's hand ain't good enough.
I've got such hardly anything here. I can beat the sickest bluff.
It's not that sick of a bluff to bet 60 here.
There's so much in the middle.
Yeah, I like it.
He's talking to himself. I'm talking to myself.
Poor dealer's like, what? This might be the longest tank we've seen.
Yeah.
Great size value bet from Marcel. I thought it was a little small, but maybe Grundy would have folded for more.
I think that's one of the best hands we've seen so far, especially when you realize that it was informed by that confrontation between the two earlier.
King, so I have to play for the queen.
Yeah, you be watching me, huh?
Smurry. I have to play those smurry hands now.
Water, please. I've got the water. I need a glass.
Marcel has the big blind in his hand. Jeff folds. Ross folds.
Ross Boatman folds.
Joey folds.
To Hussein, King Deuce folds.
Edge folds. So is Alexander. It's on Mark in the small blind.
So
And we
blind
are
on
now
blind.
blind v blind.
Question is he going to steal it?
Suit and tie versus suit.
It's my best chance to get chips. You understand?
Marcel looks a little short.
I haven't been looking. I know. You want me to look first?
I don't really want you to call.
Call me old-fashioned. I think the guy who's has the action on him first should
Mark
look
has
first.
put
But
Marcel all in. And looks like it's being called.
Well, Karam shoved on Lusk. Lusk calls all in. It's Jack 7 against 8. Marcel the at-risk player, but he is ahead.
The flop. 4, 4, 10.
no jack, no
4,
diamonds.
2 hearts. 7 of hearts.
7 on the
3
turn.
hearts. Marcel has the 8 of hearts.
It is always coming 7. And Mark Karam eliminates Marcel Lusk. Marcel out in 7th place, cashing for 112,000 euros.
Round of applause for Marcel, please.
Clap. It's a clap, chat.
$72,000 is the bet.
So I think 12K, 24K. Williams raises it up. Hussein shoves ace-8.
Take your moment, kid.
This for the title.
Take your moment. Mom, Dad, come over here.
You want to play a big pot with those two? How many you got?
Count them up.
Count them up.
2, 3, 4, 5.
Jeff asked for a count. Arshan's counting his chips.
7.
He really is the star of his own movie, isn't he?
Well, it's about 24 something, 25 less than big blinds by my awful maths.
The bet is actually, the raise is 644,000. That's a correction. 644,000 is the amount of it.
We're here to gamble, aren't we? We're here to gamble.
It's not gambling. Why do you think the same 6 guys make the World Series of Poker final table every year?
I think by 2020 standards, ace-10 would have been a snap. Jeff Williams searching for information.
I call.
And calls.
So here we go. Jeff Williams has his opponent dominated and is on the verge of becoming an EPT champion.
The first EPT millionaire.
His parents watching from the rail. The flop is 9-7-5.
The flop is 5 of hearts, 9 of hearts, 7 of spades.
I've already announced the flop, Lee.
Repeat 7 on the turn. 7 of diamonds on the turn. Jeff is in the
Thief.
Jeff is still in front. Arshan is looking for an 8 or a 6.
9 or 5.
That's some chop outs.
That is not an out for Arshad Hussein. That is the end of the tournament, and that is the moment that Jeff Williams won the EPT2 Grand Final back in March 2006 in Monte Carlo, winning 900,000 euros, more than $1 million US.
Hello, my babies, and welcome back to the European Poker Tour. First time ever live from Paris, 2023. In cahoots with Le Club Barrier. Day 3 of the main event continues, our second feature table of the day, and this one has packed a punch. Top of the heap, Nicholas Ashtet, 133 big blinds, 1.3 million in chips. You know what that means? It's one of my favorite blinds levels. I am Joe Stapleton, he is Griffin Benger.
Hello, everyone.
The human calculator may make an appearance. Alexandros Kolonius also putting on a show today. Second in chips. Kareem Abdel Moumene, not someone we knew much about before today, but both he and Sachin have been putting on quite a show. Johan Gilbert, of course, Yo Viral at the table. One of the most commanding presences of poker over the last few years. We've had 2 poker YouTube stars at our feature tables today. Both Masato Yokosawa and Yo Viral. Action back underway. Blinds, as I said, 5,000, 10,000 with a 10,000 big blind ante. Sachin Joshi under the gun. Opening King Jack. And Colonius has, look, I was not in here for the second half of the last level, but Colonius's 3-bet percentage was through the roof at the top half of the last level. And Nicholas Ashtet now with ace tray suited in the big blind, decides to fold the suited ace. Rubbing his eyes, must be exhausting to play with Colonius, who's just gonna win it pre-flop with the 3rd best hand. Oh, that's why you tried to take it from me. It was yours.
Yeah.
Ah.
Joe's had my cup of coffee in his hand ever since we went live here.
When you tried to take it from me a few seconds ago, I was like, what are you doing, Griffin? Not now. Not one of your bits. Last hand before the break, Lena 900 doubled up Yo Viral, Queen Jack suited versus Ace Queen off on Jack XX Ace X. What is an X? There's no X's in the deck. Who's sending these notes? Also, who's Lena 900? Action on Guibert. Now he's saying the board was A-S-T-E-D-T. Ace of spades, T is a 10. What is E-D-10? What is that? That was the board?
Yeah, the river is also a 10.
Yeah. Oh, no, wait a minute. A-S-T-E-D-T is this guy. Okay, Astet.
This guy's a board?
I guess. I don't know. These notes are all over the shop.
Yeah.
I'm going to focus on the...
new people in this event, I think.
I'm going to focus on the present. 4 deuce for Astet.
Close to 40,000.
Tried to limp in. And now Joshi attacking that. A-Dub check on Twitch asking, what is in that coffee?
Soya milk.
Once I get a little soy in me, things get a little crazy.
What's this guy's deal?
That is Gorky Oliveira from Brazil.
All in. 3. Fold.
Paul Perez all in, Jack 10 suited from the hijack. Queen Jack suited folds.
Fold 6.
Yoshi folds the king high. And Abdel is going to release the 8 deuce.
I just want to say I already made a really sweet joke about this guy's awesome mustache beard situation yesterday. So
Yeah, okay. We'll have to relive that.
Roll the tape.
Dinner after the 7?
Can they not do that?
Yes.
Yes.
They can, they're just not going
About
to.
6 p.m.
So 100 players left out of the 1,606 that started. Biggest EPT main event ever, except for various Barcelona.
Fold 1. Fold 3.
Crescent Seas and Barcelona.
Barcelona.
Fold 5.
We always get a bone for Barcelona.
Fold 6. Fold 7.
It's been a day, let me tell you. Is this a walk? A walk? Speaking of walks, Griff and I went on a walk here in Paris.
With me the other night, or another one.
When I said Griffin and I, yeah, that's what I meant.
We did. We went for a nice long walk.
Nice long walk down the Champs-Élysées. Past the Arc de Triomphe.
Next time, perhaps we should jog. I believe it's pronounced yog.
You want to do some yogging?
Yogging, yes.
Fold 1. Fold 3. Fold 4.
In case any of you are unaware,
Fold 5.
this strapping young man in the white sweater is known as Lena 900. Or is it 9,000? I think it's 900. One of the best high-stakes online tournament players in the world, widely considered one of, if not the best. Has only really recently, I think, started to start smashing these live events. And this is going to look like the classicest of races. I have to say, Joe, I think maybe you should get out your notepad file.
Okay.
With some of your verses.
Let's go.
Because this is a real close race. And I think Oliveira, for 15 big blinds, is going to need to call this ace-jack.
Yoshi makes the call. So we will be flipping for Oliveira's tournament life.
Split pots is good.
Like a steak frite versus a royale with
Double
cheese.
Nice.
One of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage.
See, that's the thing about Joe. As the flop comes, 8, Queen 3. He's good with the ball, but sometimes when you throw him an alley-oop, he really slams it home. Basketball metaphors. Ooh, more outs now for Joshi to eliminate the Brazilian. Any ace, jack, or queen. And it's the 10 of clubs.
Double up, Oliveira.
I'm giant. A little giant.
Maybe Griffin will eventually figure out what this guy's deal is. And what's fun this year is that the Irish Poker Open now falls under the same banner, the same company as PokerStars. So we're an official sponsor. And the longest running No Limit Hold'em tournament in Europe is back in Dublin in April 5th through 10th at the RDS. And I don't want to tease anybody, but I was just asked if I'm available to go to Dublin.
I was also asked.
Griffin was just asked if he's available to go to Dublin. So there's a good chance we will be in Dublin.
I do have a conspiracy theory about the event, though. I feel like maybe this partnership was just to find a way to get defending champion Griffin Bender there. And it might be working.
Are you the defending champion?
I mean, how do these things work? I've won the
Usually
event.
the
I haven't
person
been
that
back.
won the event last
I
is
haven't
the defending
been back.
champion.
There was the COVID years. Who knows how long it's been?
I'm pretty sure there has been a
well,
champion
you know,
since
I know there was an online one, and I
then.
just feel like this is the first
no,
real
one. There was a live one also.
No, well,
Yeah.
the one with Steve O'Dwyer, I don't know if that one really counted.
Okay, sure. All
because
right.
I wasn't there. So I'm going to be defending my title.
It's kind of like our statistic of this being the biggest EPT main event outside of Barcelona. You're the defending champion of the Irish Open outside of Steve O'Dwyer.
6 years ago, I won the Irish Open.
Oh, no, so you might have missed a couple of since then.
It's like when a champion in the UFC like vacates their spot for a bit, you know? Everybody wants to see them come back and try to reclaim it. Me against O'Dwyer, heads up.
That would be cool. That would be very, very cool. Last hand, raise and take it for Colonius.
20, 1
Interesting question here from Centro Gravita Permanente. Is here Book of Ra? I feel like you may have come to the wrong place. Camp Hughes raising under the gun, relatively new to the table, at least wasn't here for the first half of the last level when I was in Timo Camp Hughes. Nicholas Astat flatting under the gun +1 with ace-queen suited. And Oliveira is going to ditch king-jack on the button. Pocket tens for Perez. And starts the hand with 14 bigs. With this perceived dead money in the middle. Seems like a pretty easy choop, choop, choop.
Yeah, I mean, you're not totally in love with the spot. If this was, you know, the cutoff and the button or the cutoff and the hijack, you'd be way more happy about it. But with an under the gun open and an under the gun +1 call, you are going to be shoving this for 15 big blinds, but I think you're going to be expecting to receive a call from one of the two really strong seats.
Right.
And of course, in this situation, it's the ace, king, and queen of diamonds.
And we are going to have our second flip in just a few minutes. This time, like the Eiffel Tower versus the Arc de Triomphe. One of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage.
If we keep on having races, you're going to run out of those.
No.
No. He's already writing a new one. Ace in the window. And the rich probably get richer. It's just not fair, he said, before the 10 of spades hit.
Yeah, not even a running flush possibility for Perez.
Well, there is a running flush possibility, but yeah, definitely not for Perez.
Not for Perez. Needs to spike a 10. Needs to do it on the river.
Badonk.
It is always coming 7, and it is always going Paul Perez. 14,100 euros. We're down to 99. Almost triple your money in a 5K. Not too bad. Not too bad at all. Nicholas Astet up to 149 big blinds. 1.5 million in chips. Good times, great oldies.
Fold 5, fold 6, fold 7. $22,008. Fold 10. Fold 1, fold 4.
Love this comment here from Angelo on YouTube. Says, call the flop if you see face card, retreat. If not, shove. Words to live by.
Yeah, it's actually one of the best pieces of advice in the Book of Ra.
In the Book of Ra, that's right. Richard Aloha writes in on Twitch to say, good to see Swedish win something, and then posts the Norwegian flag.
Fold 6. Fold 7.
Did you know I speak Norwegian? Curse words.
I did not know you spoke any amount of Norwegian, let alone just the curse words.
I know a handful of Norwegian curse words because of my Counter-Strike days. I had 3 Norwegian teammates.
What up,
for many
Norwegians?
Woo! Woo! Yeah. So I know how to say all the bad things that a teenager would say when they were defeated in a video game. So a wide array. I guess I could say them because it's not technically cursing. Nobody will know what it means, but maybe not.
Well, a lot of things that teenagers say when they lose at video games are not just curse words, but they are trips for campus. They are
trips for campus.
Quite offensive.
Oh no, I mean I'm not stupid. I know what they mean.
Okay.
I wouldn't, you know.
Why don't you do one?
Okay.
As long as it's not like a, actually like.
Oh, you know what? This is a good one. Herregud.
Oh,
which is, oh my God.
Oh, well, it doesn't sound like a curse word
Well,
unless you really believe in God.
Well, in the Book of Ra.
Campus continuation bet called by Astet on that flop, which is an interesting float with Queen 4.
Seconds.
35?
Bet 35,000 on 4. Oh,
Well, that hand ended one street later than I thought it would, but it did end relatively quickly.
What's going on in the outer tables?
Outer table action, Harry Lodge.
Harry, you know why I sent you to Paris. You get the job done.
Harry's called the bet of 50,000 for Peter Nowitzki. And we hit a river, the 3 of diamonds. That puts a 3rd diamond out there. Nowitzki out of position. First to act. Harry was/is the overall tournament chip leader. And Nowitzki bets 80,000 now.
Yeah, really representing a 10 at minimum here on the King, Queen, Jack 9. Of course, I say minimum because Ace 10 would be the nuts.
And you can see Harry Lodge still with a huge stack. 2.5 stacks of 25K chips. 2 3/4 stacks. Folds here. And that's going to put Nowitzki up to nearly $1 million in chips. Back to the feature table.
20,000 on 4. Sorry.
No, I know we're just joining the action.
Fun, though. Fun, fun, fun.
I have to assume...
Ashtet opened to 35,000. Joshi called.
There you go.
Ashtet continued on the 8-9-8-2 club board.
And got there on the turn.
Joshi called and turns top pair.
With the K-bot.
We're at 60,000 on 7.
Joshi ain't going nowhere with that nut flush draw.
Certainly not.
Seconds. Fold 50.
And the call has been made. Club on the river. Nut flush for Joshi. NCSU Rig says, wonder who coined the term nut to mean the best possible hand. Seems odd. Do you know the etymology of the nuts, Griffin?
I believe it comes from the soya nut. Told you I'd make it funny.
Ashtet checks to Joshi.
Hey, Joshi.
10 seconds.
Who's got just about a pot-sized bet left behind.
And this is going to be a weird spot for Ashtet here. You have that King of Clubs blocker. Now, as the aggressor on 2 streets here, you're going to have to put a lot of flush draws in Joshi's range.
180.
And yeah, Lena does not like that.
180,000, making the pot an even 420. Lol.
He did that on purpose. Blaze it.
Couple of folks in chat writing that it means that you want to put the nuts for your wagon wheels into the pot, and that's what I was always told it comes from. Because if you were gambling your wagon, you would have the best hand possible.
Gosh, I would love to be in that brain right now. Although I wouldn't probably understand it with Lena being Swedish, but if he was cursing, I would understand it because there's crossover with those curse words.
Ashtet makes the call. And he's going to give up a significant pot to Sachin Joshi. Does not relinquish the chip lead, still with 1.1 million chips, 117 big blinds.
A lot of negotiating in Lena's head right now. I think
Mostly saying, get out, Griffin. You just distracted me.
And I'm just like, fan, herregud. Yeah, really wearing it on his face. Having called that big value bet on the river. Probably thinking, really, you're that strong pre-flop? Well, maybe, okay, you had 40 bigs. I guess you could just call. And really, yeah, I love the way that we're getting kind of...
Does Does the big blind not have a fair amount of 8s there also? Or could they not bet an 8 that?
No, they would bet an 8 for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he's kind of split between the value being clubs, which you block with that can clubs. You know, the 8s, and then the bluffs are hands like 10 jack, queen 10, queen jack off with a club that can try to, you know, bluff club rivers. Because, you know, you have it's the 8-8-9 board, so you have the 2 overs and the flush and the straight draw. So I think it's just a bit unlucky for Lena. I think probably a bit too high up in his range with the king 7, but a bit of a perfectionist, surely, to be at that threshold of, you know, poker skill and accomplishment. You're always trying to find ways to be better. This 3-bet here against Gilbert. Be very curious to see how Gilbert elects to play these 30 big blinds against this 2.5x 3-bet from the chip leader of the table.
We did see the field ticker drop down to 93. 94th place finisher Simon Brandstrom, recent EPT Barcelona champion, not the most recent. But in Griffin's definition,
he is still the defending
champion by Griffin's definition, yeah.
So Yo Viral now choosing between shove and call. You know, even if sometimes you want to find some raise folds with ace-jack, it's not going to be in this spot against the chip leader and with this price, the just 2.5x 3-bet. I think it just plays easier as a shove, and if you happen to get coolered here, c'est la vie, as they say, in Paris. So I'd like to see a shove from Gilbert, but that's only because I know what the cards are.
I feel like I used one of these last year.
It does just fold. Right? Sees the 2.5x as ultimate strength.
Sorry.
And that really surprises me, but at the same time...
On the river, yeah.
One of the best pieces of advice, poker advice I ever got was be looser in spots people wouldn't expect and be tighter in spots people wouldn't expect. And right there, Gilbert just said to himself, that's something fishy's going on with this. And
Oh,
his instincts
no.
were a bit wrong. No!
Speaking of things people wouldn't expect, Adrian Mateos walking off. I don't say this very often, but adios, Adrian. How do you say calm down, bro, in Swedish? Do you know that one?
Fortunately not.
New player at the table. Boy, this guy's got some gall. Sebastian Gull. Opening a jack of hearts. King queen for Ashtet in the cutoff. And it's just going to make it a cool 55K. Back over to Gull, who is gonna call the Gull call. All right,
C3.
That narrows things down a bit for that other card, huh? Some other J's. Oof. An A in there. An AH.
Yeah, I think the other card needs to be any of the aces, suited or otherwise.
Yep.
And then the king of hearts, queen of hearts, 10 of hearts.
Okay.
I think 9 of hearts can be worked in there sometimes, but it's getting a little murky. And then, of course, the 2 jacks. So I think we can credibly deduce that that is the pretty strict range. I don't think that, I mean, he'd have to have some gall to call king jack or queen jack off.
Probably pretty happy to call this bet of 80,000, regardless of his holding. And Gall does not have much more than pot left behind. Oof. Queen on the turn. Now's when things get really spicy.
And what's interesting about the one card hidden here, Joe, is that we did deduce that the only queen jack Gall should have here is the queen jack of hearts. So the queen, this is where blockers really will exist in a singular hand.
Sure.
Because the queen almost surely did not improve Gall to queens and jacks, but did improve Asted as he checks back the turn.
Check, check. Ace of hearts on the river. So that eliminates the ace-jack of hearts also that we thought.
But it doesn't eliminate all the other ace-jacks.
The other
which we
ace-jacks.
said would call. So.
And the king-jacks and the jack-jacks.
Yeah, so could have king-jack of hearts, jack-10 of hearts, and all the ace-jacks, and then jack-jack. But won't have queen-jack almost surely.
Ooh, checks. Okay, so that's going to... That narrows us down to jack-jack now, right?
Well...
And...
Why?
All the ones that are losing to a queen.
Check 5, showdown, please.
Well, he'll still check ace-jack here to induce some bluffs.
It was the jack-10, it looks like.
Jack-10 of hearts, right? Come on. Yeah.
That was fun. That was a fun elimination game.
Fun to see the viewers guess along at home. Fun little exercise.
Twitch Poker says, you know he never has value as a viewer when he checks. Never checking jack-jack, lol. I'll remember that, and the next time someone checks a value hand on the river, I'm just going to come back and ban you. Thank you for your comment.
Yeah, I'm going to have to disagree with you there too, buddy, because you want to give your opponent, if you do have jack-jack there, you want to give your opponent the opportunity to value bet their ace if they've rivered it.
Oh, no. So you're saying that they wouldn't never check jack-jack?
Would never check LOL.
Never lol?
Never lol.
Oh, man, I might have to ban you now.
I think you might have to.
Oh, man. You banned lol. Hold on.
Lol, yeah. Lel.
I wouldn't ban you for having an opinion. I'd ban you for being a jerk about it.
Lel.
60,000.
I can't believe they're named Twitch Poker, too. They speak for all of the Twitch Poker
Oh, my
community
gosh.
when they say that.
Well.
All right, back to the poker. Guibert,
60,000.
unfortunately, raising ace tray suited under the gun and running into two better hands. Gall 3-betting ace-king off. Abdel Moumene with jacks.
Fold 8. Fold.
No right way to play him, Joe.
Except for never checking them on that river. Lol.
Lol. Oh, the lull is what really got him banned. It was the lull.
All right, here we go. Gall lol. Queen eye flop.
Not gonna lie, I'm kind of into the sort of cool mid-20s Paddington sweater.
Oh yeah, look at that. Well,
right.
Yeah, like Paddington, like after college.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. Really kind of found himself.
Yeah.
You know, embraced.
Dressing for the job he wants.
Yes, yes.
Gall checks. I like this comment from Croaks. What is it about the internet that makes people say highly questionable nonsense with absolute unshakable certainty? I just don't get it. And Abdel Moumene is just going to take over the betting lead.
Yeah, and I think Gull can just side fold this. This represents close to 30% of his remaining stack. And the range of Abdelmenen, very tight here. Sorry, I know I butchered that one.
We got it. There you go, side fold. And that was
Two unlucky hands in a row for Gull, and it really just goes to show. Sometimes you're just destined to lose hands. And those two hands gonna go down probably similarly. It doesn't matter who the players are, and you just lose a bunch of chips.
Here's how the players stack up at the moment. Abdul Moumene jumped up a couple of spots with that pot, up to third at the table. Remember, this is just the featured table standings, not overall. Still 86 players. Weren't there 100 players left moments ago?
Yeah, what are we at now?
86.
Wawa-weewa.
Oh, was it Optimus?
Wawa-woot-woot.
Was it Optimus Clang's comment that I read as Croaks? Sorry. Sorry, Optimus Clang. Solid dude, that Optimus Clang.
Trophy. Shiny trophy.
Trying to find Griffin's reflection in it, but no, he's a vampire.
That's just so funny because it's ridiculous, you know? Like, obviously, I have a reflection.
Do
I'm
you?
not a vampire.
You ever seen the movie Fright Night? The original, not the Colin Farrell one?
No, I only saw the Colin Farrell one.
Man, Fright Night's my favorite vampire movie. Now, it's not as good of a movie as either the Let the Right One In movies, which are both masterpieces. But Fright Night is my favorite vampire movie. And I was quite disappointed by the remake. Pocket sevens for Oliveira.
And this is I mean, these are two pretty big hands pre-flop. I think Gilbert is trying to decide whether he wants to raise, shove, or check here. I know it sounds a little silly. It sounds like a lot of options, but really there's a lot of ways you can go about this. The problem with shoving is that it's a bit too many chips, and you're only going to get called by better. And the problem with raising is that if your opponent is limp shoving a hand like 2 sevens, you might have to raise, fold, ace-8 of clubs, which does not feel good. So Gilbert, I think, really correctly stays under-repped. And yeah, sometimes you're missing an opportunity to isolate and fold out a hand that isn't sevens and that will just fold, but it's also kind of like it's the safe way to go about it.
10 seconds.
Oh, that's right. Gilbert can't pull his normal nonsense today. He's got the shot clock.
4:15.
Board pairs 10 on the turn. Great Gonzo shouting out from dusk till dawn. That's in my top 5 vampire movies for sure.
10 seconds.
That deserves a rewatch. It's been a long time. I don't think I've watched that movie for 10 years.
I watched it recently with my old lady. She'd never seen it.
Oh, yeah? That's such a good feeling.
It's still pretty fun.
When you find out your love of not seeing something that, you know, is
Yeah.
awesome. It's great.
Especially when they're down.
Yeah.
Gilbert betting 37,000 now, and Oliveira sticking around.
And Gilbert getting max value with the 2-barrel, seeing that that 10 is actually quite a good card for him because it makes it less likely Oliveira has one and more likely that.
Is there anything you can really get 3 streets from with ace-8 here, though? Do you just check back a lot here, Griffin?
I think he needs to think about it with the diamond on the river, but there is a justification for considering betting because it looks like Oliveira has a worse 8. You know, I think Gilbert would have preferred the deuce of hearts on the river and then maybe try to get another 50K out of him.
Yeah.
But you got to be careful. You know, your opponent there could have king jack of diamonds and would be check calling the flop and then turning a flush draw. There's just too much value that is, you know, stronger than that 8.
Someone mentioning 30 Days of Night. I remember being so stoked to see that movie and being very disappointed.
I really like that movie.
But I don't remember it at all.
Ooh, I got to rewatch that, actually.
Blade is another great one. Blade's in my top 5 vampire movies for
Blade's
sure.
in my top 5
And
too.
someone just mentioned Midnight Mass, and I'm not gonna lie, I didn't realize that was a vampire show. I watched the first 3 episodes of that, and I was like, nothing
dude,
is
it gets
happening
so
in this
good.
show. I'm out.
Oh, it gets
You got
so
it.
good.
Look, I'll give you 2. I'll give you 2 episodes.
Yeah, I know
of a
how
show.
I know how you operate. Yeah.
John Carpenter's Vampires. Now that's a movie.
I don't
one
think
of
I've
the
seen that one.
Only times I ditched out of school.
Oh yeah.
I went and left to go see John Carpenter's Vampires. Blade might be the worst movies ever. Oh, Scott.
Oh.
Scott. Not only is Blade good, it holds up. I watched that recently.
Yeah, it does. I mean, listen, by no means is that movie perfect. I think that the final act is a bit uneven. Like the thing with his mother and stuff didn't really like work for me.
Sorry, which one are we talking about again?
Blade 1.
Oh, you didn't like... Oh, yeah, that part's a little... The ending is very bad.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Oh, the ending is really, really bad,
Yeah.
but the whole rest of the movie is so good. And I guess apparently, I think James knows about this, they like ran out of money as part of the reason why the ending was so bad.
Yeah.
Gilbert with ace-9 suited. Limped in. Gall got a free look at the flop with the old hammer.
That's 10,000.
Oh, Gall, you just can't catch a break, can you?
Golly gee, can I hit a flop? That was a bet and a call. Obviously, Gilbert's calling. Now has a third pair.
What would Paddington do? What would Paddington do? What would Paddington do? Oh, no. Oh, I can't bear it.
Gilbert?
Oh, nice.
35?
Oh, Gall, you liar.
Gall trying to manufacture some chips here. But they're going to get chewed up in the manufacturing machine. And lo and behold, Gilbert calls again to to the river. Five of hearts.
So you might be asking yourself, thinking, what is Gall doing here? Well, you know, with the check back on the flop, sometimes you're going to have some ace-rag type hands. And when you do get check called, Gilbert is still going to have some king and queen high hands, some, you know, jack 10 of clubs type hands that would call on the flop and fold on the turn. And Gall is, yeah, finally going to wave the white flag. So although it might feel bad what you're watching, there's method to the madness. We're just seeing a particular hand distribution and outcome that doesn't make Gall look very good.
No, by the way, but I'm not happy if he bet, but I think I cannot fold this hand. That's what I think. What do you think, Elena?
That makes sense.
You agree with that?
No, I just know that
we are
I'm
not
gonna be happy.
We are not happy, but I think we cannot fold, right? That's how it is, right?
I think so.
Not a lot of opportunities to get
not happy.
free coaching from
No one is
Lena.
happy when you go all in and there is a flush on board.
2 3s on board.
Oh yeah, also. Yeah, that's many things.
Yeah.
85 players. Still hanging around. Not another pay jump until 71st place. Joe, I bet you cry like a little girl every single time you watch your favorite vampire movie, Twilight.
I don't even know if we can ban that guy. Or girl. It's just... Because either it's self-aware and it's kind of like funny in like a ridiculous way, or it's
I would contend that I cry more often than most little girls when I watch movies.
350, right?
Next to
All right.
Just not Twilight. Heads up to the flop.
But before we concern ourselves with this poker hand, Team Edward or Team Jacob?
I didn't get past the first Twilight. The whole movie made me sick to my stomach with the like weird wobbly camera and melodrama. It didn't work for me.
10,000.
Camp Hughes checks to Joshi, who bets 10,000. Otherwise known as a continuation bet.
And Campus has not the worst candidate to just call this super small bet here. I think you got to do it. If you're going to flat King 8 pre-flop, you got to do something here, whether it's a call or a check raise. And I think that check raise is going to work swimmingly against the particular hand of Joshi. Joshi actually has really the stone bottom of his range on this particular board facing this check raise, and why you got to fold it. If you kind of think about all the other hands you can have here, if this is the worst one, I just need to fold it and let him get away with one if he's bluffing me. Nice little check raise there from the North Face sweater dude.
Camp Hughes.
Camp Hughes, thank you.
Thank you.
Timo Camp Hughes. Take a look what's happening in this tournament room. Not just our tournament happening here. This is a whole mess of other things going on. There was a bounty event, a mystery bounty happening here. You can see slightly different colored chips in play. Lots of side events at all EPT stops. And there's stuff out there for the smaller bankrolls too. They're going to be pretty fast structure, but you can find stuff for 300 euros sometimes, 500 euros.
Yeah, buy-ins ranging all the way from 300 to sometimes 250K.
So apparently there's a 500 tomorrow that is expected to break records for 500, at least on our tour. Did somebody call Scooby and the gang for the mystery bounty? That's kind of funny.
That is good. Are you looking for a job?
Blind on blind battle again. Camp Hughes versus Ashtet this time.
Yeah, advantage Camp Hughes with this straight draw and the last aggressive action, even if it was just a limp. But you know, you got to worry about Lena and how capable. Want to find some delayed c-bets on a texture like this when your opponent, you know, could easily be checking back. Tens and jacks pre-flop. Singular, not the hand of pocket tens or pocket jacks.
A 10 or a jack.
And there is the delay c-bet, and it's going to be a quick fold.
It's a value bet.
This one. Okay.
You're going to Montreal or? Oh, true, yeah.
London, I practice, and Cyprus is like the Turkish side, you know. Like, so we have it a bit strange,
but WSOP is still doing this for like
for the fun and because people are it's US after all. Yeah. I would love to go to Vietnam now. No, I would love to.
Oh, you would love to, yeah.
That one is going to be. That one is going to be huge tasting. And I have never been either, so.
No plans on moving?
No. Yeah, no.
Oh boy.
No, but I'm married.
Oh,
and,
okay.
you know, 32.
Kareem opening ace queen.
Race.
And Oliveira waking up with ace king. A couple of spots down the line. Ashtet with another ace. This one 8 and suited.
Yeah, 3-4 times a year. It's good.
Yeah, not positions that you would just get in the 27 big blinds every time with ace queen. You know, under the gun against under the gun +2.
No. Just think have a lot of chips and you're making hands, kind of a thing. You know, like there's many days
Abdel
where
should be quite worried about this spot, but
not as fun.
Thinks that this hand is a bit too strong.
Is it bad to just fold that?
No, I think. I mean, I know this sounds like such a cop-out, but you can really split between all three options here, I think.
Okay, cool.
If you think your opponent's quite tight, this is going to be the top of your fold range. But in general, you're going to be wanting to lean more towards the shoves or the calls. And you only really want to be shoving if you think your opponent does have a bluff range, but is Oliveira just, you know, looking down at ace-10 off and taking this spot? From what we've seen, probably not.
Probably not, yeah.
It was also a pretty good price. It was less than 3x, so I like the way that he's played it here with the ace-queen.
I had the value. You know me.
Nice.
You know.
Much deeper voice than I'm expecting to come out of that fella.
Never.
Apparently they know each other.
You know me. Voided with a question I think we can ask. Why wouldn't you call it ace-queen there? Just wondering.
Well, just if you think your opponent has an extremely tight nutted range, you know, you're up against, all the premiums are crushing ace-queen. Ace-queen is one of the worst premiums you can have, really. It's sort of on the bottom rung of what we would consider a premium hand. Aces, kings, queens, you know, jacks. I think tens might even just flat there. So if you think it only is a nutted range, maybe against certain sizing, you just want to make a sort of deviation, a really, really tight fold.
I think the operative point there, too, which you may or may not, I'll just reiterate, is that it came from under the gun, the original raise,
Yes.
right? So you're
Yes.
supposed to be raising the tightest that you would possibly
Things
raise.
just change with position, right? Like if that was a cutoff and small blind situation, I think all the chips are probably going in, and you're never even considering folding facing the 3-bet. You're calling or you're shoving. But you have to kind of start considering, you know, I mean, do I think Lena ever folds there? No. But
3 ways to this flop, which is Jack 8, Trey 2 spades, pair of 8s for Joshy. Gut shot for Astat.
Wait.
Wait.
I win. You sure? I don't know what the ruling is, probably.
Abdel Mumene.
Always the same.
Now officially is checked. Over to Astat.
very surprising call from the big blind here with the 5 deuce off.
And Joshy's gonna call. Now 5 deuce goes into the bin. Scott Graham says, how do you pronounce the guy with 5 deuces name? It's Kareem. Thank you for your question. Seven on the river is not going to improve. Asked that enough. Pair of 8 still good. The spades. Bop, bop, bop. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 spades. Nope. 7, 8, 9, 10. No straights. Okay.
Eight.
Showdown. Check, check. 8s are good. Oh, the next mini EPT is going to start in a couple of minutes. At 6:15 local time, so that's just under 10 minutes. It's the big one, Griffin. $25 buy-in.
Wow.
Unlimited re-entry.
Stop.
And the winner of that one gets a $530 satellite ticket.
Come on.
Added value.
Wow.
So that's going to be a big one.
Giving money away.
I'm not going to lie, Griffin.
Don't do it.
No, I can't do it, but I do miss playing like a $25 buy-in online poker tournament. That sounds exactly my speed.
Fair play.
Ugh.
Gilbert with the
wheat, the snowmen's.
Num num. Do you think Sarah knows that she's become a PokerStars live stream meme?
I write to her about it every week. I'm not sure if she's reading it.
She hasn't gotten back to me yet.
No.
Still pending for an FN request.
Yeah. Queen Jack for Joshy. Folds it on the button. Kareem folds a small. Colonius 5, 3 suited. How much?
And this is a 2.6x raise. A bit unorthodox. Maybe wanting to dissuade loose peels from the big blind. But I'm telling you right now, Colonius ain't folding this.
Loose peels, sink deals.
Whoa, someone is turtled up.
Am I not turtle enough for the Turtle Club? Queen 7-7. Colonius, first act, has checked. Gilbert betting 10,000 into 67,000. Colonius doesn't bite.
Ja. Auf jeden Fall.
So cool saying the only good line from that terrible movie. So if you guys are interested about the movie The Master of Disguise, pretty interesting behind the scenes story in that movie. And they did it, they covered it on the podcast, How Did This Get Made? And I believe one of the things, Dana Carvey, yeah, one of the things that led to the detriment of that movie is that they were literally shooting on 9/11.
Oh, wow.
Not exactly a great omen for a comedy. $30 minutes left on the level. Then is it, dare I say, dinner break? Speak it and it will be so.
Genau, ja, okay.
Thank you, thank you.
Action's folding around here to Mexican 2-2-2 Colonius.
Easy with you. Check.
Hearts on
Not that
hearts, unraised pot.
Never easy.
6, 6, 7. 6, 7, 8, 9. That's a straight draw. Backdoor hearts for both players.
Oh, let's play it as a raise. You love to see it. What, you thought I was going to make this easy and just call? No Oliveira branch for me, buddy.
Colonius getting sticky.
We love to see it. Ready to fight.
Queen of spades on the turn.
Now, does Oliveira continue spinning the yarn or just take the free card? I'm telling you, one more bet, and Colonius might just think, all right, I don't really trust you, but I do have king high, and you've just bet 57,000. Come on, Oliveira, you just quit. You quit on us.
But
and
does
you got there anyway.
River the winner. Colonius, first to act.
Ooh, and goes
over bets the pot.
And this is such a strong bluff here because not only is it targeting the 7Xs, but it also targets the improved River 9 type hands that Colonius is aware that Oliveira can have. And this represents 40% of Oliveira's remaining stack. The backdoor spades are a huge factor here. I mean, this would be a heroic call, but if you're sitting in Oliveira's shoes, what are you thinking here? You've raised the flop, your opponent has bet called, your opponent could just have a 6.
Your opponent could have a 6.
Are you putting your opponent on? Oh,
Wow.
And makes
Stations
it. Let's go.
Oliveira snaps off the bluff from Colonius.
I wouldn't say easy. I would say nice.
I use GTO wizard quickly.
But I
can check there. GTO.
And that's an easy call, huh?
No, not easy call. Not easy call. Because my stacks is in hospital here. So, wow, difficult. If I lost the pot.
Now giant.
Yeah, no, small man.
Well, that hospital just got a new wing, Joe.
The Oliveira wing?
No, you say his stack was like a hospital before the hand, and then...
Did I?
No, he just said...
Oh.
Listen, I know sometimes you're not paying attention every second. Just, if I say something that sounds like a punchline, just laugh.
Laugh, got it. Okay,
and then
that's
you can
true.
message me being like, hey, I didn't really get that one.
I should do that. You're right. You're absolutely right.
Look at the chat. They thought it was funny. Right?
My stack is
loved
in
that.
hospital. I see.
I said the hospital got a new wing because he got all those
sincerely
chips.
apologize. I thought you were doing one of those ones where you needed me to say something.
Oh, look at this. And wings are donated by the guy giving money. That's good too. It's true. That's how wings are created. You know, you put names on them. So you can put Colonius's name on the wing of the chips. I don't know, maybe this is collapsing in on itself. Listen, these days are long, all right?
Gall raising under the gun with King 10. And the shortest stack at this table. Not going to get the raise and take it he's looking for.
Okay, let me just say this is not a standard call. I think you need to respect the under the gun open here and not be set mining. However, a couple of very important factors. 3, I'll mention. 1, ducks fly together. 2, this player's name online is Mexican222.
Okay, all right.
And number 3, Colonius is very, very, as I said, oh my God, the ducks. The ducks, they just flap. They just fly together.
They fly together.
Quack, frickin' quack.
Gall, having missed entirely, checks over to Colonius.
Oh, find the check back. Just find it. Just get into that bag, Alexandros, and find the check. Mexican 222. And there it is.
Wow.
This is a masterclass in duckery.
Gall making a very costly improvement on the turn. Spikes top pair, drawing dead. Dead to the ducks.
But still does the right thing in checking here. I mean, when you bet, you don't give your opponent an opportunity to bluff. All the kings in Colonius's range are going to be better than Gall's. The king-queen flats, the king-jack suiteds, you know, even the king-9 suited if Colonius wanted to color a little outside of the lines. So you like to check here to give Colonius an opportunity to start bluffing with a hand like maybe, you know, queen-jack suited that has now turned a gutter. But of course, we can see Gall's in big trouble and is going to be facing a serious situation on the river. I almost hope for Gall's sake that the river is a diamond or a spade or
some sort of card
that yeah, and can make a heroic fold.
Certainly not another deuce.
Oh, there was another duck.
There was
the whole time it was behind the other 3, and it's 4 now.
It's enough to make a real V.
And with 115,000, we might not get a death by quads, but we did just see Colonius get caught bluffing on a 150% pot. I mean, this is kind of like the dream balance spot, right? Like you kind of have to shove here. Your opponent's also going to have a king so often.
150. That is enough to put Gall all in.
$130.
So it's actually 130,000.
So not quite enough to put Gall in. Sorry, I thought I heard 150.
Yeah, but this is also kind of by design, leaving him 2 big blinds if he's wrong. And this would be a masterclass of a fold.
Tom, the Supermod, weighs in to say, I always think, Miss Diamonds?
And I'll tell you what, the problem with this spot is that you really don't put your opponent on quads here. Your opponent can have 2 9s, certainly, would just call facing the end of the gun open, 20 big blinds effective. We'll have 7s, and then, you know, the king queens, the king jacks, the trapped pocket aces, also a consideration.
But also, your opponent bluffs. Your opponent overbets when they have nothing.
Right, but is Colonius, and that looks like a chip has been placed in, too high up in the range.
Gall calls. Gall falls. Not quite hashtag death by quads, but certainly maimed.
Yeah, Gall is gonna need to check into Oliveira's hospital.
Gall. Dang it.
All right.
Very nice count.
Easy come, easy go for Alexandros Colonius. And Gall is going to be left with all in the blind? Yeah. Had 17K left. Big blind, 10,000. Big blind ante, 10,000. Gall in.
How'd you bust EPT Paris? Oh, I was all in blind. You know, I don't often agree with YouTube comments.
Yeah.
But so cool, 111 remarking, Gall has too many kings with his UTG raise to think Colonius will bluff there, and his 10 kicker loses to Colonius's value bets. It's exactly what I was saying, and you said it so eloquently, and well done.
Colonius raising ace-10 off. Bear with a pretty meh hand in the small blind. And acts accordingly. And what has Gall got? Gall got dominated. You're hoping with 10-8 you're at least live. Not the case. Domination situation.
I will say, too, that hand really illustrates that it's important to sometimes get your hand caught in the cookie jar, like previous hand that Colonius bluffed with the king for. It shows that you have that gear. You know, the way that we broke down the hand, it's like, as the 8 comes off.
Hey, domination, rotation.
We can have a classic Joe Stapleton chip in a chair situation.
I'm not going to say anything till the hand is over, but yeah, once it is, it's on. Turn card, tray ball. So Colonius looking to hit an ace, otherwise.
Don't do it, Barry.
Gall gonna double up. River card. Hey. You almost don't even want to win that one. You're steaming so bad.
I mean, it's nice because you don't need to go all in from the small blind here, and you have 3 bigs and a full rotation. You never know. A wise man once said, chip in a chair. That's all you really need.
Well, the full phrase, I think, is worth going over. It's all it takes is a chip in a chair. And what that means is, do you want me to explain? Or do
Yes,
you want
please. No, please.
What that means, as long as you are still in the tournament, there's still a chance you could win the tournament.
Now, where did you come up with that?
It was in 2014. I don't remember exactly where or when, but, you know, someone was down to just 1 chip, and I was like, hey, all it takes is a chip and a chair.
Yeah.
And since then, it's just sort of caught on in the poker world. I don't know, these people, there's always some troll like Gangs of Zurich says a chip and a chair is from the 80s and not from Stapleton.
Okay, buddy.
If you can find me video of someone saying it in the 80s, I'll happily concede the point. And as stated, Gall does not have to get involved with 3 high. And does not. Colonius active again. Yes, I know people often point out that you don't need the chair, blah, blah, blah. Like, it's sort of ceremonial. But also, if you're not in your seat, you get folded.
That's a really good point, yeah.
Camp Hughes is going to defend the big blind with 10-8. Flops a 10. Colonius flops a gut shot.
More than a gut shot.
He's the 8.
2 gut shots.
A double gut shot.
Yeah, this is going to be hard to hold on against a player like Colonius. If we get bricks, we're going to see bet after bet after bet, really pressurizing a hand like a 10. And it looks like it's going up the sizing here. Looks like 35,000 in that 59, over half pot. I think it's really telling Campus early on, it's going to be, you're going to have to strap in, buddy. Because I have a hijack range, and I'm all over this board, and my range is stronger than yours. Let's go for a spin. I'll tell you what would be a bad card for Campus. Sinocho.
Very bad. Did you just call it a snow-cho? That's funny because it's an Ocho and a snowman.
Yes.
Trip 10s for Camp Hughes. How about that?
Now the Ocho would be quite nice. And this is the card I think that Colonius is going to have a real tough time barreling for good reason. Campus is going to have so many 10s and kings that won't obviously be folding here. And actually, Campus is going to play it as a cheeky lead. We see this strategy often employed when a card comes that better hits the range of the player in the big blind in a spot like this. And you can see how effective it would be, you know, if, let's just say, Campus had the 8-9 off. But Colonius is going to call anyway, drawing to a 10% scenario. Might think the jack and even the 9 are still live. Maybe Campus is doing this with a 7X.
Certainly has nothing to worry about with that run out. Hughes giving his stack account, deciding whether or not to value bet or check and try to induce a bluff. Legee says check. Check is the only way to get value.
$280.
280. Now, I'm no pro, but I don't think this is going to get called. Surprised Colonius is letting him go through the motion of counting this all down. There we go. Colonius folds. Nice hand there for Timo Campu as our online qualifier at this table. Goes by the name Kohlrabi7 on PokerStars.
Oh, I've seen him kicking around.
Yeah, for sure.
Most of the time. Then it could have been enough.
There are other online crushers out in the field. We're going to check in on a few of them now. This is Alex Kulev, a.k.a. Future of Me, 1.6 million. That is a lot of chips. Of course, there is the spirit of the horse. Hold on. I'm dehydrated. Tino E. Mulder. Who can forget the British crusher, Benny Glaser, run godlike? Certainly does. And the Belgian sensation, Spacey FCB, aka Kenny Hallert.
I final tabled the World Series of Poker main event with that guy.
There you go. And I believe he just put out his famous WSOP guide for all to enjoy.
Oh,
Does
nice.
it every year as a labor of love to the industry. $10 minutes left on the level. There's going to be a new feature table after the dinner break. Do you want to take a guess at who might be on it? One of them was just shown in the online crusher section.
Okay. Who was the one?
I'll let you look. Here's who we just showed in the online crusher section.
Yeah. I'm going to say we're doing some Future of Me action because Alex is, with all those chips, is paired up with someone else. Is that a good guess or no?
That's a hell of a guess.
Yeah.
As Nicholas Astet drills a straight on the turn. A heck of a guess. Yes. I'll go over the rest of the names after this hand.
That was a good guess. Because Kulev was kind of the dark horse of that group.
And Colonius makes the call, not drawing dead. River is a king, so that's top pair for Colonius. No good.
But Colonius will find a big bet on this river quite suspicious from Asted. Because that king should strengthen Colonius's range. But instead, Asted plays it as a check to induce the bet from the river kings. And this is all going to come down to sizing, I think. Certainly Asted with the intention to be check raising here. The question becomes, how much do you raise it to here? Of course, you are losing to the ace-jack. But it is one combo, really.
Are there combos that can pay a raise that aren't ace-jack?
Well, it's just Asted
Right.
is so capable that, you know, he might turn, I don't know, a 10-jack into a bluff. Maybe that's not the best example
Okay,
of a
so
hand.
raising is the move here.
A 10-jack is a pretty good example, actually. After the check back on the flop, would probably be betting the turn for value. And then you have that straight card blocker with the jack.
$240,000 the raise. Colonius with just top pair makes the call.
And there is the call, and it sucks to have the ace-king because you're blocking the ace-jack too. And decides to pay it. And this goes back to the principle we were talking about, Joe, is that if your opponent is so capable of, you know, bluff raises in certain spots on certain rivers, you feel inclined to call when you're pretty high up in your range, and that's exactly what happened there. And Lena all the way up to 1.6 million chips. 5 minutes to go in the level.
Gentlemen, we would like to inform you that you are going to play on your original table after the dinner break. So
Okay.
you're going back there after the dinner break.
Thank you.
You had your 15 minutes of fame, boys.
Nicholas Astet continues stacking chips, 160 big blinds. That's 100 big blinds-ish more than Sachin Joshi, who's second in chips at the table. That's right. I was going to tell you he's on the new feature table after that hand. So we already said Alex Kulev, a.k.a. Future of Me. How's that? Try this on for size. Guy Taylor.
Line level after this is 6-12.
No, nothing.
That's what I was thinking.
For Guy Taylor.
All right, how about this? Johan Schultz.
6-12.
I feel like you're burying the lead here.
There you go. Daniel Wilson.
Irish Open winner. That's interesting.
Parham Ahur.
Okay. Well, yeah.
He's a whore, Tony. He's a whore. Elias Fish. All right, here we go. Here's the good stuff. Mike Mad Dog Watson.
Oh, yeah, here we go.
And Ben Heath.
Oh, my gosh. Benjamin Heath himself. Absolute legend.
Lightboard 1991 says Sachin, not Sachin, FFS. Hey, Griffin, how do you pronounce this? How do you pronounce this? What am I writing here? How do you pronounce this?
Yeah, burned?
Yeah, oh, sorry, hold on. There you go. How about that?
Oh, you bummed.
So
No.
close. Let me
Okay.
rewrite it. Hold on. How about this?
You're banned.
You're banned. There you go. He got there. Yeah, but you are banned. You're banned. I'll type it next time, maybe. Griffin. Just a couple of minutes left on the level. Maybe time for one more hand. Colonius under the gun. I mean, his VPIP has got to be through the roof.
Yeah.
Ace-9.
Colonius likes to play poker.
Oliveira with a deuce of clubs. Okay, good.
Oh. Yo, I'm going to make this hand go viral.
This hand's going yo viral.
It's pronounced virile.
Free bet of 58,000.
Bottom of your range, ace-9 off. Even below the range, a lot of people would open here, but you know.
We talked about that even ace-queen might fold in this spot sometimes, right? When you get 3-bet. So I'm saying ace-9.
A bit different with the opponent's shift.
Sure, but ace-9.
I think if Colonius had ace-queen, this...
I'm not saying ace-queen should fold. I'm saying that ace-9 is a much stronger argument for folding.
Disaster.
And Gilbert snaps it off.
Wow.
Domination situation.
That's something.
Colonius stepped right into it. Big chance Colonius going home. Well, more of a chance of a chop now than pre-flop.
Chopportunities. Turn 8 would be something. They do say it's always coming 7, though.
Oh. 9 on the turn. That is gross. Gilbert now very likely to lose this hand and be decimated. River card is a queen. So a major, major suck out.
The chips running, man.
Squeeze it, squeeze it.
And even though we have Colonius as the covered stack, I think they're going to manually check. Everyone's headed to break right now.
That just wasn't right. There's no justice in this game.
There really is not a lot of justice in this game. Gilbert, you could see the look on his face even before it happened. He was stressed out. And it looks like Gilbert was the one who was covered.
Good luck, huh?
Thank you.
Ship it this time.
Handling it quite well. Heartbreaking finish. Out in 78th place. Made like the top 5% of a massive field here in Paris, only to get it in insanely good and get Colonius to put his money in insanely bad. And Colonius runs down the 3-outer.
I feel like this is the beginning of Colonius's villain arc. You know?
Yeah, maybe.
I don't think he's made many friends in the chat here, and I think he's going to embrace the villain narrative. I think he's got it in him.
And Colonius will be headed back out into the field with the rest of this table. More sad news. 79th place was Lawrence White. Yesterday featured older fella. Entertained us all. Larry White out in 79th. 78th for Yo Varel. These stacks are headed back out into the field. When we get back, Ben Heath, Mike Watson, Future of Me, former Irish Open winner Daniel Wilson, all coming up to the main stage. We're taking a dinner break. Stick around. Highlights of the day. More from Paris when we return.
Fonseca has raised with 6s. Mateos has 9s.
Nice spot to call here. You know, you can certainly justify getting in 32 big blinds with pocket 9s in a lot of situations. You know, under the gun 1 versus hijack, I think it plays nicer as just a call. Now, where this cutoff small blind, we'd be singing a different tune.
Queen 8-5, 9 still ahead. Mateos actually a 9-1 favorite. Fonseca does not continue. Checks to Mateos. 11,000 from Mateos. With the board pairing on the turn, Mateos now 95% favorite. Fonseca has checked a second time.
Yeah, this might seem like a sort of a loose check call from Fonseca here, but you know, it's not just the nines and the Queen X that Mateos is going to be betting here. Might just, you know, bet something. Oof. Like King Jack of Spades when check 2 here, which might be prepared to check down a certain run out. You can always hit your 6, but your opponent can also just hit that 9.
Fonseca checks again, and Mateos will now have to size an appropriate value bet. 54,000 in the pot.
Yeah, when you have a boatload of cash like Adrian Mateos, it's nice to also have a boat to put it all in. Oh God, James has just stormed out.
He goes for the overbet, Griff, 75K.
It's kind of like what we were just talking about. The old river value that maybe you level yourself into thinking.
Yeah.
No. No hero call from the 6s, and Adrian Mateos chips up to over 450,000, now playing more than 90 big blinds. Okay, so Fonseca has opened with King Jack. Adrian Mateos has the dominating hand, Ace Jack.
You know, it's my first feature table. I think I'm going to wear this sweater. The cherries match the little PokerStars logo.
And now we've got Paunescu coming in from the small blind with King Queen. Mateos just flattered with the Ace Jack. And Samuel Dew getting a good price in the big blind.
Yeah, we're finally going to see something multi-way, huh? All right.
Yeah.
7 offsuit. He calls as well. Yeah, 4 players going to the flop.
Double date.
So domination, situation.
Meanwhile, we get to hear the terms and conditions of the mystery bounty.
Oh my gosh, domination, contemplation.
Year of Romania. Maybe chuck an 8 out there too.
I will say Mateos is too good to get in 250K on this flop, given the range of what, you know, Paunescu is going to have. And if he does play this as a check raise, it's not going to be a lot of bluffs four-handed. It's going to be a lot of king, queen, some pocket tens. But it looks like it's being played slow here, which is great for Mateos.
Yeah, Mateos' bet of 13K called by Paunescu. Dew's folded.
I know
on Fonseca, who was the original raiser pre.
I know I can see the cards, but I feel like folding bottom, even a jack here is something I'm capable of doing.
Well, yeah, Fonseca has called, and that means we're going 3-way to the turn.
It's just tough when you're still drawing to what you perceive as 4 outs to the nuts, and you're getting such a good price, right? Like we see the king, queen, and the ace jack, and you think, why would you even consider being in there with king jack? Well, because sometimes Mateos has ace 8 of, you know, spades, and Fonseca has ace 5 off or something, you know, and your king and your jack are still alive. So it's important not to be sort of results-oriented of the exact situation. Now, Paunescu with the lead out, I really like this. You don't want to run the risk of both of your opponents checking back, and really all it requires is Mateos checking back. Would not have done it with the ace-jack, and you can see the alarm bells starting to go off for Adrian a little bit.
All right, Griffin, so similar spot, but let's say you think there's a very, very strong chance you're no good here. Do you...
The reason why you have to call, sorry
Yeah.
to cut you off, but I know where you're going with this.
Yeah.
The reason you have to call is because your opponent could have ace-10 and 10-jack and decide to be leading as sort of like this protection.
Got it, but you're not calling thinking like maybe I'll hit a full house here.
No.
Okay. That was where my real question was going.
And Mateos does not river a full house, so he has top 2 pair, Paunescu with the nut straight.
Yeah, I think Mateos will quite comfortably and quite quickly call anything under 100K. Yeah, like a bet like that's just going to get snapped and he's going to take his medicine. Had Paunescu shoved, I think Mateos would have been able to find a fold a decent amount of the time.
It's a bit of a dent into Mateos' stack. It's going to leave him with just over 300K, so he's now around average, 50 big blinds. And Nikolai Paunescu becomes the table chip leader with more than 400K, 68 big blinds. Mario Muzbek open with 9s, and Adrian Mateos defend with 10-7, and outflop Muzbek top pair. And I guess from Muzbek's perspective here, Griffin, just the one overcard means you're not going to be super cautious, but does decide to check it back.
Yeah, I mean, Mateos is just so tough that, you know, you would hate to give him license to check raise on this flop and then this be your defense. You know, a hand that blocks a lot of the draws, it'll be very difficult to continue with the 2 9s. And the benefit of checking this back for, you know, we can see Mateos has 10-7, but, you know, the times when Mateos has something like Jack-7 off,
yeah,
is going to be really radicalized on this turn here, seeing the Mosback check to bet as a bluff with a lot of those hands, like, you know, even Queen-7 of diamonds or something that would have called pre is probably going to attack this turn card. So even though Adrian actually has the 10-7, what this 9s check back does accomplish is keeping those, you know, those bluffs ready to go on the turn here.
So 27K is the bet called by Mosbek, and that means we are going to go to the river. And again, all the sickos calling for the 7. It's a queen in your face.
Yeah, and even though there's one over now to the 10, I think Adrian's going to be very comfortable in betting. Queen isn't really hitting Mosbek's range here based on this line. I think Mosbek can have ace-queen sometimes calling the turn here, but most of the time it's hands like ace-8, pocket 9s, pocket 7s, even though you do block that. So I think Adrian wants to play this as a bet, you know, see if you can get anything up to 60K, maybe more in the 45K. I don't really know what kind of sizing Mateos is going to use here, but I think it feels very confident that he has the best hand and is definitely going to be finding a bet.
$89,000 in the middle. One-time bank card played by Mateos so far. Reminder that day 3 has seen the shot clock introduced, 30 seconds per decision, but you can extend
57,000 over under
your thinking time if you play a time bank card. Mateos elected to do that before betting 26K. And a quick call from Mario Mosbek and paying off that value bet from Mateos, who's now back up over 350,000, playing around 60 big blinds. Average stack right now is 317K with 152 players remaining from the 1,606 total entries that we saw in this EPT Paris main event. Round 2, Mateos on the button, who's got ace-king. And these are 2 of the biggest stacks of the table. They are 1 and 2 in chips right now, Griffin. are we going to see an unnecessary huge collision?
42.
I don't think so. I think Ponescu, you know, has license at this stack depth, certainly to call and set mine. But I don't think this will be a massive pre-flop clash, just your classic call of the 3-bet, see a flop. But a very interesting hand because a pretty fair fight. Mateos with the aggression and position and the reputation and the success.
Well, Paunescu with the slight mathematical advantage, calling that 3-bet, heads up to the flop.
And Adrian's going to have a pretty good read on Paunescu as he flops Gin here with the ace-king. I think Mateos is going to perceive Paunescu is pretty strong here, calling that 3-bet so quickly. I don't think he expects Paunescu to just quickly call ace-jack or, you know, something like king-queen, which is a hand we saw Paunescu actually fold to a 3-bet when Montoni had those queens.
Bye.
Yeah, you know, I think Paunescu needs to call here simply because Mateos can just have something like ace-5 of diamonds or, you know, ace-queen, ace-jack. You need to protect against the times that he doesn't have the ace-king. And also you can, you know, you have a nice little backdoor straight draw as well.
So when Mateos does have ace-5 suited, and assuming a 5 doesn't hit you, does he ever slow down? Do you ever just get to showdown with 2 8s here? So
yeah, sometimes for sure, because you don't always just have the pocket 8s. Sometimes you have, you know, the king-queen suited that's not going to fold, the king-jack suited, even ace-king off. I don't know if Paunescu is necessarily always just going to get in.
Sure.
The 65, 70 bigs might just flat pre-flop.
3,100 euros. And the winner of this Mr. Duthie will go with 243,656 euros.
Wow, that's a pretty quick
Wow,
call.
very quick call with that turned straight jaw.
257K.
And Mateos is loving this.
The pot's going to be bigger after this call, by the way.
Yeah.
351K now.
At this point, I think Mateos really thinks that his opponent.
Oh, it's the 9 on the river. It's the straight for Paunescu.
Checks it. Mateos just checks it back. He's so good.
Mateos knew.
Oh, wow. Mateos down to 190K, now playing 30 bigs. Paunescu up over 100 big blinds after rivering that straight. And action is on Kamazinas, who has jacks.
The Joe and James. This is it, the literal suits.
Oh, you got it finally.
Raises to 12,000. Ace-queen for Yokosawa. And with these stacks, Griffin, this is a situation where the chips could go all in pre, and that would be a classic race.
All right.
Yokosawa shoves, and we think that Yokosawa just has Kamazinas covered. So we think Kamazinas will be the at-risk player here.
Thanks.
Like the Marquis de Sade versus Amélie de Poulain.
Oh, good luck.
One of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage.
He did it. You see that? Guys, you see that? He did it.
You're coming, right?
Just needed a flip.
It's very close.
Very close.
Very close, yeah.
Yokosawa, if he loses this race, will have a single 5K chip. Not even a big blind.
Wow, I'm covering you.
Just. Time to run the board and decide Kamazinas' fate. He needs jacks to hold. There's a queen. And now Kamazinas is drawing to 2 outs. Needs a jack.
I will accept a 10 to get the blood pumping, but then a river brick.
Turn card is the 9 of clubs, pairing the board. Same outs for Kamazinas, just the 2 jacks, the jack of diamonds, the jack of clubs. Any other card, he is KO'd, and Yokosawa gets a double up.
I squeeze it.
The river is a 5. So Dominicus Kamazinas, a finalist from EPT Monte Carlo 2010, is eliminated in 148th place. He'll get 10,650 euros. Masato Yokosawa now playing more than 40 bigs.
Life is but a bowl of cherries, and Kamazinas is the pits.
Mulder with ace-4 on the button.
Delano asking, did Griffin eat some bad fromage? Yeah, I had a rough Fonseca at breakfast. That's a callback to my cheese bit about his name. 8-6 suited for Mateos here in the small blind.
This should be a fun matchup.
Quite a loose call, playing 30 big blinds.
Yeah.
But not wanting to fold and maybe being afraid of what Mulder is capable of. We've already seen he won't fold 6 high on the flop, so an ace on the button. And 3 ways.
Queen 5-3, so Yokosawa flopping best here. Stompy asks on YouTube, how much does the winner get? 1.17 million. Long way to go. Not going to pay out that first place prize money until Sunday. But yeah, 1,170,000 is the first place prize here in this huge EPT Paris main event.
Man, how do all these hands hit this ball, this board so hard?
Wow.
Street flash.
1 outer for the street flash.
And double gutter now from Mulder too, right? Yeah.
That's what I mean. It's pretty wild.
It's a pretty wild turn card. And I think one that Mateos is going to attack with a big sizing, and that is pretty chunky, about 75%.
Current payout, by the way, is 12,250 euros. We're at 137 players right now. This bet from Mateos, 32,000. Yokosawa folds his pair, and that means Mulder now is currently ahead with ace high.
Yeah, and won't be folding this hand here because although Mateos does have a good deal of queens, is also going to have, you know, a lot of heart draws. Not just the 8-6 of hearts, but the Jack-10 of hearts or the King-10 of hearts.
And ace high still good.
Yeah, but that king is going to bring in those King X of heart hands as well. I think Mulder's going to be very, very hard pressed to find a hero call with ace high here. And Mateos just needs to pull the trigger. And if we've learned anything about Adrian, it's that when you're not sure whether or not he's going to pull the trigger, he does.
Mateos has burnt a time bank card, thinking about what to do here. He is going to bet 80 into 106. And can Mulder find an ace-high hero call?
Surely not. Right?
I don't know. Don't call me Shirley.
I'd be more likely to misclick call here than ace high hero call.
So there are some things to consider here. We've kind of broken down, you know, the kind of range Mateos has, and Mulder is going through all those combinations in his head right now. And it looks like an action has been taken. It is a fold, but you could see it did pain him a little bit because he hates to get bluffed from hands like the 9-10 of hearts. Apparently even the 8-6 of hearts. Nice bluff there from Adrian, and he really needed it. I mean, his run particularly bad on this feature table. Some really, really unlucky coolers against Nikolai Ponescu, so it's nice to see Mateos get a little something back.
Ten minutes left on the level, 10 minutes until the break, and confirmation that we are going to be changing feature table during that break. We are going to check in on a couple of the chip leaders, including Nicholas Aztet. So we've got Tuan Mulder, Tino E. Mulder on the main stage right now. Obviously, we see him crush online, but no one crushes more than Nicholas Aztet, aka Lena 900. Raise here with ace-king under the gun +1. Snowman's num-num for Adrian Mateos.
Num-num.
So among the other players
How much did I raise? 15?
at our new feature table, Johan Gilbert, aka Yo Viral, or Yo Viral, however you want to say it. Alexander Iverson, Alex Colonius. A lot of chips on that table. New FT after the break. But let's see how this hand plays out between Ju and Mateos.
Not 20. You have 25K?
Good flop for
No,
eights.
I have no 20.
You give him 1 3 more.
4. Give him 4.
Pretty good flop for 2 8s here. Rare to get all 3 cards be under the board. But the range advantage is still going to be in Ju's favor. And, you know, with that club as well, might get some opportunities to barrel and put a lot of pressure on these 2 8s. But so far, so good for Adrian. He's going to be very comfortable with this texture.
Deuce on the turn. Oh man.
32.
Ju walking right into it. This is just not gonna work.
But it is setting up a sizing of just under pot on the river. You know, Mateos shouldn't really have any 4s in his range. Pocket 5s, probably getting folded a good percentage of the time pre-flop. So Mateos's range is going to be a lot of hands like this, which could certainly find folds on the river, depending on what it is.
That's a double board pair. And you with 128,000 behind, as Griffin mentioned. Less than the size of the pot. Ju does not go for it.
And you'd think, based on the circumstance, oh yeah, I mean, Adrian just checks back here and takes it down. Well, I think what the reason why Mateos is thinking about betting is because if I don't think my opponent is going to check aces through tens here, that means it's more likely, and you can see great little bet here for about 25–30%.
Yeah, the moment that Zhu checked that river, he handed Mateos the keys to the Lambo. Now he's facing a bet of 45,000.
Griffin, you know why we're going to call this hand the French dip?
Why?
Because it makes you say, "Au jus." I did that one in the style of Griffin Bender.
I was going to say that was a very Griffin line.
But it wasn't very fun.
The penny drops.
Tell you what needs to be dropped is this ace-king right now. Calling here would leave Zhu with just 15 big blinds, but the blind's going up in 5 minutes. Oh, no, you got milked by Mateus.
Chip hero call gone wrong. And a decent pot for Mateos is going to add 123K to his stack. And Samuel Zhu will be left with fewer than 15 big blinds now. Ooh.
Action kicked off here from Abdul Memene with pocket jacks. Colonius 3-betting with tens. Astet with king, queen offsuit.
No, ace-king.
Excuse me, ace-king.
And goes for the small 4-bet sizing. And jacks do shrivel with this action. And just a quick release, very nice from Kareem. Obviously, we can see that in this exact situation, you know, he had a big chunk of the equity. But this 4-bet should be taken very seriously. And Alex with a hand that he's not going to... It's just a little bit of an odd hand to have here. Probably feels with tens that he might want to take a flop. Is getting a very good price, but up against someone that will have weaker holdings mixed in here, or, you know, some inverted commas bluffs. Not that anything's exact bluff in this spot. You know, even the weaker hands are still strong.
Could this be the notorious ace-5 suited sourdough?
Yeah, and this
4-bet situation.
This is like 300K in the middle, going to a flop with two very strong players and two very strong holdings.
How much are you breathing a sigh of relief when it comes 8 high here? Are you still worried about the jacks and the queens?
Yeah,
and
not much has changed.
Not a lot, okay.
Not much has changed. It's Nicholas. I guess they both have aces. They both have kings and queens. Maybe something different happens with kings sometimes when you're Alex. And Nicholas going to start off with a very small flop bet, around 15%. Of course, no one really with a 6, no one with an 8, no one really with 9, 10 suited. So if you have aces, you can just bet very, very small and allow them to improve. If you have ace-king, you just see a turn for cheap. And Alex now with the decision. Yeah.
Ah, makes it 150. I was going to ask, do you ever raise?
Yeah. I wonder if, and so this is, I mean, this is quite sick now. We can just, I mean, is he just inducing to call off? Like, this is quite sick, by the way.
Yes, then the question becomes, when you get shoved on, are you just committed at this point with one raise to 150, 230 left behind?
Yeah, and all options are open here. I would imagine that Nicholas isn't ever going to fold. He could shove. He could fold. He could call. This is just, let's just observe here, because this is a great, great online poker player making a tricky decision. Of course, we can see he does just have 25% equity. And he's working through everything he knows about Alex. everything he knows. I mean, even when you play a lot of online hands, this is a very unusual spot. UTG1 3-bet, small blind cold 4-bet, incredibly strong holdings. Is this just kings always, right? And you want to make a great fold, or is this Alex goofing around a little bit, stepping out of line, and a shove just gets it one now?
Tens would be considered goofing around.
Tens is just a weird hand to have. I think it's
in between.
Yeah, it's not 3-bet in that spot every time, right? It's not raised on the flop every time. You know, I don't think Alex would be sort of randomizing his 3-bet versus a recreational player, but maybe on the flop he's doing it. And I genuinely think Nicholas is unsure what to do here. I would be unsure myself. Wow.
Astet lets it go. And Colonius is going to pick up a nice, juicy pot.
Yes, and very strong poker from Alex.
That was big blind last time.
Very strong poker. And let's give Alex some credit here, because somehow tens against jacks and ace king has come out the victor. That very small flop raise, forcing, you know, poker is in lots of ways a battle for equity, and they're knocking your opponent off 25. They're entitled to 25% of that 450K, and by making the small raise, you blow them off it.
It's Yo Viral. He has a suited ace. He's in the hijack. Do you think he's ever missed this spot in the history of his career, Sam?
I mean, don't. Even though he's a little on the snugger side, even Johan is going to open the suited ace for sure. And it's a bad time to do it, as it turns out.
There's a run into the ace-king of Samuel Muller.
No worries.
All the players in the single re-entry.
Yo Viral here with 19 bigs behind after he puts in his just over min raise. I think Muller just always wants to make a 3-bet here.
Re-raises the button, 40,000 even. Nicholas Astet looks interested in the small blind because he's got queens.
Oh my lord.
Never mind the ace-3. We are set for the sickest and classicest of all races.
Yeah, Nicholas just deciding what sizing he wants to go for.
That one. Code 4 from the small blind. 109,000. And action back on Muller.
Yeah, and it feels like offsuit jam is probably the play. You know, it's not inconceivable that you might want to flat, but I think they're just 70 bigs. There's so much money out there if you ever just pick it up, even against the hands you're dominating, so you never get bluffed, etc. Just take the equity, take the blocking power. Yeah, and Nicholas gonna be forced to call off here, not gonna be as exciting. You know, gonna know just this is just gonna be the situation a lot of the time.
Did you see
the reaction?
Joshy's reaction? This is a huge flip for a 1,000,000 chip pot and Muller's tournament life on the line.
The classicest of all flips, James. The classicest.
And the sickest as well.
Oh, this is huge, you guys.
Well, due to folded cards, Astet's a 6-4 favorite, and queens are holding on a 10-6-6 flop. 5 outs for Muller, 2 aces, 3 kings.
Slow motion mode on.
3 of spades on the turn. Same outs needed for Muller. Needs to hit on the river.
Both players await their fate.
River card is a 5, queens hold, and Samuel Muller is eliminated as Lena 900 moves up over 1.3 million chips. Muller cashing out for 14K. Nicholas Astedt now wielding a monster stack, Sam.
Yeah, absolutely. That is a big moment in this tournament. Perhaps the most accomplished online player of all time with a ginormous stack.
Under the gun raise from Astedt with Queen Jack of clubs.
And will we see one last confrontation between the big names at this table? Wow. This is interesting that Alex is taking a second with the 5-3 of clubs.
Is he going to get frisky?
No.
Oliveira is out.
Gorky's going for a break.
Oh, domination situation. Ace-queen for Guibert.
He's only got about 13 bigs behind, guys. I think there's only one way this can go.
Yeah, very strong holding of this stack.
What do you think, Sam? Just the pure jam?
I think that's probably what he'll opt for, yeah.
Triangle time? Yep, he said the words. Blinds folding, action back on Astedt, who wants a count.
Yeah, and this is very sensitive.
What do you have? What do you have?
Asking about the 10s versus ace-king hand. It's a very
106.
sensitive decision point. Yeah, really cuspy. Just because of where you've opened from, you're just going to have a much stronger range in this spot. You're not.
I feel lucky.
He feels lucky. Let's go.
I'm not surprised. Does he ever lose?
Calling off 167 big blind stack. He feels lucky. Easy game. We're going to the flop, you guys. Domination situation, though, James.
Yeah.
And it would be a shame to lose Johan. Obviously, be really nice to have him for the next 90 minutes. Being such a famous name.
What's it going to be? A jack or a bunch of clubs? It's the jack. It's domination rotation in Lena 900's favor.
Yeah, and no overreaction from Nicholas. He knows this is going to be a meaningful... Oh, there it comes.
The ace on the turn.
Yeah, very
domination restoration.
Very meaningful for Johan to stay alive and fighting in the French EPT.
No jack on the river. It is always coming 7. And that means Joveral doubles up on the last hand of the level.
Campus raising under the gun, relatively new to the table, at least wasn't here for the first half of the last level when I was in Timo Campus. Nicholas Astedt flatting under the gun +1 with ace-queen suited. And Oliveira is going to ditch king-jack on the button. Pocket 10s for Perez. And starts the hand with 14 bigs. With this perceived dead money in the middle. Seems like a pretty easy choop, choop, choop.
Yeah, I mean, you're not totally in love with the spot. If this was, you know, the cutoff and the button or the cutoff and the hijack, you'd be way more happy about it. But with an under the gun open and an under the gun +1 call, you are going to be shoving this for 15 big blinds, but I think you're going to be expecting to receive a call from one of the two really strong seats. Right. And of course, in this situation, it's the ace, king, and queen of diamonds.
And we are going to have our second flip in just a few minutes. This time, like the Eiffel Tower versus the Arc de Triomphe. One of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage.
If we keep on having races, you're going to run out of those.
No.
No. He's already writing a new one. Ace in the window. And the rich probably get richer. It's just not fair, he said, before the 10 of spades hit.
Yeah, not even a running flush possibility for Perez.
Well, there is a running flush possibility, but yeah, definitely not for Perez.
Not for Perez. Needs to spike a 10. Needs to do it on the river.
But don't.
Again.
It is always coming 7, and it is always going Paul Perez. 14,100 euros. We're down to 99. Almost triple your money in a 5K. Not too bad. How much of you at this point is still the legend of Jungle Man, and how much of you is Dan Cates? Like, it seems like Dan Cates has really become more of a thing in the last 10 years.
Good question. I don't know. It depends what Dan Cates is. Been doing a lot of other stuff, and I've been spicing it up. I'm adding some musical instruments to my repertoire and some what else? Some new hobbies and some traveling and charity and all that stuff. All the good stuff.
So do you know who Dan Cates is and where Jungle Man is left behind?
Jungle Man's not left behind. I wouldn't say he's left behind. More like embracing my heritage, you could say. I'm learning some jungle tunes. I'm gonna try to play some jungle music. It seems pretty fitting.
Okay, so wait, we'll get to the musical instruments in a second, but I guess I want to talk about when you say embracing your heritage. A lot of people might know this stuff about you, but I don't, and I'm not sure our audience will. Like, where did Jungle Man come from? And I don't just mean the name, I mean you as a human being. Like, where are you from?
The jungle.
You're literally from the jungle? That's the answer that you still want people to think of you?
Yeah, that's correct.
Can you tell us
hair? Like, I'm trying to. It's pretty messy. I'm trying to figure this long hair thing out. Yeah, just the cool thing about long hair is you just cut it and it's no longer long. So, yeah, I mean, newsflash. Whereas it takes a super long time to actually grow it out. I got the nickname from when I was playing poker when I was younger, and I did have longer hair, and people didn't know where it came from, and I played kind of a crazy style, and so they called me Jungle Man.
Is where you came from still like a guarded secret of yours? I want to find out that you're from like the suburbs of Michigan or something like that.
Not exactly. I'm close to where The Wire was filmed.
So like the Maryland, Mid-Atlantic type of area. Like, isn't Phil Galfron from there too? Is that why you guys have that whole Falcons jungle rivalry?
I'm from the meaner parts.
And what was it from the meaner parts that drove you toward poker? Like, what was your life before poker? Were you a movie kid or a comic book kid or a musical instrument kid?
I played quite a few video games, I guess you could say. What else? I was very introverted. I was just a kid. What can I say? I was just a guy. Just a guy, man.
So a guy who played video games, started playing poker, had a wild style and a wild look, which led to the nickname Jungle Man. Obviously, at that time, anyone who was a prolific, high-stakes player was thrust into the public spotlight. How did you deal with that? How did you deal with the idea of Jungle Man / Dan Cates becoming a celebrity in the poker world?
Well, you know, these kinds of things, you can say, they're easier to deal with than the other kinds of aspects of poker. Let's just put it that way. This one wasn't too hard to deal with.
What are some of the more difficult aspects to deal with than that? Is it just the swings?
Yeah, the swings are difficult. The swings are what else is difficult about poker other than the swings? Sometimes your opponents are difficult. You get some really difficult people, some really special people out there. You get quite some characters you have to deal with. You have to learn how to not only be indifferent to swings, but also learn how to smile at them. That would be ideal.
That seems like something that you, at least publicly, it doesn't seem like you struggle with that much, smiling at the swings. It seems like something you've always, like I can see you smiling right now. It seems like you've always dealt with that pretty well, it seems like. Has there ever been a time when sort of your feelings have been hurt, either by, you know, the way things have gone for you or the way that the way that people in poker have treated you?
You don't, actually, when I started out, I got cheated a lot. It appears you're not familiar with the old me that did yell and throw cards and get very mad at people when I lost, actually. I somehow broke that habit. And I generally don't do stuff like that anymore. Now I try to make fun out of it.
So when you say you broke that habit, was that something that you specifically worked on, or it just came naturally from success and maturity and age?
I worked on it a bit, I would say. I worked on it a bit. It came more naturally from, how do you say, like diluting myself, like not putting all my my existence at stake in poker, in doing more things. Whether that's growing out of it or not, I'll let you decide. I mean, that's kind of a vague term. I did work on it. I had to change. So I did. It's easier to change when you have a reason to.
Sure. What do you attribute those reasons to?
I mean, I potentially could have gotten kicked out of games. If I misbehaved while playing poker in Bobby's room, they wouldn't have let me play. They're quite reasonable with me. Same with Aria. I mean, at some point you realize it matters more in terms of actually taking action, that you can't be it's kind of like when you're you can only go, at some point you get the wake-up call, you can't be anymore. That's something like that, really. And another thing was that meditation helped, so there's that. It was a bit of a habit break as well, and then I started to make more of a conscious effort to not act in a bad way, or gradually was making more and more jokes just to amuse myself generally, or at least try not to make it easier to do such things. In addition, at some point it occurred to me that my idea of morality, in a certain way, I had integrity in some way, but I could extend that idea to how I behaved at the poker table, meaning that I eventually basically decided it is like essentially immoral to act like at the poker table. And I do believe that. I believe it's immoral to be arrogant, immoral to do all these things that emotionally steal from other people. And so, as at least it's more in my nature to approach putting these beliefs into action.
I mean, this sounds like maturing. This sounds like growing up, to boil it down to basics. And I guess it brings us back to where we started, right? You came into the game at a very young age. You had a lot of success very early on. You were still basically a kid.
That's right. But I'm getting younger, actually. That's my secret. I'm getting younger. I was more serious when I was younger, when I was in my 20s. Benjamin buttoning this thing. I'm just going to stay young forever. That's my plan. I'm just going to stay this age.
That's a solid strategy. I mean, again, there's so many familiar stories from people who've been in poker for as long as you have. And, more than a decade is a long time because, as you've already referenced, the game has its ups and downs, and some people don't recover from those downs. In addition to kind of your outlook changing, has your play changed? I'm assuming you can't be as wild as you once were to succeed in the modern game.
My play had various evolutions also within games. I mean, at first when I played, my very first way of playing was kind of like crazy. Well, there were points where it was erratic at first, and then I was like kind of overplaying top pair, like that stupid stuff. And then at some point, I became kind of the opposite. I was folding a lot and believing people a lot, and I just couldn't like read through everyone's tricks. And at some point, I became a bit more solid, and I looked at things more through just not just playing a solid overall game. And then at some point, I started looking at it in terms of, oh, well, I can exploit people more and more based off of just the ways that they fold, how often they fold. I mean, that was actually kind of common. That one, I did do that, start that tendency a bit earlier, but that tendency evolved quite a bit over time to looking at different situations where people can be exploited, etc., and just like maximizing on that. I use that quite a lot in my game, I guess I could say, particularly at soft stakes. At higher stakes, you can't. I mean, you can do it a bit, but it has to play out a little bit differently than you would use it against mediocre opponents, if that makes sense. And it really depends. Like people, it depends on who you're dealing with.
What do you consider? What is your metric for success in poker? Is it for you purely about the money? Or, for example, when you won your first World Series of Poker title last year, was it just about the money, or do you feel a sense of accomplishment? Does winning a tournament, having that title, is that something that's tangible to you?
What title?
Your first World Series of Poker title, the first time you won the PPC.
Oh, yeah, that one.
Clearly it means so much to you, you've already forgotten it.
I'm kidding. It means something to me, you know. I won some titles. It's cool. I like the money, though. That's just me. I'll take money over the title. If anyone wants to buy my title off me, I'll sell it for...
Okay, but one title is one thing, two titles is something more, and to win that event, which is a 50K buy-in and generally attracts some of the best poker players in the world, to win that 2 years in a row, even your cynical self must realize that's something I do want to be proud of and something I don't want to sell.
Oh, does this tournament attract some of the best players in the world?
Apparently so.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
Oh,
I don't. Are you being sarcastic or are you disagreeing? Like, are you saying that it's like not the best players in the world? I don't know.
Actually, I'm just messing with you again.
Okay.
Just pretending that
You're like, oh, does it? Was I good? Am I a good poker player? Like,
yeah, it matters. But I've already been beating the best poker players in the world or playing with them. I mean, so winning the tournament helps. I mean, once you're already doing it, it doesn't. I mean, it matters more to like have the presentation of looking good, because I think a lot of mainstream people or a lot of people outside of poker don't really know how to interpret this information. And they don't see really what's going on, so this kind of brings it more to the outside, so that's nice. But how much does that matter? That matters more in just being more in that eye, I guess. It matters more if you're gonna like use that in some kind of way for leverage, which I do intend to. I would like to use that to teach, to do more poker more poker tournaments, and I want to raise money for charity through poker charity tournaments. That's up in the near future. All these things.
all right. Well, you've mentioned your charity a couple of times right now, recently. Just break it down for us. What do you got going on? What's it called? What's the aim? Let's hear about it.
Well, I do have a foundation, but we're working on getting the appropriate licensing for doing something. I've been actually toying with the idea of what exactly to do with it, because a few things. First of all, charity by itself, I'm not so sure how effective charity is by itself. If you just like leave it at that, it's a nice idea. It does something, but I don't know if it does exactly what people think it does. I believe that charity needs more of like a long-term game plan, and actually starting the right sorts of businesses appears to do more good than just general charity, because a business is an ongoing transaction of creating value, whereas a charity is just like, oh, I'm going to give some money because I'm trying to help, kind of thing. But running poker charity tournaments will create quite a lot of money for charity in theory. I mean, it could be used in ways that are long-term beneficial. There are some ways of doing that. But anyway, I've been thinking, how do I use my foundation to actually do something unique, stand out, and make an actual difference rather than like give a little money. I don't know. It just doesn't really satisfy me to have this like weak game plan. So I'm toying with two ideas. One is to focus on children's education, which is a little bit different than what you might think, but that is where I think, in a way, the biggest impact is possible if we're going to like pick a sector precisely. Or two, to use my foundation as some kind of intermediary for the charities, but I don't really understand that process. But that could be quite useful in a way. But I need to figure that out. It's actually quite a lot. This whole effective altruism thing is quite complicated, and certainly making positive impact is more complicated than it might appear, because you can you can give people something, it can actually hurt them. In fact, it requires a certain level of discretion and firmness to help in the right way.
Yeah, so I've seen a lot of poker players are sort of gravitating toward effective altruism, and I read a lot of what they have to say about it on Twitter and various sort of studies and debates they have, and it's quite dense to understand how it all works. And I assume, given the way that your brain works, you probably understand it a little bit better than most people. Is it there's something about effective altruism that draws like a poker player's mind to it? Does it work in the same way to crack those sorts of codes as it does to figure out poker strategy?
There's a pretty clear parallel. Well, there's a couple. Well, the clearest parallel is that we're applying rationality to making an impact. And poker, you apply rationality to not let the lesser emotions get in the way of doing the right thing. And it's the same process of the same idea of an effective altruism. It's like, okay, well, we're going to use our sympathy and our desire to make an impact in a way that overrides, that in a way that's rational anyway, that really does make a difference and isn't just like throwing money away because we feel bad or whatever sort of thing, which does happen. It's basically that principle. I think rationality appeals to a lot of high stakes poker players. It doesn't sound that sexy, but the cool thing about rationality is that when you apply it to like the idea of making something sexy, it can be. So it's got that going for it. You can like use it potentially to get to the sexy stuff. And yeah, you can use it to make some real impact if it's done right. Just by itself, rationality is rather dry, but it appeals to a lot of poker players. I think that a lot of poker players miss that connection of like, you need some kind of spice in a certain way to appeal to a lot of people. Like rationality is not going to be like, it's not going to I thought of a funny analogy, but it's not going to get that much attention. Let's put it that way.
I mean, obviously you clearly want to make a positive change. As someone who is in the poker world, if you look at the poker industry in the year 2022, what do you want to change about poker?
Okay, so I did allude to this already. There's a few things. First of all, and I have to think about it, do this. I mean, really the way to do it is get the people who are it's kind of happened actually. The biggest thing really is to make poker more, less a game of just pure like logic in the sense of like, I'm a computer and I'm gonna destroy my adversary, and here's my GTO range and I gotta randomize and tank 20 seconds on each hand. Like all this appeals to no one except like, it's only gonna appeal to people that can actually contend. And the only way to appeal to a wider demographic is to figure out what they actually like, to make it more fun in some kind of way, which I've been attempting to do by striking up some banter and dressing
like Macho Man.
Like Macho Man, and like thinking of like funny things to do. I've been attempting to do that. I mean, I think something like that can appeal to a wider demographic. So there's that. It's as if like the poker players have like forgotten this idea of a positive free roll, and how that can apply to, you know, all the time in between where they're sitting around and bored. Because I'm sitting there and bored. And really, what is it that's taking me there to these tournaments? It's like, well, I want to win the money. So guess who you're left with? You're left with only a bunch of guys, typically guys that are like competitive and they want to win that money. Surprise. Or you've got some people who want to gamble, but you know, if you want to like appeal to people who more want to gamble, you want to make it more of a fun environment. The whole thrill of like slot machines and stuff like that is that they give something in return for the money that's actually lost. They give a whole experience, like the lights light up, all this stuff, you know.
And they're never mean to you, right? Like when the slot machine beats you, it doesn't laugh in your face. Like you've still had a really good time.
It doesn't call you an idiot, yeah.
Right.
It doesn't like say, oh, you dumbass.
It doesn't go, you should have studied your slots charts more, you idiot.
I don't know, guys. I think there's a business idea here, a slot machine that mimics the idea of playing poker, where you do get berated by your opponent when you lose.
Guys, that's a great idea. The poker player slash. It'll get me to play is the funny thing. It'll have some people playing that just have a twisted sense of humor.
I guarantee you there are enough masochists out there who
I mean,
would
obviously I like the punishment because I play slot machines. The cherry on top is just the it machine calling me an idiot, showing me a picture of my girlfriend and how sad she is that she's going to get a smaller Christmas present this year.
Actually, if this could be like done as like an idea that's not too expensive, that would be pretty funny.
I feel like we're just going to tank Dan's entire charity now because he's going to sink a bunch of money into this slot machine.
No, do not make the slot machine a reality. But it seems to me, and you've said already, Dan, that you've spent a lot of time doing lots of different things. We've talked about the charity work. I know that at one point you considered streaming, but realized that probably isn't right for you. Coaching was very much on the agenda. And towards the end of last year, you were developing an app, I believe, as well?
Well, I toyed with the idea of developing an app. I don't really know what to do with this, but I did realize that if I'm going to develop that thing, it's going to take a lot of my time, and I have to shift towards it. And I also realized I didn't know if it would succeed. It was kind of a long shot. Like, it would be really cool to develop this thing. And I really do believe philosophically there's a need for the app that I was attempting to create, which was essentially, I believe that basically in the world today, well, first of all, let me just say why I put this to the side, is because I just couldn't see how I was going to make this thing a reality anytime soon. But if someone was to come along, like take it from me and make it, that would be nice. But basically my whole idea was that, you know, in the past, people, you know, there were people who were in villages and everything was kind of like closed. Everything was, people didn't really like go too far beyond their own, like, how do you say, villages or whatever, their own like social circles too far. The world wasn't globally connected as it is now. And so there was, you know, reputation mattered more in various different ways. But now, because the world is globalized, you know, people can kind of go around and hide behind the veil of anonymity pretty easily. So there's more and more need for something that at least mimics a reputational currency, although it doesn't have to actually be like a literal currency, but it can just be like, you know, like a global rating, depending on especially for things related to integrity. I just think there's so many applications for this thing that would solve so many problems. And yeah, I mean, that was the idea that I had behind it, and to use it in poker, because there's there's this stupid problem in poker. Well, it's not stupid, but basically people just like they owe all this money and they don't have to. They think they don't have to pay it, and they can just kind of get away with it without obvious repercussions. I mean, I think there are, but I can't like verify really.
No, people ask me this all the time. They see movies and TV shows, my friends that aren't in poker, and they're like, oh, does anyone ever get beat up over debts or get there? And I'm like, not really. Nothing really happens. Like, everyone just sort of just accepts it.
Well, what's supposed to happen is everyone's reputation is, if whoever owes money is supposed to like lose more of the reputation, the appropriate amount of reputational currency, depending on how it happens and all that. And if this was to be worked out in poker, for example, it would help solve a lot of problems, because that's the real cost of doing things like stealing, is that now people should like deal with you differently. And like, if it worked in poker, it could go to sports, and it can go to all kinds of variations of ethics in all kinds of fields if it worked in poker. But, I don't know how to make it work in poker. I just don't have the entrepreneurial background to make it work. And then you like start raising money, and it's all these things that I'm not really used to doing. So it'd be like total commitment. And I've just been realizing that it wasn't there's like a low chance that it monetizes also. So it's like a bit too crazy for me to pursue it. So I've just kind of put that one to the side. I would love to be able to do it. Maybe I'll pick it up later when it's possible. I just don't think it's just too ridiculous if I'm going to like jump into that field exactly. To do something like that.
It seems easily sabotaged too, potentially, like you just have a bunch of people, like the way that, let's say, when the Black Little Mermaid comes out and they get everyone to go leave terrible reviews on the Black Little Mermaid, people who haven't even seen the movie, but they just disagree ideologically with it. You can kind of get into some murky waters. If only everyone had the integrity to only leave honest and good reputational reviews about people, it works in a very like idealistic way. It seems like there's a lot of potential ways it can be abused, though. Also, it seems like a big commitment.
I'm actually not really worried about that. I think that it won't be abused very easily, and I think that people are less willing to abuse it than you think. I also think, part of the whole reputational app is the people that do have reputation. I mean, basically the whole idea is that to just mimic nature, and just do it on a much faster way, because what should have happened is guy A screws over guy B, and now guy B confronts A, and A does nothing. So guy B says, okay, well, since you won't do anything, I guess I'm gonna have to tell my friends because you're screwing me over. And actually, by the way, this method is in at least one religion of dealing with this kind of conflict, which I found to be interesting. It did imply essentially kind of I lack the scientific terminology to say it, but sort of like a social way of a tit for tat kind of strategy for dealing with things. I'm curious to see if it turns up in other religions or other, not necessarily religions, it's all labels to me, if I really, but other practices of other ancient wisdoms or proverbs or whatever. I would suspect there probably are these things because they're very consistent over many different cultures, as it turns out. So that's kind of fascinated me lately. But yeah, I'm not too worried about this being corruptible. Even if it is, yeah, of course there'll be mistakes. The thing is that, you fix the mistakes, and this is why it would be tried with poker first, before gone on to anything else. So that part, the whole the whole way that it would play out, or at least I have some ideas of how it would play out, I guess. It's more important to make the effort, and so what if people already basically get screwed in a few ways. There's nothing new about that. But the idea would be to minimize those potential temporary screwings over time, rectify them. This happens in all systems.
Right.
And, you know, one benefit of this thing that is it's very hard for people to get their reputation back. And if it was to exist, it could fix that very fast as well. It gives a more viable route for redemption. But again, I would have to put together, I know like a little bit of what needs to be done. There needs to be like some proper algorithm in place for doing this. I'd have to get the right team in place for doing it. I would just be, I couldn't really run it myself, basically.
I think we should do the slot machine first and use the money we make off the insult slot machine. I said that we would only keep you for a half hour, and I think we're slightly over already. Really quick before we let you go, Dan, you mentioned the musical instruments a couple of times. What are you learning to play, and how far along are you?
Well, I am going to relearn the piano. I've got a jungle book, and I'm going to learn some jungle tunes. So that's, you know, look forward to that.
I did prepare a quiz for you about jungle-related things that we'll save for next time. We'll do it next time we have you on the show.
Okay, I've also got a flute, and I can play, get ready for it, I can play 2 notes.
Wow.
Okay, well, we have to.
That's 2 more than I can. I have to ask, though, do you genuinely like jungle music, or do you just feel I have to because it needs to be on brand?
Well, I actually, you know what's funny is I've got some, like, I've listened to some jungle music. I remember there's an artist that I liked called Baka Beyond, and I'm just I'd like some music from the jungle, but I have a very esoteric music taste. In addition, I mean, obviously being the jungle man, I got to play some jungle music. I mean, like, how else am I gonna, like, that's the most obvious brand move that there is.
Hey, it's important to know your brand, and it's important to be true to it, right?
Yeah, it seems like, how can I not, you know?
Oh, Jungle Man. Welcome back to Paris and the PokerStars European Poker Tour. The players returning from dinner break on day 3 of the main event in partnership with Le Club Barrier. 1,606 total entries and 77 players returning from dinner. New lineup on the main stage. New feature table headlined by chip leader Alex Kulev, aka Future of Me. A 1.6 million chip stack, 136 big blinds at the new level. Daniel Wilson, a former Irish Open champion, second in chips, also has a 7-figure stack. Plus we have Ben Heath and Mike Sawatts Watson. That new blind level, 6,000, 12,000 with a 12K big blind ante. 2 more levels to play tonight. This will be level 20, then we will play level 21, and then it's a wrap on day 3. Not trying to get to a specific number of players, just play those 2 90-minute levels, and the survivors will bag and tag and come back for tomorrow, which is day 4. A reminder now, 12:30 Central European Time is when we kick off the stream tomorrow. I'm James Hartigan, alongside me is Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you for having me, James.
Excited about this new feature table?
I'm extremely excited. The action thus far has been absolutely sick. And what a stacked feature table we have to follow along. So many big names there. Very excited.
The overall chip lead is Kulev's #1 right now. Nicholas Ashtet, Lena 900, who was at our previous feature table, sits in 2nd place, but still a long way to go. 3 more days to play, 76 eliminations until we have our first ever EPT Paris champion.
Doing some secret thing there or anything.
We return to the center stage. Beautiful set, as always. Top work from our production team. Can we give a shout out to those camera guys, by the way, guys? They're on their feet all day long out here, trying to get the best footage for you guys. Claps in the chat.
You say that, they've just had a 75-minute dinner break, and they did eat most of the beef before we had a chance to get to the buffet.
I take it back. They stole the beef. They stole the buff.
That says James Hartigan, Nick Walsh, and Maria Ho. Does that mean we have Maria Ho?
Did I get
Maria! Maria!
I am here
So-
live via satellite.
No, we've ditched the satellite. We are using the antenna on top of the Eiffel Tower. Hayden went up there this morning, attached the gizmo, and therefore, hopefully, we do have lower latency today. And hopefully, should there be a chop pot, we'll all be in perfect synchronicity.
And Hayden's back in one piece, I take it. We're all good there. Nobody was injured in this process.
I just looked over the monitor. Yes, he's still here, and it's you sound beautiful, Maria. Loud and clear.
I mean, we obviously wanted to save money, so we refused to buy him a ticket to use the lift. So he did have to climb the entire tower. But so we have Parham Ahor here, who is the short stack at the table, started with 13 bigs, has kings on the button, and I guess is deciding whether to just move all in or try and make a standard open.
Yeah, he's only got 13 bigs. I mean, my issue, Maria, is that when he's on the button, he's only got 2 more players to get action from. So unless they wake up with a hand to call with, which is pretty tricky when you got 2 kings, I don't know. I think I would still have some min raises here. What do you think?
I absolutely agree. I think min raise is probably the best play there. And, you know, even the king 6 suited in the big blind would have maybe wanted to see a flop. You get a little bit of action.
Yeah, and from a hand that you absolutely dominate as well.
Of course. Continue.
I never believe the button has a hand, so he would have gotten me pretty good.
Oh, for sure. There's no chance I'm folding king 6 of diamonds there. Absolutely not. King high board would have been interesting as well. On to the next hand.
So it's going to be Johann Schultz first to act. He has folded. Alex Kulev, the chip leader, also passes. Guy Taylor folding the Jack-9. The other UK player at the feature table is Ben Heath, who has ace-10.
Here's a guy who knows how to play some cards. Going to probably go ahead and open this pot up. Ben Heath starts the hand with around 48 big blinds, guys.
Raises to 25,000. A reminder, we're at the 6-12 blind level. Daniel Wilson on the button. Won the Irish Open in 2016, the year before Griffin Benja took down the same tournament.
Camel Poggies in the chat says king king versus king 6 can't have a king high flop. Yes, you can.
No. There's only 3 kings in the deck. Everyone knows that. 51 cards in a standard deck of poker. It's well documented. Mike Watson, Sir Watts, defending his big blind. Mike started the hand with around 30 bigs and has not connected here. Instead, the ace for Heath. You'll notice we've dropped down to 76 players. Now, Sebastian Gall, who was at our previous feature table, had 2 big blinds at the end of the last session. So no real shock to learn. He was the first player out coming back from break.
Heath with an easy continue here.
And Mike Watson folds. Now, with 2 levels left to play, shall we check in with the widget?
Love a
You
widget.
know I always want to know what the widget has to say.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so at the end of today, we will be at the end of level 21. The widget has a spread of 64 to 48. So we took it as 55 being kind of like the middling point. So 55 is the line. I believe Griffin took the under on 55. He thinks we'll have fewer than 55 players at the end of the day. And just to be contrary, Joe took the over on 55. I think Griffin might be right at the current pace. Pains me to say the words, Griffin may be right, but...
Senior Kulev here under the gun, opens with ace-10 off. Making another appearance.
24,000.
Lemonade76, watching on Twitch, says the widget is a failure. Wow.
Wow, shots fired. Nobody talks about the widget like that.
Well, it's a very simple solution to this problem.
Wow.
You're banned.
I mean, honestly, the widget is probably the one ubiquitous thing that is loved by all. So you really went out on a limb there, buddy.
That is a call from Johann Schultz. These two players will go heads up to the flop.
Has somebody checked Schultz's ID? He just looks so young to me. I know
Maria.
he's 18 there, right?
Yes. Yes, of course his ID
But
has
still.
been checked. He was successfully signed up to Le Club Barrier. He was successfully signed up to the tournament, so his ID will have been checked on every stage.
All right, well.
How dare you even insinuate?
The man's got a baby face. Pretty interesting flop here. Second pair for Kulev, but an open-ended straight draw for Schultz.
I'm the same as you. I want my music.
Yeah, I like it.
It's nice to have sometimes.
Deep tournament. Deep tournament.
So this hand has gone to the turn. Schultz check calling the flop for 16,000. And we have a coin flip on the turn. This is exciting.
Yeah, even more equity for Schultz now with the spade in hand. I think it's a little surprising to see Kulev go for a second barrel. I think sometimes players would also elect to check back on, you know, this particular card, considering they don't have any spades in their hand, but gonna come with a smallish bet.
32,000 apiece. We go to the river, which is the four of hearts, total brick.
Yeah. Yeah, I think if you are going to have a second barrel with a second pair here, I think it's nice to do it with obviously bigger kickers, because one of the benefits of having a second barrel here is you get looked at by a worse 10. You know, Jack 10, 9, 10, that kind of a thing, especially if they have a spade in their hand where you get more value from the hands that like to continue with their draw a little bit more frequently. Kulev slow to turn it over there, but ace-10 is the best of it.
So Kulev is going to increase his chip lead. Now playing 1.7 million, closing in on the 150 big blind mark with 76 players remaining on day 3 of the EPT Paris main event. Olivier asking on YouTube, is Yo Viral still in? Nope. He was KO'd on the last hand before the dinner break.
That was a gross one.
Ace-King cracked by Ace-9. By the way, guys, those of you trying to get an overview of the tournament outside of just the action at the feature table, we'll direct you to the live updates on Poker News. We'll direct you to the chip counts and player list in the PS Live app, with the caveat, with a warning that they are reporting in real time. We are on a 30-minute delay on the stream.
Is this way too bright?
So please be aware you may encounter spoilers, and please don't share that information in the live stream chat. Ben Heath opening here with aces.
Wait, where's the guy with all the phones? So I won't be able to come away again.
How much is the racer?
10 minutes. 25. I'm going to be in the blind.
Kulev with the spraggy, ace-7 offsuit.
Right behind us. Oh, okay. Okay, never mind.
How much are you playing roughly back?
620, I think.
He's got about 50 bigs behind, guys.
27 total, I think.
Call 25.
Calls. Now, of course, with Heath having aces and Kulov having ace-7, it can't be an ace-high flop. But it can be king-high.
Yeah, with a couple of hearts, too. Kulov might be tempted to chase the backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw situation, depending on the size that Ben decides to use on the flop. So 68K in the middle. Quick check from Kulov. I assume Ben's going to put in some money right here, right now. Probably around a third. I think that's pretty standard.
22?
Betting 23 into 68.
8-4.
And gets a fold.
Not going to be tempted against Ben Heath out of position. Ben's a very tough player, of course, so I can see why he just wants to give it up there.
Yeah, very aggressive opponent. You're not going to be able to sneak your way to showdown too often. He's going to put you under pressure whether he has a hand or he doesn't very frequently there, so seems good.
Down to 75 players, and we are approaching a money jump. Right now, players are getting paid 16,200 euros. Once we're down to 71, there will be an increased payout. Of course, most of the big money up top. But if you do make it to 71st place, you will have laddered, and you'll have guaranteed yourself 18,650 euros. Father Muck asking after Lena 900, Nicholas Ashstedt. Second in chips right now, or certainly was coming back from break, and we've only had 14 minutes of play, so I doubt there's been any major change.
Raise.
Mike Watson raising here.
Fold 7. Fold 8.
Start with 3.
350 about.
And Guy Taylor defending with Kojak. Flop is ace, queen, 6. 2-pair for Watson. Gut shot and a backdoor flush draw for Taylor. Matthias on Twitch says, is the chip leader at the feature table or is there a bigger stack? We believe that Alex Kulov, who is at the feature table right now, is the overall chip leader with around 1.7 million.
17,006.
Mr. Watson keeping it nice and small on the flop, about 1/4. I think these sizes are probably going to keep in the gut shot, at least as a call.
10 calls.
And yes, Liquids,
Taylor's.
Sorry, I just wanted to clarify something, Mariette. From his perspective, he has a backdoor flush draw. Yes, it would be no good because Watson has the ace of hearts, but if you're looking at it from his perspective, he's thinking, I have a gut shot and a backdoor flush draw.
Oh yeah, that's how I would look at it. I'd be like, wow, this is a pretty strong hand against a late position open. I like King Jack in this spot. I think we'll certainly see Watson sizing up here on the turn. Couple of draws possible. You know, you still want to get calls from perhaps, you know, the 1-pair combos that aren't too strong given the fact that they defended from the big blind, but you also want to make sure that you're charging some of the draws appropriately.
Lol, cover your mistake. We love it. So it's a mistake to say that from a player's perspective, they have a gut shot and a backdoor flush draw. Jesus Christ, you guys.
You banned.
Is it Saturday? I'm confused.
That's right. It's not, and that's why the ban hammer's coming out.
I mean, I know there's a time difference and all, but it's still just Thursday here, guys. I mean,
Yeah, it's not a multi-day time difference. Pocket tens for Dan Wilson. Raises to 25,000.
And you're playing like a million, right? Yeah, about 1.1. Thank you. Less.
And round to Ben Heath in the big blind with ace-queen. And Heath, the effective stack here, but more than 50 big blinds. This doesn't have to get in pre, right, Maria?
no, and I think that, of course, you know, depending on the way that Wilson's been playing, you know, Heath, we can see, is just going to call here. Sometimes some players might opt for a 3-bet, but if Wilson has been playing pretty tight, also considering the fact that he's opened an early position, then a call is the way that I would proceed with ace-queen as well.
Thank you to Riddler Gaming for highlighting that the third and final mini EPT Paris tournament of the day is just getting started. I think it's the Hyper Turbo PKO, $5.50.
That sounds like a really fun tournament. Hyper Turbo PKO.
Yeah, and of course, EPT Monte Carlo satellite tickets added to the prize pool. That is the MO of every mini EPT Paris tournament.
I was looking at Monte Carlo flights today. I'm excited. I'm planning ahead this time.
The most beautiful card room in the world, James. Can't wait to see it.
Yeah, we will be back there at the end of April, beginning of May. Next leg of the 2023 season of the EPT. And if you play the mini main event, the mini EPT Paris main event this coming Sunday, there is a Monte Carlo package in the prize pool, which will go to the winner.
Oh, good point.
Action starting here with Dan Wilson. Folds. Elias Fizz, King, Queen of Diamonds.
Mr. Fige. It's a pretty hand, King, Queen suited.
Yeah, and he's raised with it. Made it 26,000, but Mike Watson has kings.
So to give you guys some background here, Fige got about 27 big blinds after he makes that slightly larger than 2x open. Mike Watson has him covered, but not by much. He's got about 34 big, so I think we're definitely in 3-bet territory. But I think you can go quite small here, right, Maria? It doesn't have to be the full 3x necessarily.
Yeah, especially when effective stack size is, you know, similar and shorter. You definitely want to make your 3-bet a little bit smaller. Watson's also in position.
Yeah, makes your 3-bet bluffs a little bit cheaper, but obviously also gets you a little bit more action when you actually want it. And sure enough, 64K to go.
Round to the big blind. The table short stack, Parham Ahur has 10s.
Oh dear.
Yeah, it's It's tough, you know, because again, a little bit of table dynamics, you know, depending on how tight you feel like the original opener is going to be in this spot. You know, Watson certainly can have some light 3-bets, but I don't blame him for going all in, but I think that some players could also find the fold here.
Yeah, I mean,
You know, of course,
sorry, Maria.
if it was just a single raise, yeah,
No,
then clearly
absolutely.
the tens have to get in, but...
Right, no, completely agree. And I think, you know, Mike Watson obviously being very capable is capable, but as Maria already highlighted, yeah, from these positions, probably doesn't have as many light 3-bets with this effective stack depth. So you kind of don't blame him. There is still some ICM in play though, right, Maria? I mean, obviously now ICM is probably most present on final tables when the pay jumps are bigger, but...
Well, with King-Queen folding, we get the quick call from Mike Watson with kings, and Ahur is at risk and behind. That's right, Mortz. It might be another elimination. Jack 4-3. Kings are holding, and Ahur is down to 9%. And that king on the turn has him drawing dead. So we lose Paham Ahur in 71st place. Let's accentuate the positive. He got a money jump. He held on and locked up an extra 2K. Just over 18 grand for that 71st place finish. More than 18.5 grand.
Yeah.
High five.
Oh,
Big kiss.
Little kiss to the camera. That's nice.
Yeah, doesn't seem too upset about it. You know, got through a very large field and a tough field at that. So well done.
Longcon says the elusive fourth king. Absolutely brilliant.
I mean, it's a foul deck.
Foul deck indeed. Yeah, I know. Super tough spot there, really. You can definitely see where his head was at. But Kings had the best of it. There's our feature table chip count, guys. Kulev still the chip leader here on the feature and presumably still the chip leader overall, as far as I'm aware. So many big names there. Really, really privileged to see behind the scenes here. Very excited about this feature table we got going on here.
$24,000.
You heard the man. 24,000 with the nines.
Stars nuts.
I like someone who clearly enunciates and announces their bets.
Can we expect that from you when you're playing IPO, James?
If. But when I play poker, no, I don't have any problem with speaking. I know some people don't like to say anything. They're worried about tells and vocal inflection. No, I like to verbally say stuff because otherwise I screw up. But I'll be honest with you, Kulev is that's the clearest I've ever heard anyone announce a raise size.
I'm a fan of Alex. I feel like he carries himself well. Seems like a pleasant fellow. No messing around at the table. Confident. This is a serious domination situation, James. But look at the flop. Hello.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's nice when you're able to see a free card with that draw. I mean, the backdoor clubs doesn't come in. You're still left with an open-ender on the turn, but perhaps there are some thoughts in Wilson's mind of, can I semi-bluff this spot after Kulev checked back?
Yeah, I would struggle not to lead the turn here now, Maria. But honestly, the check on the flop isn't necessarily a sign of weakness, right? Like it will be 10x. You know, he will have like jacks and queens some of the time. Although, you know, I think most people continue those as well. So maybe he does kind of relegate himself down to 9s, 7s, that kind of a thing. And yeah, just get straight through.
Nice.
Beautiful.
Yeah,
okay, cool.
I just put these time banks on the table so they don't get
A little over bet.
Yeah, very good size there. It seems like he knew what he was targeting, and yeah, gets it straight in the muck. Very nice play.
Got a big hand.
He took all mine.
In the high rollers, you get one level, right?
We're heading to the outer tables because Roberto Romanello is all in. You see he's got the red triangle of death. Peter Jorgner is the player deciding whether to call this shove, and he has folded. So Roberto's all in, gets through.
No.
No, you cannot see, says Roberto.
Oh no, the button is here.
King queen. Really? I think you should call them.
Yeah, probably should. Can you do that? King queen.
If you had that.
Jorgner claiming he folded king queen there. So Roberto, one of the former EPT champs in the field, and look at this. Manny Glerza and Peter Nijinsky, two previous EPT winners, sat side by side. Of course, there is still the prospect of another two-time EPT winner.
Playing 2 days, and some people haven't played with a shot clock much before, and then suddenly being introduced.
Oh, we come back to the feature table to see that Kulev is open with kings, and Guy Taylor is 3-betting with queen 10.
Yeah, because I don't think they would have otherwise.
Du tog min telefon, før jeg kunne skrive.
That it would just be really unpopular.
Jeg sad og tænkte, fuck, jeg håber, du opdager det, for jeg har kortet jo. Sorry.
Cold 4 with 9-4, come on. Do it for the lols.
We certainly had a few spots where it was possible. Maria, have you ever caught yourself just like, I'm going to feature table the hell out of this hand right now? You're just 9-4 off. Have you ever found yourself in that mindset? You're going, I'm just going to do it. I'm just going to do it. I'm just going to do it.
No, it actually has never occurred to me that I need to feature table a hand. I mean, the thing is I think for a lot of these players, it is really fun to be like, oh, let me have that one big on-stream moment.
Right.
But
so they changed it back now to like 20.
130,000.
I think we can make that a thing. Like, hey, how did it go? Oh, man, I had to feature table really hard in the end. I couldn't help it.
It just stops it being really slow at the beginning as well when people just want to like re-enter. And it's short-handed as well. So. Yeah.
So Kulev comes in with the 4-bet, 130 Gs.
Because they give you one every hour, so you typically have more time banks, but then just
yeah, tough because Taylor does have the type of hand that would be nice to see a flop, but when you think about the hands that you're going to be up against, do you want to commit more chips? And the answer for him is no.
Right. I think Taylor's he's only had about 28 bigs behind after he put in the 3-bet. So you got to hit it real hard to be confident in how you're going to continue. Alex Kulev now up to 1.76 million, 146 big blinds.
25 on the turn and 30 on the river.
Now, it's funny we were talking about that, Maria, because Alexandra Botes obviously was on our feature table in Bahamas, and during her interview, she said, you know, when the cameras are on, I like to really mix things up and go a little bit crazy. And then, you know, it works in my favor when I'm off the tables. And I was like, gotta respect it. She was certainly piling on the pressure for us then.
Trish Howard asks on YouTube, are any of ye coming to Dublin for the Open? Would literally just travel there to meet ye. Best commentators ever. Love the coverage. Thank you. Trish, there is a very strong chance, it's not 100% confirmed, so I don't want you to make travel plans yet. Very good chance that Joe, Nick, Griffin, and I will be there for the Easter weekend. Maria, I imagine you will not be traveling to the Irish Open.
No, I've been before, and I love Dublin, but I don't think I will be there. But it's a fun one.
So Ben Heath now, ace 10 suited in the cutoff, seems good. Mr. Watson, he's got one of those kind of combinations in the big blind, very pretty hand. Decides to call, so we're going to a flop, a little bit of a domination situation.
And the domination maintained by Ben Heath.
Heath and Watson certainly have played a lot of poker against one another. You know, they're both regulars in the high rollers, super high roller events, so there is going to be a little bit of dynamic at play here.
$23,000 apiece. Oh. Deuce of clubs on the turn. The board gets flushier and is now paired.
Heath contemplating whether he wants to bet again, you know, get value from the 9Xs and of course the 10Xs with the worst kicker, which is exactly what Watson has.
Yeah. Considering that Watson called out the big blind, many deuces in his range?
Yeah, I think that Watson's gonna most likely call with any of the suited combos containing a deuce for sure. And, you know, of course, the ace deuce offsuit as well. So I think that this is a spot where it is possible that Watson will have trips sometimes, and of course flushes as well, but Heath deciding that there is a pretty good part of Watson's range that does contain these 10X, 9Xs that will still come along for a second barrel.
Second bar.
Look at the river.
Ooh.
Oh,
gross.
The grossest of all the rotations, the river jack. It goes check, check. Heath does not bet a third time wisely. And Mike Watson wins the pot.
You know the way that you look at your hand on the river where it's like you don't want to turn it over, but you want your opponent to know that they were beat before the river? That's what...
I don't need to give you free information. However, I need you to sympathize with how unlucky I just got.
Yeah, that's kind of what Heath did there.
That impulse was so strong that he even got Ben Heath to do it just this once.
A reminder of the big, big money up top in this huge EPT main event with more than 1,600 entries. We're looking at a prize pool of 7.7 million. Six-figure scores for 9th and upwards, the exception being the winner who gets a 7-figure score, €1,170,000, plus the main event trophy. And I will remind you, once again, as highlighted in a recent article on the PokerStars blog, deal-making in France not allowed.
No deal. No.
Right now we have 69 players.
Monsieur Fizz on the button.
I hate to break this to you, but he's not French.
I know. But we are in Paris.
So you're basically going to do commentary from now on with a French accent? Because this is a very Griffin Benja-like strategy, and I'm going to caution you against it.
No, my apologies.
So Mike Watson has completed in the small with Queen 3, and Johann Schultz checks his option with artisanal sourdough, ace-5 suited in the big. Unraised pot, blind v blind, going to the flop. I see a queen, I see an ace. Top pair versus second pair.
So a bet and a call. Obviously, both players in this sort of blind v blind scenario, you got to be real sticky with second pairs in these spots because the ranges are extremely wide. Queen 3 will just be the best hand here an overwhelming amount of the time. Ace-5 obviously doing a lot better than it would do if maybe Watson had opened from UTG, of course, one of the earlier positions.
Yeah, you see Watson gonna go in check call mode, it appears, on the turn. Should allow Schultz to go for a pretty nice size bet.
Yeah, I think you got it absolutely right. Tons of stuff to get value from here, including some Queen X, of course. Maybe sometimes they pick up maybe like a queen with a flush draw or something like that as well, so even more reason to have a bigger size like Maria suggests. So 45K feels great.
Now Watson can, of course, eliminate some of the stronger premium ace-X holdings from Schultz's range since he didn't raise pre-flop, but there's going to be a lot of offsuit combinations of ace-X's and, of course, some of these suited ones that Schultz will have just checked his option back. But that river...
Get your flaming Barrys out. He's made another appearance. The ace on the river probably means that Schultz gets a bet paid off here, right, Maria?
Yeah, I think that this is an unfortunate river for Watson because there are some draws that could have called the flop, bet the turn, that have missed, and now you're just thinking, you know, how many ace-X's does my opponent have now that a second ace has appeared on the river, and I know I can take out, you know, ace-10 suited, ace-jack, ace-queen, ace-king, all of those hands that would very likely have raised pre-flop.
Yeah, this is a real payoff spot for sure. I mean, opponents at this level, Maria, should have floats with gut shots and stuff like that too, right? Like Jack 10 is something that kind of jumps out at me as a float on the flop that you might try and turn into a bluff on a later street. Maybe even some gut shots like ace, like deuce 5 or something like that you check back where you've got the tray to give you the wheel.
7 bets, 175,000.
Wow, that is a chunky bet. Woo, he's overbet the pot, right? There was 150 in the middle, and he's made it 175.
Yes, and that type of sizing that polarizes Schultz's range here is definitely going to give Watson something to think about, because if he went for, you know, maybe a half pot size bet on the river, then I think Watson can take out some of, you know, some of the hands from his range where, you know, perhaps a good Queen X would have bet this river. with a half pot sizing or, you know, 30 to 50% pot. But now with this sizing, it really just looks like trips or nothing.
He's called.
Which, yeah.
Wow.
So what's heroes and is wrong? Huge pot for Johann Schultz.
I mean, well played by Schultz there. Definitely disguised his hand well pre, but then also well aware of that, got max value later.
So Schultz chipping up to 653K, moves over the 50 big blind mark. Mike Watson drops down below 500K, hovering around 40 big blinds. Good moment to bring Joe Stapleton back into the booth.
Hello, my babies.
Schultz, 54 bigs, roughly halfway through level 20 of the EPT Paris main event. Blinds 612 for another 45 minutes.
612. How are we supposed to know how many big blinds people have? You can't divide these things by 12,000. It's ridiculous. Happy to see my pal Ben Heath there. I'll call him my pal, even though I'm not sure he thinks we're friends. Mike Watson. Well, you know what? I'll throw Guy Taylor in there, too, even though we've never met. Also my friend. You're going to have to help me learn these faces. Fizige. Who's Fizige?
The player with the cards.
Elias, right there, okay. 4 deuce suited. He seems very concernicus right now.
69 players remain in the field.
Watson's out. Johann Schultz with the Grafton. Yeah, I'd be a little squirrely too.
Mr. Schultz. I think you can go either way here. I think a raise or a call is totally reasonable.
Separate your 25K chips.
All right, there's a nice way to ask that. Jeez.
There you go.
Even Schultz is like, oh, okay, okay.
That's some hidden.
Oh my goodness. Kulev with the AA.
So we know Kulev has been the chip leader for some time now. Our friend Schultz sitting there with about 50 big blinds. So I don't think there's going to be any trapping here, but I know that Kulev, also a player completely willing to 3-bet bluff. Blind v blind here. And 9-10 suited, Maria. I don't know about you, but I feel like you're supposed to get quite sticky in these situations.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Look at the price he's giving. He like 2.1'd it.
Kulev really kind of a card rack. Had some really big hands already that we've seen, and now in this lovely BVB spot with the goods.
Move your chips, move your hands.
Count them, stack them in 20, stack them in 10s now.
Do you want me to write it in a note in cursive for you?
Top set now for Kulev, unbelievable board. Not sure if he gets much more value from the 9-10 at this point, though.
You're just like, I didn't need a set.
How many big blinds you got? What's that in French? What's that in German?
Sit up straight. Get your elbows off the table. What's this dude's name? Future of Me?
That's correct, yeah.
I mean, how do you get any value here at all? 45,000. So, I don't know. 242 divided by 45. Your guess is as good as mine. What is that? A third? A fifth?
1/6 pot.
A fifth? A sixth? It doesn't matter anyway. Hands over. Future of Me is a name we know from the online world.
Thank you.
Plays a lot of the majors online. Not sure he spends much time these days playing the Sunday Million. But the Sunday Million anniversary, oh man, that was so cool. You guys see that? 17 years, which makes it the 16th anniversary of the Sunday Million. 7.5 guaranteed, so that's 7.5 Sunday Millions. March 26th. That's the date it starts. It's a multi-day event. So if you're going to play it, block it off in your calendar. If you're going to watch it, block it off in your calendar. But I think it's going to be 3 days of streaming? 2 for sure. Mike Watson with the jacks here in the cutoff. Jack 9 suited for Schultz. Maybe just sit this one out, buddy. Go to war with aces. Go to war with jacks.
500.
Somebody likes to ask a lot of questions. Kulev folds. I'm just kidding. You're supposed to have all this information. That's what makes you a good poker player. I'm just messing around. Ace-king for Taylor.
What was that date? The 26th of March?
Yeah. Are the Mountain Dew people watching, by the way? Because I think this Taylor guy would be a heck of a spokesperson. And here he comes. Choo, 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 all in. And Mikey Mad Dog Watson does have Taylor covered. Oh, this is tailor-made poker?
All in.
There's the all-in from Mike Watson. Schultz gonna have to go bye-bye.
Him again.
And these two are more or less flipping for Taylor's tournament life.
No, I said same again.
Oh, same again.
Yeah.
I heard it's him again.
Like the Claire de Lune versus the Fleur de Lune. One of these two things have a slight mathematical advantage.
The guy who always had kings.
Everyone loves a coin flip. Oh, sorry. Sorry.
I've seen a few more. It's not
Yeah, no,
always kings.
yeah.
Sometimes he mixes it up with queens.
And top pair on the flop for Taylor. And we know that there is only one jack left in the deck. Can the Mad Dog spike it? One shot left. Watson will not be broke, but will not have many chips if the jack doesn't arrive on the river. That river card is not a jack, it's a 6. Double up, tailor-made poker. And Mike Watson losing a crucial flip. Has 14 big blinds, though. Not as dire as only having 2 or 3.
Yep, and if there's somebody who knows how to navigate these shorter stacks, just like the big ones, Mike Watson knows how to play all of them. So he's got about 14 bigs remaining behind.
Anyway, thank you, Pie Face Poker, for letting me know that this is tailor-made poker. I believe Taylor, our interactions have been positive. It's a name that I tend to agree with their takes and like their online presence.
Wow, I don't feel like there's many people you could say that about, States.
All right, okay.
That's a
You're
high
off the
compliment.
list.
I'm just saying that's quite the compliment is all.
You know how you just have like a feel? Sometimes you hear someone's name and you're like, you either have like an overall positive or overall negative view of that name. Mine of Taylor is positive, I guess.
Wait and see. Am I going to be embarrassed?
Wait and see.
Oh, I'm going to be embarrassed. Yeah.
So we did recently hit a pay jump. 18,650 for the next 13 spots. Thank you. Poor Johann Schultz. Another pot he's going to have to enter. What's he going to run into this time? Queens? Makes it 26,000. Just ace-deuce suited on the button.
Yeah, so this one's not going to get through either because I would imagine that Kulev in these positions with his stack, with this particular combination, is going to 3-bet it. Ah, just calls. You can definitely mix in the call with the 3-bet. I feel like cutoff versus button, I like to 3-bet the ace-deuce suited, but this plays.
Ben Heath closing the action.
For the guy that came and said hi to me. He walked off that way. I don't know what.
Looks like Ben is going to get a little fruity with the 6-3 suited. Does not want to hit spades. Oh, a 6 is not that bad. Unfortunately, a queen for Schultz. Ace-deuce hits nothing. Schultz checks. Talk to me about the check, Maria Ho.
I think that because he's in a multi-way situation, you know, does want to have a little bit of a mix between the check and the bet here as the pre-flop aggressor. Sometimes you can get, you know, Kulev betting here, and then what happens if, you know, Heath gets involved? Then you can have a couple of ways that you want to navigate, you know, not bloat the pot with top pair.
And it's Kulev who's decided to fire at this. Who isn't worried about bloating the pot?
I mean, it's a little easier when you have the overall chip lead in the whole tournament, not just at your table.
Good spot out there in Twitch land from Pieface yet again. Look at that. Look at that equity for Schultz, huh? Look at that field size. Look at that equity. You gotta raise to 420 and make it the
ultimate meme.
Yeah, the exacta here. So Ben's called, and Schultz is called as well. Kulev's like, what? 2 callers? Okay, fine. Queen on the turn. Okay. I'm sure that Johann Schultz is an accomplished player, but for some reason I'm rooting for him. He's got the face of an underdog.
Mr. Heath.
I don't get to see Ben Heath play very much for his near and dear I feel to him and his family. I don't get to see him enough because he plays all the high rollers that we don't cover that many of.
That's so true.
Ben is checked.
Yeah, so accomplished, but very rarely do we get the behind the scenes from the featured tables of the mains, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Just got to run so good to be here.
Schultz checks again, and Kulev doesn't bite this time. Schultz has everyone else drawing dead at this point, and that is A match for Ben's card, but does not add a pair.
3 pair for Ben Heath.
Queens and 6s with a 4 kicker. Was that right?
Queens and 6s with a 4, correct.
Heath electing to go for the bluff catching option here, just because, you know, there are, you know, that flush draw missed. It's kind of hard to imagine that a lot of players are going to have, you know, 7-5 or 5 deuce, certainly not the offsuit combinations of that. So not going to fear a whole lot of straights, but certainly curious about the trips that are out there. That's a possibility. And Schultz coming in with what looks like a pretty big bet.
125, and I think we're going to get 2 folds before the chips even get counted out. Nope, Ben hasn't folded yet. Thank you, Hayden. Crack Researcher lets us know that Schultz has 100K in tournament cashes. This would be his first EPT main event cash.
Just got another one of those spots, Maria, right? Like another one of those really sweet big bet rivers where you're just like, yeah, cool. Let's get some value.
And Ben lets it go. Pretty big pickup there for Schultz. Adding 125K to his stack, up over 51 big blinds now. Oh no, you saying it's no longer 69 players remaining? Oh, that's a bummer. Oh, and it's Benny Glauser. That's an even bigger bummer. Well, yeah, he knows he went out 69th. Yeah, he knows. Yeah, a little wink. He knows. A little bing. Lost a flip, ace jack into 8s. But he did it for the meme.
GG, Benny Glauser.
And once again, Johann Schultz in position to play a hand. Sammy Hagar.
Ooh.
And once again runs into a better hand. Pocket jacks for TaylorMade Poker.
Yeah, the last hand, they let him see a flop, but I think with this hand,
Wow, Taylor just calls.
also gonna see a flop.
Yeah. So 55, they call it the Sammy Hagar because of the Van Halen song. Do you know what Sammy Hagar's brand is, Maria?
What?
His actual trademark brand is something called Cabo Wabo.
Oh, I mean, I've heard of Cabo Wabo. I just didn't make the connection.
And he's got his own tequila, his own restaurants. Do they have a Cabo Wabo in Cabo? They must. I know you're a Cabo expert,
they do.
Maria. Yeah.
They definitely do, but I can't say I've had the tequila, but I'm not sure it's my kind of tequila.
You got a birthday coming up. I'm going to buy you a bottle of Cabo Wabo tequila for your birthday. I can probably get a whole case for 40, 50 bucks.
Amazing.
You're a great friend, States.
I know.
When are you going to take her out for dinner, though?
Right?
I think I took Maria out for breakfast.
At the airport, Nick.
At the
Don't
airport,
let
so it was
him
very expensive,
fool
you admit.
Was this the airport in the Bahamas?
And she ordered
There were
bottled water. Schultz calling this bet from Taylor. Schultz did give up the betting lead on this 8-high board. Taylor obviously had no problem taking over. Another deuce on the turn.
Feels like a really great board for jacks and a pretty decent board for fives as well.
And here comes the second bar.
Second barrel.
85,000 this time. Sizing up.
Yeah, not sure if that size is going to keep Schultz interested. I mean, without a 3-bet pre-flop, Schultz might be wondering, you know, could Taylor have just a lot of these, you know, suited middling cards that perhaps bet on the flop when check to, but is going to be a believer this time.
Good fold, good fold.
Sure, sure, sure. I think you can definitely get a little bit stubborn there, right, Maria? But makes the right fold. Yeah, very nice.
I think it's going to become a thing.
The way he checked?
Like that? Or?
Yeah.
Thank you, thank you.
If you see me do it like this, then you know who I got it from.
Thank you. Let's name it after me then.
We will. I'll definitely make them do that.
I'll sue whoever takes the credit.
Fame King says Schultz 100% VPIP. Certainly has been a little bit. There you go. Look at him. Look at the exhale.
He's so relieved. He's so relieved. Just, I need a break. Can't battle this hard.
Action folds around to Ben Heath. Jack 8. Oh, so that's Daniel Wilson. Okay. Daniel Wilson folds the small blind, and this is Elias Fizj. 6-4 off. Yeah, sure, why not? This should be fun. King, Jack 4, 2 spades. All right. Second pair for Heath. Bottom pair for Fizj. Elias checks. Here comes Ben Heath. $17,000 the bet. Pretty tough to fold a pair. And let's double check. Which is the spade? I know I have 2 black cards. It's the 6. Okay. Queen on the turn. Evie says, I can never play live poker because Stapleton would have a field day with my last name, Vaginas. What would I do with that?
I don't get it.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
Huh.
Yeah, weird.
Fizj checks again. And Ben Heath in position. I have no idea how to predict what Ben's going to do, a player of his caliber. It looks like he's checked board runs out with a flush card on the river.
Mr. Fizz got showdown, though.
And maybe we'll be lucky enough to get a free one. It does go check, check. Ben's gonna pick up this pot. $23 minutes left on the level. One more level to play today. Didn't have no bubble slowing us down, so we are on schedule. Alex Kulev still the chip leader here. Daniel Wilson, Irish Open champion, second in chips. Taylor in the hijack, King 10 offsuit. Makes it 26,000. Tim on Twitch says, my last name is Hulk. Try to pronounce that. I just did. Huh? Is that better? And action folds Mike Watson in the big blind is going to defend the Jack 5. The Motown. Seven, 5 tray, a pair of fives for Watson.
Just a reminder, guys, Mike Watson only 11 big blinds behind.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that.
So obviously took that hit when he lost his flip earlier on. So Mr. Taylor can really pile on some pressure here.
Check, check. Pressure not piled.
No pressure piled, which I think is reasonable. King 10 certainly can be the best hand on this flop. You don't want to get check raised on this board when you've got showdown with the king high. And obviously the shallower you get, the more likely your opponents are to do that kind of stuff. So definitely appreciate the slowdown here.
Yeah, an interesting turn for Watson. You know, wants to find a little protection for his hand, but of course, board's getting a little bit worse, but still favoring his range from the big blind.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of the size that he uses here, Maria. It's enough to challenge his opponent if he doesn't have showdown. This board should be more Watson than it would be the opening range of Taylor, so I think you just go super small. You get tons of folds. You protect your hand from the overcards that might come, and it just feels great. I don't think your opponents have too many checks on that board with over pairs, for example, so you're just going to have the best hand a lot. Definitely want to put some chips in the middle.
A lot of people in chat right now are asking me to pronounce their last names. Look, you're going to have to do what everyone else does and pay the 5,000 euros to enter one of these events, make it to a feature table, and then I'll pronounce your last name.
Or pay the $500 for Joe Stapleton's cameo.
I think my cameo is about $40, so
I just increased the value to $500, guys. If you want the full cameo experience from Joe Stapleton, you want him to pronounce your last name, it's going to cost you $5. $40 for happy birthdays, though.
Down to 65 players. Ace-Jack for Wilson. Makes it 25K. Johan. Yo ho, yo ho.
Back in the mix, my man. Back in the mix.
Sorry?
Play 600?
Yeah, roughly. Just under 550, I think.
There's a 6 hiding in there. I see you, you little 6. All right, John Delano wants us to give us the bad look like Anton Yelchin for Johann Schultz. I'll give you that in the eternal youthful kind of way. Sadly, we didn't get a chance to see Anton Yelchin get old.
Is there ever a reference, Stapes, that you don't know? Like,
Well,
I'm like, who is this person that they're talking about?
2 pair for Schultz on the turn as Wilson drawing 10. Yeah, the thing is, if I didn't know it, I wouldn't read it. So it just seems like I know everything.
Yeah, that's great. That's a
Also,
good idea.
misspent youth.
Misspent youth for sure. I think Timothy Chalamet is another good bad look-alike.
Oh, well, I know
Canilk.
Timothy Chalamet.
2 pair for Schultz. Less to go. Looks like it's a lead, and I like it a lot.
A young Joop van den Bargaard, I agree, but we don't do poker player on poker player bad lookalikes. Wilson sends the ace-jack into the muck. And Schultz gets an easy one. If y'all are Anton Yelchin fans, may I recommend the movie Green Room. One of the best suspense thrillers I have ever seen in my life, and one of Anton Yelchin's last movies. Yes, Super Boss, this isn't Europe, and you are banned. Thank you for your question. Just over 15 minutes left in the level now.
Taylor opens the pot. Ace-jack off. Hello.
It's about time Queen showed up. We've seen aces. We've seen jacks. Time for the ladies.
Yeah, and I think with about 20 bigs effective, not much more to do than just rip it over the shove. And I think it's just too much for ace-jack to call here. I think when you open under the gun and you face a shove for about a 20 big blind stack, I think I'm gonna be passing on the ace-jack. In later positions, that would be a different story, but the willingness to 3-bet shove over and under the gun open feels like it's gotta be hands that have ace-jack B. I mean, I think the bottom of the range there is gonna be maybe 10s, and you're just not gonna be doing that well against their overall range. But he's gonna use some time on this one. What do you think, Nick?
Yeah, no, I think you're absolutely right. I think you've hit all the key points there. I think that especially given the fact he's open from under the gun, this shove is just not going to be light, you know, and I think that, I don't know, how do you feel about an ace-queen suited call here? I feel like that's kind of in there. I don't know, it's maybe an ace-queen off? What do you think?
Yeah, I think it's definitely opponent dependent.
Sure.
As well. Just, you know, their frequencies of opening and all of that. But I think I would put ace-queen suited in as a call.
Sure. Yeah, seems good. It's always an open. I think it's probably always a fold there.
It's embarrassing to call it off with ace-jack and be dominated there. We've got breaking news for some reason. I'm not sure why. Did I miss something? Anyway, I'm being told it's very important we show Frederick Brink formerly Fredrik Jensen, an EPT champ, still in the field. I interviewed Fredrik Brink / Jensen. We did a funny bit at the World Series where
You've been waiting a while.
I asked him a question. I told him it'd be funny if he tanked for 2 minutes
Third in some
before
low
answering
ball,
me.
some nightly in France or something.
But according to our producer on the floor, the reason his name has changed is because he got married.
It's fucking embarrassing.
And given what producer it comes from, I'm not sure if the producer, if that's true, the producer really thinks that, or if they've just made it up. So, I don't know what to tell you. But Fredrik Brink /
How long is
Jensen
the delay? I'm asking for
will be at our next featured table coming up
I don't know,
in the next level.
like 45 or maybe 30.
30 minutes delay? Half an hour.
These guys are just talking about how long the delay is to try and watch some of the hands back on the stream. And couldn't help but notice our friend Kulev got a look on his face like, I know exactly how long the delay is, but I'm not telling you suckers.
Well, he's probably listening to this right now since they are on break in real time.
I love that. I love that.
Hey, Alex. Hey, buddy.
Hey, Alex.
I was just joking before.
It's been a real pleasure.
Schultz once again having to deal with one of the best players in the world on his direct left. Oh, and this time lets him off easy. Against the button raise, too. Huh. Taylor's going to give him a spin with the dominated king. And we've got a flop of queen 9-7, couple of diamonds.
Interesting check back with the gut shot and the overcard to the board.
Yeah. Agree. Are you saying interesting
players.
when you mean to say terrible?
No, I'm not going to say it's terrible. I would just say that I think most players, including myself, are going to go for the C bet in that spot. A lot of equity. You can also put a lot of pressure on a lot of the weak one pair hands that are going to be perhaps in Taylor's range there, and it profits a good amount from just getting folds as well. So now following it up with the delayed C bet, though, we'll see.
You're saying
Taylor.
You'd give it the old rip and dip?
The rip and dip. What's the old rip and dip?
You know, the old rip and dip.
No. I can't say that I'm familiar with the old rip and dip.
Is this like before the stop and go?
Come on, the old rip and dip. It's plain as day.
May as well tell me now. May as well tell me.
May as well tell me now. Yeah, sorry, buddy. It was the old rip and dip. What can I do?
Until the end of the day.
That's until they decide.
Yeah, but we're way too slow and boring for keep us on here.
Yeah, guys, no talking and full tanking, okay?
The way you fold is I think it's exciting the viewers.
Oh, wow. Thank you so much.
All your emotions, sir.
So
I
can
find
you
it
please
very
stop
exciting.
that because it's entertaining them?
Yes.
Yeah, so we can get the fuck out of here.
And
This
that
is the
timeline
most that
trick
they've
you
talked.
pulled, like,
Talking about not talking.
Sounds like I'm watching
Right.
the Oscars here. It's just, bro, just.
If you saw the hand, you'd probably know why it was like a frustrated. Oh fuck! I have to think about this one kind of. You know?
Wow.
I didn't do this. I did this.
Guys, come on now. It's too much.
Schultz with another hand.
I'm just gonna carry. I'm gonna fold monsters here. Just.
No, don't fold the monster. Give him the old rip and dip.
Oh, I like that fold.
It's like doing finger skateboard.
I just want to know exactly what the rip and dip entails because I want to put this move in my repertoire. I just need to know
Your repertoire.
my repertoire.
I hate to bring it to you guys, but Guy Taylor is wearing a hat that says "Rip and Dip." All I'm doing is reading his hat.
They were probably looking for like at least 5, you know, to keep us here. So.
No, but now we have to come up with something for it.
Yeah.
Ben Heath.
Too good not to use.
Defending Jack 10 gets
Maybe.
smashed here. Top 2 pair for Schultz.
Maybe it's for like you rip it in, lose the pot, and you dip back into your pocket to pull out a reload on the cash table. That's the old rip and dip.
I think Hayden's kind of nailed it here. The rip and dip is where you go all in, bust, and leave.
I love it.
It's got to be when you rip into the
Big
stone
nut.
nuts.
You just got top set every time.
Yeah.
You go, hey, where's Jerry today? Ah, he pulled the old rip and dip. Oh, fair enough. Okay, cool. We'll see him tomorrow.
A shove small to big with King Jack. Ran into Kings. It's the old rip and dip.
44.
Ben Heath going for the old rip and dip here. Just completely running into it.
A new player to spice things up.
132K dead in the middle. Ben Heath's got 441 behind.
The new player that Mike.
I mean, he has chosen a rather uncomfortable looking character to do this to.
Anything to talk about.
Schultz faring a lot better than I would be in this spot, by the way. Tray ball
smartly dressed, doing
on the
anything crazy,
turn.
So.
I like the tire.
Some drip.
The shoes finish it off nicely.
I know. Where the fuck
Very
did you get them
clean.
shined?
Yeah,
In
very-
Paris. Like, those are the shiniest shoes in all of Paris, bro.
Ben Heath first to act. Does he continue
to rip?
Had you been
to
here
rip before he
this
dips?
tournament, Had you been to Paris before?
Actually, no.
No, me neither. I've been to France like 10 times and never Paris. And like, I'm kind of glad now.
Looks like
That you haven't? Or
Dan
Yeah,
has
it's like a bit
slowed
disappointing,
down the
right?
requisite amount.
Yeah? I mean, the food's good, but like...
I met some cool people.
I guess another
When you
rip
came
and
out
dip could be if
earlier,
you play something really aggressively and then give up.
Yeah.
You're like, I ripped and then I dipped. Schultz betting kind of small here, it looks like. 40,000.
Interesting.
Not going to work. Yeah, that was kind of a rip and dip. Ben Heath ripped flop and then dipped on the turn. He's like, whoa, just kidding. I'm out of here.
Okay, guys.
Ooh, new player at the table. Valeriano Toledano.
What a
Let's start
name.
with you, my friend.
It's gonna be you, right?
120?
Valeriano
121, bro.
Toledano.
You keep your one.
Man, the Commandador would have loved that name. If only he hadn't died of COVID.
Gracias.
Ace-8 for Fizz.
Out of range, gonna fold.
Schultz in the hijack with Ace-4.
What are you playing, roughly, sir?
250.
250?
Valeriano's going to start this hand in the big blind. Queen Jack on the button for Taylor. That's right, man with glove. El Comatador pulled the old rip and dip.
Should be 20 on this.
It is 20.
Stack is high, and this should be 18.
So Ben Heath here, guys. 36 bigs is covered by
So
Taylor.
38.
Yeah.
See the open from Taylor, and Heath
two,
now
yeah.
in the small blind.
Yeah, that's good. Pretty
Might
fun.
be thinking about making a little maneuver here some of the time.
That's yours?
40, no, that's 78.
78,000 to go.
Chips only.
Hmm? Like chips? I
Big
cannot
chips.
promise that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this 3-bet should work against Queen Jack offsuit. Of course, you know, suited combos are going to want to continue
10, pretty safe.
button versus small blind, but the offsuit might just be a little bit too weak.
No, I have 360.
It's quite funny because I think Ben Heath really benefits by Taylor knowing how short he is in the spot, right, Maria? Like, the effective stack depth being shallower is what makes it harder for him to continue with a hand like Queen Jack, because he knows it's a lot easier for him to get the chips in on later streets.
Absolutely.
Beautiful.
Definitely an air of believability comes with people 3-betting off of shorter stack depths.
Hello, baby.
Whoa, okay.
That was definitely an option.
Wow.
That was in there.
I did not see it coming. I did not see that option being taken. Not that it wasn't an option,
I'm the
but
same here. Yeah, absolutely.
I like it.
Ben Heath with the opportunity to rip and dip 2 hands in a row. Of course, he could rip and re-rip. And then Taylor would be the one rip and dipping. Ben is gonna call.
Was not expecting this either, Maria.
OMG, we have got a hand on deck.
This is very
This
unusual.
is a good one.
Yeah. So the pot
Holy.
is massive, you guys. Just to give you some perspective, SPR is 1. Ben Heath has less than 1 all in
This
for the
might
entire
be the
pot.
rip and rip.
More interested.
Queen 10-6, top pair for Taylor. Ben checks. Guy Taylor, by the way, looks like Josh Segura from the other 2. You'll know who I'm talking about if you've seen it.
$85.
Taylor does not appear to be that worried about over pairs.
Yeah, that's not to say that, you know, Heath couldn't potentially have some of
entertaining
those
enough.
traps, but this time
No. You hadn't 4-bet for an orbit, so it's my turn, right? He passed me the, the baton underneath the table. It's just like, it's your turn, guy.
That is a huge
Ben,
pickup,
can you
Maria.
pass me your one case?
yeah, that
We're doing
is
a color up.
a very entertaining hand pre.
You're kicking us out?
Did it, guys. Let's go, guys.
Guy Taylor up to 70 big blinds after that hand. Ben down to 24.
Can't wait to not watch us anymore.
Next. Yeah.
That is.
This table seems pretty
Guys,
relieved.
Final hand for the show.
Yeah.
Smile to home.
You're welcome, Joe. Make all the fucking jokes you want.
Who said
He's
that?
American, but you know what I mean.
I was
Maybe
Taylor.
he's American.
Great description, but I do know who you mean, actually.
Yes.
I spoke so kindly of
Because of
him.
your
Did they do all the
Rip and dip is where you tell the commentator off just before you leave the featured table.
There you go.
For the final table. Maybe they don't right now.
No, we're on break.
Kind of surprising if they didn't at least have a French language stream now, though.
One last hand being squeezed in before this break. Ace-8 suited for Taylor. Ace-King for Heath. Hachi Machi. Are we going to have a big hand to close it out? The true last time to rip and dip.
All right.
Rip the ace king, dip to break.
70.
Not quite a rip, but a three
There's
bet.
a bit of a interesting dynamic now, though, because of that 4-bet hand that occurred. And now Taylor could be wondering, is Heath just trying to get the better of me?
Do you think it's reasonable to just defend this, Maria, just as a call? I mean, having position here. Sorry, excuse me. Ben's on the button. Excuse me. I thought Ben was in the small blind. That's why I was wondering about the smaller 3-bet size, but this makes sense.
For the break thing that you do, but
No one's tried to pull that move since like 2008.
Yeah, I think.
we're gonna be embarrassed.
Sounds like you had it the right idea though, Maria. He was thinking about just putting in the jam.
Can't peel out position against this guy. He's too good.
Yeah.
Right.
Exactly.
You're not wrong.
Ben Heath is too good. He's going to be taking a relatively modest stack
Maybe the banker.
back out into the field. Reminder that Frederick Brink, Gail Bauman, Tuan Mulder, all coming to the feature table after this final break of the day. We do have a little bit of sadness to cover before we go. Roberto Romanello will not be returning from break. Eliminated by Murad Akandov. No chip, no chair. Roberto Abusto. All right, we are finally headed to that break I've been talking about. 17 minutes on the break, so don't go anywhere. New feature table when we get back. Gail Bauman, Frederick Brink, Tuan the Mulder, Horse Spirit. I got that mixed up. These are the stacks headed back into the field. More in 15 minutes from EPT Paris. See you then.
Ace-10 suited for Patrick Bruel. Over his shoulder, Howard Swains reporting for the PokerStars blog.
James, would you say your favorite Patrick Bruel song is Casser la Voix or Cuire le Doigt?
It's really hard. I mean, it's a race, really. One's probably 50.1%.
It is really hard to choose a favorite.
Patrick calls.
Pocket threes for Greg Dyer. And now
How do we feel about the in present day standards without ripping Patrick Bruel apart? This is raise, re-raise, flat with ace-10.
Yeah, I think ace-10 suited behind, even though you have position, like it's a hand that's so easily dominated. And these days you might see some 3-betting as a bluff with hands like, ace-jack offsuit that doesn't intend to call a re-raise. So, whew, crikey me.
Goodness.
I was going to say you could easily be dominated by hands like ace-jack, ace-queen, ace-king. Conversely, you could flop trips and be drawing pretty much dead.
I've now remembered this hand. It's amazing how as soon as that board comes down, you remember the hand.
Tuning in, the brown chips are 5,000 chips, so it's a 30,000 bet.
So it's a 30,000 bet because the brown chips are 5,000. That we know.
Thank you, Lee.
There's 90,000 in the middle. I don't think Bruel really needs to raise. The stack pot ratio is likely to be good. We don't know exactly how deep they are, but given it's a re-raised pot or a 3-bet pot, there's probably not too many pot-sized bets left to get in. So he's every reason to slow play, and the turn is, of course, like the brickiest brick. It's not going to kill any action.
I'm trying to work out who's got who covered here because I want to see if anyone's going to go broke.
It looks like Bruel has Passan covered.
I really like this check on the turn from the queens because you know, if your opponent's got a 10, they're going to do all the betting for you.
Yeah.
You block, you block all the queens up. So the only other thing they might call with is a hand like, maybe on the flop, ace-king, maybe ace-jack suited. That's unlikely to call again with just a gut shot. But if you check to it, they may well start bluffing with a hand like that. So you're always going to get the money versus a 10. Your aim on the turn should be get money versus the misses. And since your hand is a lock, I think a check serves to do that really well.
Well, this could be 3-2-1 blast off then.
All in.
A shove from Mika Parsonen, all in for 140,000. Bruel calls. Looks like Parsonen's the at-risk player, but is a 98% favorite.
Queens for queens full.
Quads draw.
Ace-10 for 3-of-a-kind 10s. Patrick needs the single 10 remaining in the deck, or Mika will win the pot.
And double up.
It is a 7 of...
Always coming 7, especially in Barcelona, and that will see Mika Parsonen get the double up. And I think Bruel's accepting it. I think he's taking it well. King 10 for Jedlicka. And he is going to call. So it's a complete from the small. Sarah's checking his option with 6 deuce.
Nicholas in the small blind and Juan in the big blind. Our flop is 7 of clubs, 10 of spades, 9 of spades.
Greg Raymer on the mic. Top pair for Jedlicka. Gut shot straight draw for Masaris.
In terms of connecting with the board, although he has a gut shot, Masares' 6 deuce is probably about as miserably as you can connect, like bottom end of the gut shot. But blind versus blind, obviously, I think his call here is not necessarily to try and roll an 8. It's just to try and, you know, peel one off and potentially make some plays on the turn when check to. And he is indeed check to, even though Jedlicka makes top 2 pairs.
It's going to be so tempting to bluff now.
Juan bets a stack of blue chips.
How much have you got left?
Immediately asks how much he's got left. Seems like a pretty strong signal.
Strong is weak though, right?
Who knows, in this era, we could be flip-flopping all over the place, but...
Was Mike Caro in vogue in 2007?
Yeah, that's the big question.
That might have been the first time someone asked how much you had left and genuinely just needed to know.
5 of spades for the river.
5, 6, 7. Still a gap there, isn't there?
Nope.
Still a gap, but the flush does fill. I feel like if Jedlicka does check again, we could see some bluffs from Masares. But it looks like Jedlicka might be considering leading now. Now, the merits to the lead are really to ensure that Masares, if he does turn a king with something like King 8, that called with a straight draw, or King Jack or King Queen that called with a straight draw, that he doesn't check it behind because of the spade filling, right? He's worried that all of the value hands in Masares' range are going to pot control. Even if he has something like 7-9 or 10-7 or King 9 or King 7, they might check behind because they're scared of the flush. So by leading, whoa, he's gonna stop those getting pot control. But Masares goes for this bluff raise at the river.
I probably lose a ton of value, but I think I almost always check call with King 10 here. I'm terrible.
I mean, there's definitely some merit to that too. Like, you'd encourage a bluff from something like 6 deuce. You'd encourage a bluff from something like Queen 8 or, you know, 8-4 suited that came along blind versus blind. So I don't think checking King 10 would have been terrible. Actually, I think once I checked the turn, it was probably be my preferred line as well. This is a really, really aggressive bluff from the 6 deuce though.
It's a 6 spot for King 10. There are like lots of really annoying ways you could have lost this hand on this river.
Jedlicka calls with 2 pair, with top 2. And Masares says, you got it.
Wow.
I want to see his cards.
He shows the 6 of spades and 2 of clubs. Nicholas shows the King of Hearts, 10 of clubs for top 2 pair. 2 pair is going to win this pot. over 200,000 chips.
Nice try, Juan.
Tried to pull a fast one.
It was kind of like a show I'd always watch, with my mom, and, she was always answering questions, and I always wanted to, know more and be able to impress her, and maybe it all stems from that.
We're gonna jump around in time a little bit, Alex. Right? I want to find out, like, in the present, what is your current relationship with poker? Are you totally out? Do you play occasionally? What's the deal there?
Yeah, I play occasionally. I fire up the the online every once in a while, and obviously with things as they are now, I haven't played live poker in quite some time, and I don't know when my timetable would be for going back to that. I guess that's hard to say, but yeah, I wouldn't say I'm completely out. I'm I'm mostly out. I'm obviously not traveling to the tournaments like I used to. That was a long time ago, and I still love the game. I mean, I think way back when I kind of lost the love of it a little bit, and I'm kind of getting back there. But I guess mostly out. But they always find a way to pull you back in, right?
Did that loss of love of it coincide with discovering this, second life of being a game show / trivia person?
I wouldn't say so. I mean, I think I've always loved trivia, and just one day I was kind of like, let's try this. Let's see if I can. I kind of realized it was all out there and doable to kind of learn this stuff and get on the show. And it was kind of like a show I'd always watch, with my mom, and she was always answering questions, and I always wanted to know more and be able to impress her, and maybe it all stems from that in some way. But
it wasn't like the distracted boyfriend meme where it's like poker's the girl to your right and back and over here is you looking at Jeopardy. It wasn't
Right.
quite like that.
Well, right. I mean, I guess you could do both theoretically now, but I think getting out of poker and getting into and getting on Jeopardy are kind of unrelated.
Joe said we were going to dance around chronologically. If we rewind the clock 15, 16 years, I'm assuming this was not the plan, to be a professional poker player and then go on to become a Jeopardy champion. When you first went to Yale, was there a plan, or was it a case of let's just see where this takes me?
Well, when I first went to, I guess it's like a lot of college students, you're not exactly sure what you're going to do. I guess I did have, like an econ major, I guess the theoretical plan was to be like an investment banker or something in that lane. But I just never really, never really interested me too much. And I got into trading later, and that was a little more interesting. But yeah, obviously I fell into poker in college. Not really fell into it, but I started playing a lot, and then playing a lot online and playing in tournaments. And obviously the goal from that point was to, just be a crusher forever. But, you don't always get what you want, I guess.
Really good final table, actually. I'm really enjoying it. Okay, 5-9 there for Jason Mercier. Oh, suddenly,
wow.
Now he's suddenly...
This is not something we've seen before, is it?
No, well, four-handed, you see. He's going to start opening up now that the four-handed, the right thing to do. Good for him. He's set up a table image.
Yeah.
He's going to capitalise on it.
80,000.
can't see him getting called unless
Anthony pass, small blind pass. Eric calls.
Eric's making a mistake here, I think.
Yeah.
He really is. He's calling just to try to outplay him.
Check.
So if you've got aces or, you know...
2 players, Eric check in the
Let's
dark.
see what happens here.
Oh, I hate that. He's checked in the dark again.
Flop comes.
Yeah.
5, check, 6. Jason checks.
Jason
Here
checks
is the
as
turn.
well.
It's an 8.
What's Koska's going to do now?
220.
220,000.
Betting 220,000 into a pot of 187,000.
220,000. Did he say call? Oh, well, he's picked up a middle pin.
Call.
He's picked up a middle pin
220,000.
straight with his pair of 5s. So he needs a 7 or a 9. What he actually, as it is.
He doesn't actually need
he's
anything,
winning.
but if he thinks he's behind, that's what he thinks he needs.
Exactly, yeah. That's what I'm thinking in my head too.
Board is 5, check, 6, 8.
Koska's didn't like that call.
8.
Okay.
I'm all in.
Eric all
Wow.
in.
Very great strong play there. If Mercier can pick this up, this will be an incredible call. If he can. How much has he got to call here? 700,000. And his stack is 2,244,000. So he'll still be left 1.3 million if he calls and gets it wrong. Has he got a jack in his hand? Has he got an 8? Think it through. He's thinking it through. Checking out his body language. He's looking at Eric.
From what we've seen,
corner of his eye.
From what we've seen of Jason, do we think he can make this call?
I've no idea.
Can he get a read on Eric Koskas?
I think he thinks his 2 pair are good here. I think instinctively he thinks his 2 pair are good. You remember that these guys play hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hands online. You know, they have a sort of feel for when they might be ahead. What's he got? He's got ace king. If he's got no pair, then I'm good. Could he have been betting a flush draw?
If his instinct is that his 2 pairs are good,
I call.
just got to decide whether to
Wow.
trust his
What a
instinct, and that's
call.
what he does.
Showdown.
What
He's
a great call.
made the call, and Koskas will
Eric
show he had
shows a
absolutely
bluff.
nothing.
And
That is
5-9
an absolutely excellent call.
He went with his instinct, he made
Yeah.
the call, and he's eliminated Eric Koskas.
He has. It's a brilliant call. It's a brilliant, brilliant call.
Manik Lerza in the small blind with 6 deuce. Ryan Rees started the hand with 6 big blinds, has 4 behind because he posted the big blind ante and the big blind itself.
Before, yeah. So this is $1 million plus 2.
Lerza just calls. And Ryan Rees checks his option with 10 deuce. Well, Rees is open-ended on the flop. Action goes check, check. Board pairs on the turn.
I won't be surprised to see Lerza check here again and look to go for delayed bluff on the river.
Well, Rees
At this point,
has a lock on this with 10 high.
it's super interesting if Lerza bets, because you would imagine that pre-flop he shoves pretty much every queen, every king, every ace. So unless he's trapping with a jack, man, honestly, I know this sounds crazy to say, but Ryan Rees with 10 high might be pretty suspicious of this all in. This would be one of the most insane calls we've ever seen on an EPT final table to call with 10 high, but honestly, I don't think it'd be the craziest one. He might be able to work this out, that his opponent's never doing this with an ace high, king high, doesn't have them pre-flop. A lot of the time he's going to have these delayed bluffs. Can he make a wild call with the 10 deuce? He is definitely thinking about it.
7,
Looks like he might only have one more time bank left.
Have you ever found yourself in an MTT, Finton, where you've called all in with 10 high and been right?
Definitely not on a final table, not even close. This would be one of the sickest calls ever. But it just doesn't make sense from the 6 deuce. Oh, what a call!
He calls all in with 10 high and will get the double up. Jack 10 for Roger.
The old two-handed peel to go with it. Don't see much of that these days. I'm for it.
He's raising from the button. 450,000. Ace 10 for Steve O'Dwyer.
Uh-oh, Steve's doing the dominance dance.
He calls.
Plays it kind of slow.
The flop is Queen 8-8. It's a gut shot for Sipple. O'Dwyer still ahead with ace high. O'Dwyer's playing in flow. He's checked the action to Sipple.
And Steve can now call a lot of C-bets because it's a smaller pot.
It's a chunky C-bet from Roger, 750K.
And I don't think Roger's going to have much here very often.
O'Dwyer calls. A pot of 2.4 million. The turn card is a deuce. It changes nothing.
Can Roger dump? Nope.
Check, check on the turn. The river card, a 3. It's a brick. Sipple misses its draw. Ace high is the best hand. O'Dwyer checks for a third time.
I'm all in.
And Sipple bluff shoves the river.
Roger. Roger, what are you doing to me?
This is really tricky. Last time Raj did this, he was stronger than the drinks at the players' party. But this is not how most players are going to play their bluffs.
And that is certainly the kind of thing a player of Steve O'Dwyer's caliber is going to notice. We can see he has the best hand. A lot of players are going to fold in this spot, and if Steve does fold, he'll still have a 2-1 chip lead over Roger. But considering he has the best hand, if he heroes with ace high, he will win the tournament.
I think a 10 is pretty bad.
Father Time is going to need some time.
Good call.
He calls!
It's over.
Good call.
Incredible call.
Ace high.
With that hand, Steve O'Dwyer wins.
Wow.
I didn't have you on a pair and you didn't have one. I didn't think you were going to make that call.
I was worried I had a 10 that blocks some of your gut shots. So.
Good call.
Thank you. And nice job.
Thank you. You too.
Oh, man.
Welcome back to Paris and the 2023 season of the PokerStars European Poker Tour. We have day 3 of the main event continuing in partnership with Le Club Barrier. 60 players remaining for the last session of the night. One more 90-minute level to play and a new feature table for that final level. Spirit of the Horse, Tud Mulder back on the main stage, along with Gail Bauman and former EPT champion Frederick Brink, as the blinds go to 10,000, 15,000 with a 15K big blind ante. It is James Hartigan with Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And joining us via uplink from the top of the Eiffel Tower, it is Maria Ho.
Hey, y'all.
So a fun change in feature table, Maria, a new cast of characters to get to know over the last level. However many players survive will bag and tag and come back for day 4. 55 was the line. Griffin took the under looking pretty good right now. I think it's going to be the lower end of the widget's range, maybe 48. So with 60 players remaining, we're looking still at a min plus cash, around 18,650 euros. All the big money up top, 1.17 million euros to the winner. Most of the 7.7 million euro prize pool to be paid out on the final day when we play down to the first ever EPT Paris champion.
So, when Griffin picked the under and I picked the over, when I said over, what I meant was I thought more people were going to go out. I wasn't joking.
No, of course you weren't.
Didn't understand the assignment.
I mean, it's not beyond the realms of possibility that we get through the next 90 minutes of poker with only 4 or 5 eliminations. But I would say it's improbable. But it doesn't matter. We're not trying to hit a target. We're not playing to a certain number. We're playing a set number of levels. We conclude at the end of level 21. And then we come back tomorrow to play another 5.5 levels in our quest to get down to the final table on Saturday.
It's kind of just like a do what you feel kind of thing.
Yeah.
I, for one, do not want to see one of those eliminations be Gael Bowman. It's always nice to see her on a feature table. She manages to get really deep in a lot of these big field main events.
So Frederick Brink, nay Jensen, was an EPT champion from 2012, took down Madrid that year. He is folded under the gun, so it is Michael Rodriguez who's going to open here with ace-queen.
All right, all right, all right.
We've got Sami Besherhead back up the feature table in the same seat he was in yesterday. Mathieu Di Meglio. Big stack, more than a milli. Queen Jack.
Dominated here.
Going to make the call out of the small blind. And we've got another big stack in the big blind. Malo Latinois. He folds, so heads up to the flop. And it is a queen high flop.
Yeah, it's gonna cost DiMeglio some chips. Granted, he could afford it, but if the board continues to run out pretty clean, could be a triple barrel type of situation.
Maria, if you don't have a ton of chips, if you don't have over 1 million chips, let's say you have 40 and you have Queen Jack offsuit in the small blind against an early raise, is it still a call?
Yeah, I think the shallower that I am, the less likely I would be to call with a hand like Queen Jack offsuit against an early position raise.
Putting that in my post-its. Hold on 1 second.
The infamous post-it notes.
Now, when the small blind calls pre-flop, you can put a lot of these Broadway type cards in their range, certainly of the suited variety, and also some ace-x suited combos, some middle pairs, some small pairs. So it is nice to be able to get value from that type of range on this texture.
So it was 25K on the flop, 55K on the turn. King on the river. And an interesting river lead from DiMaglio. Is this a blocker bet, Maria?
Yeah, feels like it, especially when he went for a sizing of about a third pot. And I feel like for that price, Rodriguez can't fold. Does seem a little perplexed by the river lead on a card that actually should a lot of the times favor Rodriguez's range. But if perhaps Rodriguez was already beat going into the river, that is why he's thinking about it. But I just think you have to flick it in. It's just too good of a price.
A blocker bet's like when you know you're going to get cut, but you're just deciding what size. What? Okay.
Yeah, Rodriguez does make the call and wins the pot.
So obviously we know that there's an 80,000 chip loss there on the river. Is that one of the best ways to play it? Is a better way to just like check fold and just realize that you're probably not getting barreled into that many times with a hand you're beating?
I think on that particular river, an argument can definitely be made that you can just check fold if your opponent comes with another bet. And, you know, seeing that the river was a king, we're not 100% sure that Rodriguez is going to bet ace queen all of the time either. So could have perhaps had a free showdown in the best case scenario.
I feel like if I told you that hand history and I was playing from the queen jack perspective, I would have gotten an as played in there somewhere.
You'll notice we've ticked down to 59. Laszlo Pelhofer, who you might remember from EPT Prague, December of last year, has just gone out in 60th place.
You guys remember this, but I had a girlfriend who was a Pilhofer.
Sven Stock, raising from the cutoff.
One fold, three folds. Four folds.
Or can you put your 25s in front?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, sorry, I'll put them on top. Yeah.
Top or in front of your stack visible to the whole table, please.
Spam this croc to support Sven Stock.
You know what? I like it. I'll spam the spam or spam? Spam? I'll spam the well, you guys got me.
Spam, 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 spam.
I'll spam this croc to support Sven Stock. Did I get it that time? I think I did.
Now try saying it 3 times.
No
fast.
shot. Absolutely not.
Ten folds, one fold, three folds.
Arcadia asks, how come players don't wear a suit and tie anymore? Hoodies galore, look like a bunch of stay-at-home dads. Can anyone please point to an era when poker players wore suits and ties?
Was there a poker episode of Mad Men I'm unaware of?
I will concede that Stetsons were the chosen attire back in the day, but suit and tie, Rodriguez winning that one pre-flop.
We could be seeing things grind out here. Last level of the day. Trying to make day 4.
Yeah, and certainly there's a little bit of ICM involved now with pay jumps, you know, not quite getting into the big money as James mentioned. So the pay jumps are not going to be that huge, but still could make a difference in the way that people want to play and approach this last level.
Under the gun raise from Tuan Mulder, Spirit of the Horse. Aces for DeMeglio. Ra says, I think someone thought that Monaco Bond movie was part of the EPT. Wow, where do I start with this? The only Bond movie...
You have to do this first. Take a deep breath.
Where he went to Monaco was GoldenEye, where he played Baccarat. If you're referring to the poker movie, that was Casino Royale, which was set in Montenegro.
Not Monte Carlo. Montenegro, not Monte Carlo. Montenegro, not Monte Carlo. Does it help if we repeat it?
Mulder could be thinking about calling here and trying to set mine.
Actually, in France, you have to set mime.
Right, I remember. I know this one.
Are you doing it? Don't say anything.
Well, there's a set, but for the player with aces.
Yeah, about as awful of a board for Mulder as you could hope for when you call with 7s against a 3-bet.
You know, I'm playing in a Baccarat tournament the night after the global, the morning after the Global Poker Awards.
I had no idea that there was such a thing as a Baccarat tournament, but I hope I'm in a state where I'm able to watch this.
When you lose a bunch of money playing slots in like a casino that's not that hip anymore, they send you lots of freebies, including a Baccarat tournament free roll.
That sounds so fun. I am sad that I won't be there to watch. I'm sad I won't be there to watch, you know, the potential carnage of you gambling in general states, but I'm also just sad that I won't be there to see James and the stream hopefully win.
Yeah, no, I'm more excited for the Baccarat.
At least we know the Baccarat's going to happen.
I'll still send you my Baccarat hand histories, Maria, don't worry. Also, I've literally never played a hand of Baccarat. Should be really fun.
How is that possible?
It's really boring.
I know, but how have you never played Baccarat?
I don't know. I usually just sit and watch my rich friends play and tell them, guys, can we leave? Guys, come on. No, 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 not 1,500 a hand. Please, no. That's my experience with Baccarat.
Wow.
Yeah. Oh, speaking of wows.
Yeah, she folded the queen 10 suited from the small blind. Kind of surprising to see it. She looked a little pained doing it, so she didn't want to, but she just decided this for the best.
Raise on 7 to 120,000.
Well timed though, considering Mulder's 3-betting the 10s from the big blind, and if Bowman did call out of the small, it would have made this squeeze even more profitable for Mulder.
We're only 14 minutes into this level.
We are way ahead of pace now. I feel like 55
Yeah,
left in the
I
field.
think taking the over was clearly a minus EV move. Let me just have a look. See if any notable names have gone out.
Jack 10 suited under the gun. Is this normal or is this a megalomaniac?
Hey!
Okay, Stapes, how long have you been holding on to that one?
14 minutes.
You see, you need to shoehorn it in at an inopportune moment to go full Benja.
Yeah, but I also need to make you participate in it some way for it to be a bender. You're like, James, what would we call it if this guy raised with 3 deuce? What would we call it? 6, 7, 8, 9.
Pretty interesting flop, the open-ender for Bachahed, and then gut shot with the backdoor flush possibilities, and 2 overs. Very, very strong hand, all things considered, for Demeglio here, without actually connecting directly with the board. Seems like a very natural semi-bluff spot. Once Demeglio checked back the flop, this board texture certainly feels like it favors the big blind over the under the gun +1 open.
There it is.
Boom.
At least someone made a straight.
Not sure with this particular run out if you want to go too big, though, just because you can't imagine getting called by a lot of hands, right?
Yeah.
I mean, hands that are going to check back the flop, you know they don't have overpairs. They're very unlikely to have sets here, so I just think this was a little too much, you know, to get looked up even by a reasonable hand. Obviously, Jack 10 wasn't going to call anyways, but I still think that we could have sized it a little smaller to perhaps get a more interested party.
Just disappointed we're 17 minutes into the level and haven't seen a rip and dip yet.
Good bluff. Thank you.
Folded around to the blinds.
8
And it's a walk for Sven Stock.
I got you crush. Jack 4.
Spam the crock.
So bad.
The long con asks, did we settle the widget over-under between Griffin and Joe? Yeah, Joe's lost.
I know that I won, but I realize I misspoke.
You feel like you're the moral victor.
Correct. In my heart, I know that I was right, that we would lose more players when I picked the over.
This one's mine. Okay. Sounds better.
You knew what you meant. That's all that matters.
Exactly.
So remember, the widget projection would be that we will not end the level with fewer than 48 players. So if we do get to 47 at the end of tonight. We might have just broken the widget.
The widget's going to have to sit on the naughty step.
Well, either that, we're going to be coming back tomorrow with like an 80 big blind average.
Well, then I'll have seen everything.
So only one of Mulder's cards is known to us. Gail Bauman has opened with 9-8 of diamonds. Turn Mulder's called with the Jack of Hearts. And we know Gail has an open-ended straight draw, but does... Well, Mulder ahead right now with just Jack high. Question is, does he have more than that?
It stands to reason that Mulder would have connected with some other part of this board. Let's check back.
Deuce.
Bauman trying to realize her equity with the check, not willing to go for a semi-bluff.
80. 80? 7, that's 80,000.
Facing an 80% pot size bet out of Mulder here. Mulder has one of Bowman's outs as well.
Seemed like with most of what that other card is likely to be, it was time to bet. Ooh, ho, ho, ho.
Ooh, aha.
This could be a rip and dip.
200 and fold on 6.
A fold from Mulder. Semi-bluff gets through.
Kishao on YouTube says, why is it showing only one card for him? Please tell me. Because he only showed us one card. Thank you for your question. Uh-oh, now we've got Spam the Shell to support Gael.
A7 suited for Gail Bauman.
6 raised to 40,000. 7 fold. 8 fold. 9 fold. 1 fold.
Now we've got a hidden card for Latinois.
650?
I don't know if it's the chip in this deck or what, but a lot of people missing a card on the reader. His seems in perfect position.
Well, regardless of his other card, we know he's ahead right now with a pair of 9s at least.
Yeah, this does feel like the type of board, though, that you would expect the pre-flop aggressor to c-bet at a pretty high frequency.
Latinois sounds like what you get when your mom is French and your dad is Mexican.
Meanwhile, we are down to 54, 55th place finisher. Alexandros Colonius.
Speaking of Mexican.
What?
His screen name is Mexican 222.
Oh, yes, of course. I was thinking he's Greek.
I think there would have been other turn cards where it would have benefited Bowman to perhaps go for a double barrel to try to get her opponent off of these 9x type hands. But I think with that flush coming in is a reason why she just elected to check, which is in essence giving up on this pot with her specific hand. She does have a little bit of showdown value, but not a lot considering her opponent did call the flop. She is beating hands like Queen Jack and Queen 10 and Jack 10, those type of hands that would have called the flop with some straight possibilities. But it looks like if Lenoir's willing to check this river, it feels like they have showdown value, which is why you see Bauman not feeling like she could tell a credible story after
Oh, wow.
giving up on the turn.
She was behind on every street. Ace-9 was the hand for Latinois.
Telling a credible story is something that I want to get better at in my game. I feel like it's never credible.
Well, that's a problem.
I know.
Joe.
So who
I guess
are the chip leaders right now? Fabrice Bigot is third on the leaderboard with 2.13 million. Second biggest stack belongs to Denzel Speckman. He's got 2.5 million.
My man.
And the chip daddy right now, sitting in the catbird seat, is Konstantin Held, who's got 2.75 million.
I always thought it was Constantine Hold.
Okay. Not too obvious. Yeah.
Sorry, Marie, did you have advice for me on how to tell a more credible story?
I was just going to say, I feel like for you in particular, you don't need to be worried about telling a credible story if you're not bluffing enough, though. You know what I mean? Then you just rely on having it. But if you're willing to bluff enough, then yes, we should work on you telling a credible story.
No. I would far prefer to have it. If that's an option, I just have it every time. No, that's okay with me.
How much you have? Thanks. Raise.
10 raises to 30,000.
Stock opening here from the cutoff. Do we think he's got ace of clubs, 9 of hearts?
It's fun when we can figure out which card is broke.
Well, that's what it was in the previous hand.
So I know this is going to be a mistake, but River Stars who says, I want to ask a question to Maria and Joe, but before I ask, I want to ask, do they have wife, husband, so I don't disrespect anyone? Whatever question you're about to ask where you would need that information, don't worry about it. It's good. There's nothing possibly appropriate enough that you would need to know the answer to that. Thank you for your question. Okay, I'm single. I'm not single, but what's on offer? I'll just for laughs. It's okay to find out. It's okay to see what the
Right. You're just window shopping.
Yeah,
You're
exactly.
You're not going to take them up on it
Yeah.
or anything. Not if it was amazing. There's nothing that would make you leave Raquel.
Who?
Well, the irony is this is actually a new deck, and we don't know one of DeBeglio's cards.
I don't mind this game. It's a fun game. We'll continue. We'll roll with it.
I think someone might be bending those cards a little bit too violently.
80,000.
Raise to 80,000 on three. All in on four.
Go get him, Freddie.
Are we on the brink of an elimination?
I think it's 250. 250?
Precisely 250.
Sorry?
Precisely 250.
The shove gets through. And the EPT Madrid 2012 champ is now playing around 25 big blinds. With 60 minutes left on the clock, another hour of play on day 3. Latinois at the table, chip leader with just over $1 million. In fact, he is the only player at this table with an above average stack. The average right now being 892,000, which seems high.
We got a good bad lookalike here
for
Frederick Jensen.
Yep.
AJ Soprano.
Formerly Frederick Jensen, now Frederick Brink.
Frederick Brink, excuse me. I believe that AJ Soprano, whose real name escapes me right now, is a poker player.
Robert Eiler?
Robert Eiler, that's right.
They're playing a 59 big blind average at the moment. I guess it's not that deep. Okay, so under the gun raise from Turnmulder with ace deuce. Mathieu de Meglio with ace king in the hijack. Action folded back around to Mulder. Who's going to let it go?
Can you ask the floor again about my missing time bank?
Didn't they say at the start of the day that we would get more time?
No, when we got moved to the TV table, I only had 4 left.
Yeah, I know.
Well, I had 5. Oh, okay.
But didn't they also say at the start of the day that we got more time banks during the day?
Sorry?
I think they said when we started today that we got more time banks during the day.
I think we got new time banks at the start of day 4. Don't think it's like in between.
Yeah, I just think they said it.
Yeah,
Okay.
you get another 6 cards tomorrow.
How much were you supposed to get then additional to the ones we had?
Sorry?
How much were you supposed to get additional?
I don't know how much.
Is Sven Stock saying he's lost a time bank card?
It does sound like what he's saying.
I think yes. So regarding the place, he is missing 10 banks. He had one missing.
So when we were at the outer table at 5, then we were on break, I got moved here and I have 4 left. And then the other floor came over and he indeed said that he had put down 5, but there's only 4 time banks.
Mario was the 4th.
Can I have some too?
Will be obviously checked.
You ran out? Yeah. First hour of the day I ran out. Oh wow.
I wonder what the ruling is going to be.
I feel like if a floor can confirm that they did bring over that number of time banks and, you know, we've seen everything on stream that they haven't used one, then I feel like the right thing to do would just be to replace it.
How, though?
Certainly would have been, I mean, I don't know.
Alright. 5 folds.
I mean, is it really a problem unless he finds himself in a situation where he needs more than 2 minutes to think?
I mean, I can understand wanting it. Just you don't want to be asking in the moment.
Right.
Has he checked down the back of his chair? Checking his trunk. Look down his trousers.
It's weird as I was walking around the back of the building today. Some guy's like, hey, you want time bank cards? Popped his trunk open.
How much was he charging?
I don't know. I was like, get away from me. I got time bank cards and pre-filled out chip bags. 2.2 million. Write whatever name you want on it. Extra seat cushion? What do you want? I got you.
Hopefully we get closure on this matter.
Oh, pocket eights under the gun, sure.
Snowman's.
Sorry, too far.
Frederick Brink with King Queen.
Oh. Doesn't want to mess with the UTG. Lots of people to act behind. Ace Jack right next to you. Why would you?
Yeah, DeMeglio has been fairly active, so you wonder if that is going to play into Rodriguez's mind. But he does choose to just call, probably because DeMeglio opened from under the gun. Certainly in later positions, a lot of people would elect to 3-bet against a pretty active opponent with a hand like Ace-Jack.
Call.
Okie dokie, bloated 3-bet pot.
Pretty good for the Ace-Jack.
I think these 2 8s are about to be the next 2 broken cards. Just immediately rip them up on this flop.
DeMeglio checked it over, but I don't think we're going to see him fold on this board, but just doesn't want to be betting into what could be a fairly strong range, one that could contain a lot of Ace-X holdings. And, you know, he's even going to lose to hands like 9s and 10s right now that might not have wanted to 3-bet those combos pre. Heart check. decides to slow down on that particular turn card, but this is a very bricky river, and if DeMeglio decides to bluff catch with the eights and check, then I think Rodriguez can go for a pretty big sizing. Again, just a lot of hands that you are going to be beating. Of course, all of the pairs, you know, even the bigger pairs, queens, kings, jacks, hands that might all kind of fall into this check call range. For this sizing, I think DeMeglio could be interested.
Down to 53 players now.
That's fair. Thank you.
And checking on the stacks of the 8 players we have right now at the feature table. 1,000,000 for Latinois. 57 big blinds for Rodriguez. 53 bigs for DeMeglio. Everyone else sub 50 bigs. The shortest stack being Sami Beshahead. He's got 20 bigs. Six-3 versus 10-8, and 10 high is ahead.
Yeah, and with the betting lead here, Mulder certainly can just rep this board pretty easily as the pre-flop aggressor. DeMeglio really taking his time here, maybe just thinking he could turn some back doors. Does he want to get aggressive here? It does look like he doesn't believe. Yeah, well, when you check raise 6 high against Mulder, you're going to get Mulder floating you with a hand that also has some backdoor straight and flush possibilities as well.
Well, 6-3 has some backdoor.
Yep.
The only backdoor.
Yeah, I feel like this is the type of card that if you're going to check raise that flop, sure, you're a little concerned at Mulder's calling on the flop, but I do like to see the continue here. Really small sizing. Kind of strange considering there are quite a few draws possible. You know, if you did have, let's say, 2-pair or a pretty strong ace-X type holding, are you going to go this size? Double float out of Mulder for the 30K bet.
Unbelievable. And now the 4 of spades on the river.
Does DiMeglio give up?
No, please, bet again so that Mulder can make the 10 high hero call. No,
I mean, with Mulder calling twice, DiMeglio has to be a little concerned now that perhaps Mulder does, in fact, have an ace. But when you think about the sizing that you take on the turn, ooh, all right, okay. I thought maybe he might have given up, but I like
that
this.
is not a give up.
No, it certainly isn't.
And remember we talked about telling a convincing story? This one had a great ending.
It did have a very, very good ending.
Almost
and a
petered out
surprising
in the
one.
middle. Towards the end, he was like, yeah, I don't know if I have the strength. All right, here's the ending.
I like it. DiMeglio came to play.
I would have loved a Mulder raise on the river or the 10 high hero call.
That's when you know the ending of the story is a lie, but it's too serious that you can't challenge it.
Yeah.
They're like, and then I died.
George on YouTube says, such a shame is now aces or something big. Absolutely. Thank you for your comment. Are we still waiting for resolution on Sven Stock's missing time bank card?
Yeah, or either that or everyone's just wanting it's a time bank card. The day's almost over. Let's just let it go.
Do you think they basically said to him, we'll investigate, and they're basically just kind of like, yeah, just he'll forget about it?
That's why I think that's what they're hoping. But will he forget about it? That's the question. Should we bet on this? Should we bet on if he calls the floor over again in a 15, 20 minutes
Yeah, whether or
time?
not he drops it is a good bet. It's kind of like when I showed up to customs in the Bahamas and they were like, oh, yeah, we'll check on this and be right back. And a half hour later, somebody came back clearly having eaten a sandwich. We'll look right into it.
I'm going to say he will ask about it again, just because I feel like it's the principle of it to him, right? He doesn't think he's going to need it.
I'm being told it happened off camera, but they did actually give him an extra time bank card.
They knew something was up when someone in a side event that didn't have a shot clock going, someone tried to use one. I think I know where it went. All right, who's got a heart? DiMeglio. DiMeglio Mulder again.
The river is not a heart, it is an ace. That's right, Maria. We're going to test that low latency connection via the transmitter on the top of the Eiffel Tower.
Okay.
This isn't going to go to
guys,
showdown.
Same thing as yesterday, right?
There's too much pride involved between these two. It's already a rivalry. It's already a nemesis situation. No showdown.
Mulder's not raising the river. He's just going to call this.
Do not deny the spirit of the horse. He could fold also.
Makes the call. It goes to showdown. This is a chop pot. You know what they say?
Everyone loves a chop pot.
That felt good.
I hope.
I'm not gonna lie, that felt good.
I hope that
Can Hayden climb down off the Eiffel Tower now?
I hope he feels that walking up those 798 stories was worth it.
Yeah.
That felt good, I'm not going to lie. Hey, Maria.
Yes.
Maria, I'm the first to criticize you.
Uh-huh.
And I just want to say, you did all right.
But really...
I'm sorry, I missed that. Could you say it again?
You
I think
done
I cut
good,
out.
kid.
Yeah, I think
thank you.
Hayden,
Thank
it was really Hayden's
What?
kind
James,
of work that would result in the success.
why are you taking this away from me? My
Because
moment.
we need to talk about the 4 more EPT festivals coming up this year, Maria. Monte Carlo, Barcelona, another new destination this year, Cyprus, and then Prague. All the details, all the dates at PokerStarsLive.com. Monte Carlo will be the next stop. Barcelona in the summer, Cyprus in the autumn, Prague just before Christmas. Check out the dates and, of course, information on all regional tours at PokerStarsLive.com.
I don't know why we're leaving out Salona.
So 51 players remaining in the main event with 40 minutes to play on day 3.
I'm going to try to satellite into to Cyprus.
Right.
That seems like a fun one. Because Cyprus, is it an island?
I know it has that there's Cyprus and there's northern Cyprus, and I know that we're going to the northern bit.
Are either of them an island?
I want to say yes. It's one island with 2 kind of...
Yeah, I like the islandy ones. Malta, Ireland, Bahamas, that's the one I was thinking of.
You don't like the ones in landlocked countries like Poland?
Poland, right. I like there to be an ocean nearby.
It's a running joke that Joe thought Poland was landlocked.
So he somehow got 3 ways to this flop. Mulder raising early with 6-4 suited. Maybe we're going to see Mulder gear up and try to boss the day 4 bubble.
Yeah, it does appear that so far nobody wants to bet either as a bluff or, you know, the semi-bluff that Queen Jack has with their straight draw equity, and the 9s just wanting to show down in position.
I mean, is Mulder ever going to let that happen?
Well, I will say that Mulder knows he's not going to be able to win at showdown with 6 high, so
Yeah.
there's always that you have to take into consideration when you don't have showdown value, but here just maybe in a multi-way situation, not willing to pull the trigger.
He dipped without the rip. Anna Goldberg says, come to Germany and try our sausages. Every weekend, sausage fests everywhere, lol.
Tell it's late night, can't you?
Anna, I'd like to hear more.
Daddy, would you like some sausage?
Hungry for sausage after a long day working at the cheese sandwich factory.
Mathieu Demeglio has opened here with ace-deuce in the cutoff. Marlo Latinois on the button with 7-6 of spades. Has flatted on the button, and now we've got Michael Rodriguez in the big blind with 6-5 off.
All right, and away we go.
Ace, 9, 8.
But
top pair versus a couple of straight draws.
Yeah, a little something for everyone.
Moonchild asking what time the live stream starts tomorrow. 12:30 Central European time. It's our start time every day, bar the final table, which starts at 1 p.m. local time.
Demeglio gonna continue with a small c-bet. Makes it pretty easy for the open-ender to come along.
Three timers on the turn. Not going to make anyone particularly happy.
Demeglio with not a great kicker, obviously, with their pair of aces, but feels like maybe they would have heard from some bigger aces pre-flop, considering they were cut off versus button position-wise. So still gonna go for some value closer to half pot this time.
Much closer to half pot. 105 into 185. And Latinois is going to try one more time to hit the open ender. Can the magic happen? Nay.
No magic.
Although Jack 10 does get there on the river, and if Demeglio checks, again, when you show up to the river with 7 high, bottom of your range, you're missing your draw here. You might be inclined to want to turn it into a bluff. And as I mentioned, the other straight draw does get there. Feels like a very natural bluff spot to me. Latinois doing the little neck thing makes me think he's going to give up, but I would like to see him bet.
He's going to bet.
All right. Thank you. I like it. Whether it works or not, I like this play.
Do you like the size?
I do like the size as well. I don't think it's very polarizing. I think you could imagine that Demeglio might, you know, even take a hand like ace 10 and bet this size here on the river, blocking the straight, of course, and having a pretty decent kicker with the ace. So, you know, there are some other hands that would bet the river outside of just the straight and the big aces. And it gets through.
It does. It does. That's going to feel good for Latinois, who's up to 1.27 million. Up over 80 big blinds.
Gets top pair to fold for a half pot bet?
Yeah.
You know what? I think I just got to move up in stakes to places where they'll respect bets like that. I think that's my problem, James. I'm playing too small. They don't fold that at my level.
Je le verrai. Hein.
Je voulais juste savoir ta main.
Je vais le voir. Hein.
J'avais As-10.
Tu le verras. Hein.
Raise.
Bauman calls the dominating hand, both hands suited. Show me red.
Nope, black.
$50,000.
Bet and a fold. His stock is rising.
Stonks.
Oh my gosh, stonks. That also just reminds me of I recently got an email, Stapes, remember NBA Top Shot?
Yeah, I get emails from them 4 times a day, every day.
Are you still buying
No,
them?
I haven't bought a Top Shot in over a year.
Okay. Same.
I
Maybe
also
over
got
2
into
for me.
UFC Strike briefly, too, which was the UFC version, and the NFL one. I think I spent $300 on a LA Rams Super Bowl NFT. Also.
How are those working out for you?
I don't know.
I want to feel like I'm stacking chips. That's it. Don't worry about me, guys.
Now, Stapes coin, on the other hand. Well,
Raise.
That's gone.
Stock opening here under the gun +1. No, he has the ace of hearts. That's right, Uncle Jonesy. Stapes coin didn't go to the moon.
I don't know what counts as the moon. It went somewhere. I just never cashed out. I hodled too long.
So you had your moment on TV now? Yeah, I'm a single moment.
28 minutes left on the day.
To be fair, you have been asking for it all day. Me? You've been asking. I didn't want to be on.
I'm just trying to figure out if because my Stapes coin was worth $70,000 at one point, and now it's worth 0, if I can say I lost $70,000 on my taxes.
No, I don't care about that.
Good luck with that. Latinois with the Grafton, 10-9 suited, facing the raise from Demeglio.
85.
And we are round to the big blind. Sammy Bash ahead with Just shy of 20 big blinds, ace-5 suited.
Just doesn't feel quite good enough facing a 3-bet pre-flop from fairly early positions. It looks nice. You haven't been able to get involved in a while. You're getting to that sub 20 big blind stack size, but yes, discipline is still key, even though technically he was ahead, but no way of knowing that given the ranges of the under the gun +1 opener and then the 3-bet.
All right.
Call in with Kojak, and these two will tango a second time.
King Jack offsuit, calling 3-bets, out of position. Let's go.
Yeah, feels almost disrespectful. It's kind of like, you know what? I think I'm a better post-flop player than you,
Yeah.
Letinois. Let's see what you got.
And flops top pair against second pair.
This might be the case of who flops better and not who plays better post.
Didn't this happen before with Queen Jack offsuit also? And the queen rolled off on the flop?
Yeah.
Queen Jack in the small blind, right?
Mm-hmm. Single raise pot, that one, but, you know, Temeglio did make a fold to Latinois and wasn't sure if they had it or not. I mean, they were speaking in French afterwards, but
Oh, right.
I'm not sure if Latinois told him.
I'm combining two different hands. We're talking about
Yeah.
the Ben Heath with the king eight of clubs.
Yes.
3-bet the Queen Jack off on the button. Yeah, thank you, Hayden. So Demeglio checked. Latinois continued for 35,000. Demeglio obviously sticking around. Checks again.
Yeah, and this is kind of an interesting decision point in this hand for Latinois because he does have showdown value. It would be different if he had 3-bet with a combo, say, you know, ace-x suited,
Yeah.
which has less showdown value right now because he's not beating, you know, 7s, 6s, 5s, a lot of hands that might have continued pre-flop to a 3-bet and are still beating some of that 3-bet range, but that's why you see Latinois deciding to check back the turn.
Demeglio leading the river, going for a little bit of value. 280K in the middle. And his bet is 100K.
As done.
Makes the correct laydown. Joe, I wouldn't necessarily trust the financial advice of most of the people watching the stream.
Yeah.
But I do think that it is right that if you bought at a certain number and then lost, you could potentially write off the loss. Did you buy at 70,000?
No, I bought when it was real low.
So you're
I bought like I think I bought 10,000 worth.
So actually your loss is 10K.
Yeah.
Not 70K.
Yeah. I guess. But it feels like 70K. Can you put that on your what it
No.
feels like?
No. Generally speaking, revenue services don't normally go with feelings. They like numbers. Fact.
Yeah, they're more of a numbers person than the human calculator.
Zayla Bagas asks, I wonder why you didn't sell when it hit 20 or 30K. Because it would have tanked the price of it overall, and I didn't want to do that to the other people who had invested.
Are you saying that it wasn't a boiler room stock?
I mean, it should have been. I think that's what most people used it for. By the way, I shouldn't say it wasn't an investment. It was them supporting me. So I didn't feel right just like cashing out on their driving Stapes coin up. But I should have.
I mean, I can understand not doing that when it was worth like 20 or 30. Once it got to 70, screw them.
Yeah, I'm an idiot. DeMeglio once again involved in a hand. Pocket kings this time under the gun.
DeMeglio being very active so far. I mean, not too out of range with some of the opens that they've taken. Obviously, kings is a really good hand, but he may have that table image, though, that people are thinking. He's been playing a lot of hands pre, and also he has a big stack. Perhaps he might not have it every time.
How much?
35,000, and Stock has caught a piece of this on the turn.
This would be amazing if he cracked kings by having the bottom end of the straight here.
Meanwhile, we've dropped down to 50 players.
Call.
Yeah, that sizing's gonna keep him in with 2 pair and the straight draw. DeMeglio wondering what size he should take if he wants to get called by perhaps, you know, the 10x.
90,000?
Or
call.
Maybe even
Wow.
ace highs, but 90,000, pretty quick call out of Stock.
Snap.
Well, here's another stock that's falling.
Stonk.
90?
To the reverse moon.
And again, I just think it has a little bit to do with DeMeglio's table image at this point. I think a lot of players maybe not believing that he's going to have good enough hands to go 3 streets therewith, considering the high frequency at which he's been opening pots pre-flop. Certainly getting him paid when he has it.
So DeMeglio is now pretty much Stevens with Latinois, 75 big blinds each, and the only players at this table with above average stacks.
Stanks.
Coming towards the end of the day, 18 minutes on the clock.
Well, hello, Gael. Noof, noof. And king, queen for Stonk.
Maybe contemplating a squeeze here. It looks like a decent spot. You've got Rodriguez opening from middle position with the flat from the 9s, but does end up passing.
DeMeglio is a player.
No hands off this guy.
VPIP as high as Staves coin once was.
I love all the over-supportive people saying, don't worry, Joe, it'll bounce back. I'll invest now. I'll help get the price back up.
It's literally gone. Like it's not low. It doesn't exist anymore. The website is over.
Stapes coin 2.0.
Right?
The thing is, I obviously, the only time I can talk about it on stream is because it doesn't exist anymore. This would have been highly unethical.
It's true.
If it still existed, and I'd probably have gotten my ass fired. But if only I had done this.
Exactly. If you had all this support.
Great spot for Guile here. The aces blocking each other. Top pair for Rodriguez.
Yeah, I think sometimes you'll see players in Bauman's spot, especially in a multi-way pot, just raise on the flop and give their hand some additional protection, because if you expect that the original raiser is going to c-bet at a high frequency on that type of board, then you don't necessarily want the big blind to be coming in for cheap, but still playing cautiously and making it so that Rodriguez thinks that he has the best of it, and he's betting for protection himself. Trying to deny some equity to 2 overs, but in this case, Bauman way ahead with the 9s.
Oh, Rodriguez checks. What my total was if I check back 9s here, Maria?
I think it depends on if you think you could get value from worse, but also if hands that have you beat would check this river, you know, hands like 10s and jacks and the other over pairs.
What about hands like ace-5?
Yeah, but I think given the sizing and the way it played out, I feel like ace-5 would have just bet the river instead of taking it as a check raise.
Gail played it the way I did, so.
And is immediately thinking, did I miss a bet?
Yeah.
He saw it in her eyes.
No one can ever accuse me of playing as if because I can see all the hold cards. Like, I still check that river even knowing he has ace-6.
Okay, so apparently, to keep the tables balanced, we are losing Marlo Lantenois, who's about to post the big blind. He's being moved onto another table.
No, it's okay.
They're lucky they're not getting DeMeglio.
Hi, good luck.
Merci, Cozy. Good luck. Good luck.
And we're down to 49 players now. Not far away from pausing the clock and drawing for the last number of hands to play on day 3.
Stonk.
Fold.
Yes, you may.
4, 5.
So DeMeglio in the small, Frederick Brink in the big. Brink's got 20 bigs.
Huh. Pretty happy to take a free flop. Let's go. Queen 8. Top pair.
Nice.
DeMeglio checks. $25 thou.
DeMeglio, we've seen, does not like to fold, does not like to give up on pots, certainly not going to give up on this gut shot straight draw with a club in hand as well.
Trips now for Brink. Maria, is it still, it used to be a thing back in the day that if you were drawn to some crazy hand like a gut shot, you at least wanted your opponent to have like a bunch of chips you could win. Is that not a thing anymore?
I think you're just talking about implied.
Enough? Yeah, implied odds.
Yeah,
That's
you're
the
just
one.
talking about the implied odds in general. Yeah, I mean, implied odds definitely come into play, but I feel like, again, in this situation, we're talking about blind versus blind ranges and having that overpair, having that overcard, excuse me, in DeMeglio's hand, plus that straight draw, you know, is going to be enough to continue regardless of great implied odds. Here we see a nice lead from DeMeglio. Normally, I would be taking this line personally on the turn, trying to rep the trips, but sometimes you're going to run into repping the hand your opponent has, unfortunately.
Just kidding.
Are we playing till the clock hits 0, or are they going to do a certain amount of hands?
You know how it works.
Normally they pause the clock at 10 minutes, though, and it's gone to 9.
Number of hands. Dernier niveau, ça? Hein? Dernier niveau, ça? Ouais.
Stop the clock!
Stonk the clock. Oh, pocket threes. Seems like Stonk really wants to make it to day 4.
Or I think maybe he's trying to stall for the hands left in the day. I mean, I'm not sure what, I can't make sense of it quite yet. It might be a little bit too early because I think he's still gonna have to be in the big blind before they draw for hands, but it's the only thing I can think of.
We're not near a pay jump either.
Right, right. Yeah, I looked at the pay jumps, not very close at all to a pay jump.
Okay, so they have done the draw.
I was already stalling for a minute.
Yeah.
Four hands to play today.
One, two, three. Stonk's gonna get it.
Mulder wins that one. So, yep. We are now going to play 4 hands, and we are down to 48 players because Mike Watson has just been eliminated. So Watts KO'd by Alex Kulev. So that means there are now 3 former EPT champs remaining. We've got Frederick Brink at the feature table, and then we've got Maniglerza and Peter Nijinsky.
I don't want to jinx it, but 3 feels like a lot at this stage. Let me crunch the numbers. That's a 3 in 48 chance.
I mean, that's why they call him the human calculator, Maria.
Once again, just proving how precise he
Uh-oh,
is.
back ahead. That's how I make my macaroni and cheese, with a back ahead sauce.
More like Becca behind to 10s.
Yeah, it's rough because, you know, just haven't had much to work with since he got moved to the feature. Some players would just min-raise this ace-jack off of that stack size, but he elected to just put all the chips in the middle and now gets the ISO out of Brink, who has him covered.
Won the first flip.
I mean,
won the first flip.
It is a
I mean, I
flip,
can see that.
or near enough a flip. Brink actually a 6-4 favorite here.
I'm not going to say good luck.
Freddy.
I don't mean it.
Fair enough.
But does he still deserve it after today, what he did to the French guy?
We don't talk about the future. We're in the present right now.
It's true, that's why they call it a gift.
So back ahead needs an ace or a jack. The flop is queen 8-6. 10 still good. Back ahead still has 5 outs.
Let's put a king just for the sweat.
No
Or,
ace?
huh?
No ace?
Yeah, ace is too easy. That's terrible.
Well, it has to be an ace or a jack, or we're going to be down to 47 players.
Let's go Barry Greenshine.
Flaming Barry. Nope.
Good luck, everybody.
Wrong me.
Pleasure.
Good luck, man.
Couldn't brink it.
And so, Sammy back ahead.
The big blind anyway now.
Oh, yeah.
Cash is out for 21,450 euros. We're down to 47 with 3 hands left to play.
Hey, Freddie. You got 49 big blinds. Probably gonna bag them all. 3 hands left. The pre-penultimate hand. Maria, did it hail where you're at?
No, but it has been insanely windy, like, I don't know, over 40 miles an hour over here, and just everything being thrown around on the deck. And then it was so loud, it kept me up for 3 hours. I was like, oh, I can't go to sleep. The wind was just howling. It was
Oh,
crazy.
wow. It's hailing at my house right now. Rodriguez just gonna call on the button with the snowmen's. And DeMeglio, I guess, maybe he's having a bet to see if he can have a VPIP of over 75%.
Yeah, certainly when we get down to these last few hands of the night, a lot of people have mentally checked out already. So why not open a bit wider?
Ace, queen, 10.
Look at DeMeglio go. Have gut shot, we'll bet.
I mean, it's a great board to get eights to fold.
Nice.
Tim Hoink wants to know, what is VPIP? I don't know.
It's how many times you voluntarily put chips in the pot. So for stakes, that's going to be a little low.
Yep, it's true. I mostly like to play the blinds.
This is the penultimate hand of the day.
Wait, DeMeglio fold is here, right? Is he going to throw up? Is that why he ran away from the table? Is he sick?
Lui?
Went to go collect his VPIP bet and then realized he folded.
Call.
Sven Stock defending his big blind with King Queen against the Queen 5 open from Michael Rodriguez. And we do have a Queen high flop.
Yeah, it's pretty funny when you open with a hand like Queen 5 suited and you flop top pair, you're like, oh, what luck to flop top pair. But then you're up against an even better queen from the big blind.
Raise.
Oh. I was just about to say a pretty easy just call.
Yeah, for Stock though, this is kind of nice to take this as a raise because there are a couple of draws out there and you can certainly make your opponent feel like perhaps you're check raising one of those straight draws or flush draws, and of course Rodriguez with top pair not gonna fold on the flop.
Luckily,
all in
for Stonk, Rodriguez doesn't even have either of those draws.
Yeah, but not gonna be able to make the call here when Stock shoved for almost 2x pot there.
I can relate.
You know, you don't want to get outdrawn.
Two flush draws? No thank you. Nice hand, Stonk.
Yeah. Left a few chips on the table, but at least is going to survive to see the last hand of the night.
And here we go. Nope. Spirit of the horse, last hand of the day, down the home stretch. 7-6 of diamonds.
Okay, well, if
guess
anybody's
who's
going to
left?
defend, right, if anyone's going to defend their big blind on the last hand of the night, it's going to be DeMeglio. Other people are like, oh, yeah, you know, I could just not have a hand that I want to get into trouble with. This is a fine fold, but not DeMeglio.
Is a megalomaniac. Queen, Jack, 7, 2 hearts, pair of 7s for Mulder. DeMeglio checks to the pre-flop raiser, who checks it back. Turn is an 8. Unbelievable.
Yeah, it just feels like today DeMeglio has had Mulder's number a little bit.
And that number is 8-4. And decides to lead at this for 35 thou. And so Mulder is gonna pay it off.
And that means we are going to the river. The King of Hearts. Still a pair of 7s against a pair of 8s. DeMeglio with a lock on this.
It's pretty hard to fire this again. Yeah, checks it. And is DeMulder gonna try to bluff?
8.
Nope. Frustrating.
And that is going to bring day 3 of the EPT Paris main event to its conclusion. 47 players have survived the day. 47 will bag and tag and return for day 4. The objective tomorrow is to get down to the final 2 tables. We may only get to the final 3 tables, but we are going to play 5.5 levels. Balancing out the days as we aim to get down to the final on Saturday and play down to a winner on Sunday.
Is that the phone guy?
So there's how things ended at our final feature table. Good session for Matteo DeMeglio, who ends the day with 1.17 million, a 58 big blind stack at tomorrow's blind level, 10-20. Tuan Mulder edging into the danger zone.
Danger zone!
Frederick Brink also with a middling stack, 36 bigs, one of 3 former EPT champs coming into the day. Let's have a look who the chip leaders will be tomorrow. Konstantin Held still holds onto the chip lead. Nicholas Ashstedt, Harry Lodge, they're among the big stacks. And there is one of our former champs, Manik Lerza, sitting in 7th place on the leaderboard, along with a former Irish Open champion, Daniel Wilson, who sits in 9th place. So a reminder, if you want to know what's happening here in Paris, you can check out updates and stories on the PokerStars blog. A reminder of the prize money up for grabs here in the main event. Of course, it won't be until Saturday, won't be until Sunday that we hit these numbers. 1.17 million to the eventual winner, plus the trophy. And yes, we have got Howard and Jack covering everything that's going on here in Paris. If you want updates on the entire festival, check out the PokerStars blog. And make sure you join us because we are going to be here tomorrow. It will be day 4 coverage, and once again we'll be starting at 12:30 Central European time. Approximately 12 hours of coverage. So join us then, but right now, from Maria Ho, Joe Stapleton, Griffin Benja, Nick Walsh, and me, James Hartigan, it's good night from Paris.